start at the end of the worst morning of my life. One skinny surveyor, both boots nailed to a glowing square the size of a doormat, and a razor bore the weight of a fridge coming straight at me. A huntress up in the trees is screaming at me to jump, move, do anything with my legs. I do the math instead. Both feet leave that line, I lose the square, and I am homeless in a brand new world all over again. So I stay, boots down, jaw locked, staring a charging boar in the face over a patch of dirt nobody else in the whole empire would bend down to pick up. Hold that picture in your head, we are coming back to it. Now rewind a few hours, because this is the day it all kicks off. Today is the Great Allotment, the one morning every landless nobody gets called to the Imperial Crystal and handed a slice of the map. Win big here, and your bloodline eats for a century. Lord Cassian Drav goes first, obviously. The crystal hums, the light floods gold, and the man walks away with a whole forest that has a river cutting through it. Merchants swarm him before he even finishes smiling. Everyone down the line does fine. A field here, a green hill there, a fat little orchard for the baker's boy. Nobles clap, the crowd cheers, wine goes around. Then the officials read the very last name on the roster. I step up. No title, no house, no coin, no family. Just a measuring cord looped on my belt and a folding ruler in my pocket. The crowd can already feel a punchline loading, and honestly, they are not wrong. I lay my hand on the crystal. The thing pauses. It hums for one long, awkward second, like even a magic rock is a little embarrassed on my behalf. Then, it drops a tiny black square onto the dirt and prints a single number. Legal territory, 1 square meter, that is the prize. That is the entire prize. A patch of dead ground you could hide under a bath towel, in a world where the guy before me walked off with a forest that has fish in it. The hall absolutely loses it. Cassian strolls over, looks down at the sad little square, and says out loud that it would make a perfect spot to rest his boots, while a servant scrubs them. The crowd feeds on it. Then, it gets dumber. The registrar tries to hand over the ownership deed and freezes, because the paper is physically wider than the land it describes. He folds the deed in half twice to make it sit on the plot. And of course, there is a catch. Tonight the claim is only provisional. To make 1 square meter actually mine, I have to stand on it until dawn and never let both feet cross the line. 1 night, 1 meter, no stepping off. So there I am, a grown man guarding a doormat of dirt like it is a crown, while the richest lord in the province lines up an audience to watch me crack. Everyone gets a forest. I get a bath mat with rules. Great morning, really great. I do not argue and I do not beg, which annoys people more than crying would have. I crouch, run my cord across the square, check the corners, and tap the ground twice like I am listening to it. The nobles decide I have lost my mind. I have not. Back in my old life, I was a cadastral engineer, the guy who read borders, water flow, and load before anyone poured a single stone. I do not see a bath mat. I see soil, slope, and a very long night to survive. Here is where Cassian stops treating this like a joke and starts treating it like a show. Old imperial custom says the host owes a new landholder his first hearth meal, so nobody can later claim the plot could not sustain life. So Cassian, grinning the whole time, has a servant carry over a steaming bowl of thick red stew. By law, I have to eat it, or the square gets ruled unfit to live on and the claim dies on the spot. Refuse the food, lose the land. What the crowd does not know, and I do not know yet either, is what the cook stirred in. A heavy dose of laxative root, and under that, a smear of ground beast lure, the stuff poachers rub on bait to pull hungry animals out of the deep forest. I eat every spoonful in front of hundreds of people who came specifically to watch me quit. The stew is genuinely good, which somehow makes it worse. Cassian watches me clean the bowl and toasts me like a gracious little host. 20 minutes later, the root kicks in, and my plan for a calm, quiet night walks straight out the door. My stomach turns to open war. I am stuck on a 1 meter square. I cannot step off, and hundreds of bored witnesses are staring right at me. This is the part where the story could end in pure humiliation. It does not, because panic is not really my move. My move is to take a bad problem and quietly break it into smaller ones. Step 1, I need a hole. Step 2, I need cover. On 1 meter, I drop to my knees and start digging with the folding ruler in my bare hands, right there in the corner of the square, while the crowd howls that the trash is cracked and should walk off the plot already. I tune every one of them out and keep scraping at the dirt because the clock ticking in my gut is not in the mood to negotiate with anybody. Then my fingers hit something that is very much not soil, something smooth, warm, and faintly humming under the dead ground, buried right beneath my 1 worthless meter. A dull light leaks up through the dirt and washes across the backs of my hands while I stare at it. For half a second, I forget my stomach entirely. A thin line of text prints itself across my vision, quiet and matter-of-fact. Owner confirmed, Ren Corvin. Ground slope mapped, hearthcore, waking. I have no idea what a hearthcore even is. I know one thing for certain from my old job. Dead dirt does not glow, and land that glows is land somebody is going to want to take from me. The bad news is, I am not the only one who saw it. Up on his platform, Cassian leans forward, that smile slipping at last, eyes locked on the glow under the square he handed away as a joke. A worthless meter is not supposed to light up. I do not get to enjoy the mystery because my body has other plans, and the crowd is right there watching. So I do the only thing left. I plant my poles and drape my travel cloak between them, a waist-high privacy screen on 1 square meter of the empire. The wind, dead calm all afternoon, picks this exact moment to gust. The cloak rips off the poles, sails clean across the yard, and lands square over the head of Lord Cassian Drav, mid-speech, in front of every guest he invited to laugh. For 1 perfect second, the whole yard goes dead silent. Then it detonates, and this time, the laughter is not aimed at me. Cassian claws the cloak off his face, red to the ears, and for once today, the joke turned around and bit the man holding the leash. But I am not celebrating, because I can smell it now, faint and greasy on my own breath and skin. The lure. It was in the stew, which means it is in me. And out past the torches, in the black tree line, something has already caught the scent. Cassian recovers fast, and petty men with wounded pride make petty moves. He gives a quiet order to a guard by the fence, and a moment later, a young boar is loosed at the edge of the yard, meant to spook the trash off my square so the claim collapses. 1 animal. That was the whole plan, and it lasts about 10 seconds. The lure baked into me is not calling 1 boar. It is calling every hungry thing that smelled that stew. The young boar squeals, and the tree line answers back with a low, rolling thunder. Now I have a real problem, and it is not my stomach anymore. A stampede is coming, pulled straight to the scent soaked into my own body, and I still cannot leave the square. My first instinct is a trap. I lash my cord between 2 poles at shin height, a simple trip line, fast, cheap, and nowhere near enough for what is coming. I know it the second I tie it off, so my brain is already 3 moves ahead of my hands. The core answers me again, 1 calm line under all the panic. Old drainage channel, north edge. And there it is in my head, the shape of the ground I mapped without even meaning to when I read the square. A buried slope, a low gutter, a natural chute running right past my corner. I do not need to stop the herd, which is good, because I cannot. I need to steer it, and steering is a thing a surveyor actually knows how to do. I work like a man on a deadline, because I am one. The tripcord, the dug hole, the spare poles, and the greasy stew bowl all stop being junk and turn into parts of one machine. Everything I own has a job now. I fling the bowl hard down the old channel, so the strongest smell now sits away from my body, out along the chute instead of on the square. The scent trail moves. The herd's nose moves with it, swinging off me and toward the low ground. The first rope trap snaps the instant a boar hits it. Useless, exactly like I knew it would. But it does not matter anymore. The herd is already turning, pouring down the buried channel I woke out of the dirt, noses down and chasing the bull. The crowd stops laughing all at once and starts sprinting for the fences. And out of the tree line, chasing the very same herd, comes the huntress from the opening shot of this whole mess, moving faster than anything else in the yard. She reads the situation in a blink and clocks the greasy shine on the flung bull. She knows exactly what it is: illegal lure. Somebody in this fancy noble yard has been baiting the deep forest, and where she comes from, that is a hanging crime. She does not stop to introduce herself. She loses an arrow that catches the stew bowl clean and drags it further down the channel, yanking the whole scent trail away from me and the crowd in one smooth motion. The herd follows the bull. Most of the yard is suddenly, shockingly, not about to die. Most. Because 1 animal did not fall for the redirect. The lead boar, the big one, the fridge on legs from the opening shot, is not tracking the bull at all. It is tracking the source. And the source is the lure still soaked into me, standing frozen on a square I am legally forbidden to leave. Meanwhile, the rest of the herd smashes through the yard on the way to the channel, and the first thing in their path is Cassian's grand striped tent. It goes down like wet paper. Poles snap, silk collapses, guests scatter, and the Lord's private stash gets dragged out into the open torchlight for absolutely everyone to see. This is the part he cannot spin later, because there it is, rolled out where he can never take it back. A cracked wooden barrel, leaking that same greasy stink, stamped on the side with the Drav family crest. The lure that drew the stampede was sitting in the host's own tent, under his own mark. So now we are back where we started. Me, boots planted, both feet inside the line, and the lead boar bearing down with nowhere left to steer it. The huntress is screaming at me to jump, and I still will not, because jumping means losing everything again. She stops yelling and moves. She sprints the last stretch and jumps onto the square herself, lands beside me with a knife already out, and turns the boar's tusk aside at the last possible instant. It is a move I could never have made in 100 years. The thing I physically cannot do, she just did, standing on my dirt. And the second her boots touch the core, the quiet text prints one more line, for me alone. Compatible forest co-ruler detected, hearth vow potential. Then the last piece. 1 square meter times 2. I do not understand half of what I just read. I understand the part that matters. This tiny cursed square is not the end of something. It is the start of something, if I live to see the sunrise. The registrar, hands shaking, checks the folded deed against the surviving corner stakes and says it out loud so the nobles all hear him. The claim holds. I passed. 1 square meter is legally mine, pending only the dawn. Do not relax yet, because this is where a win instantly becomes the next problem. Cassian's guards are already ringing the square, and their new favorite word is poacher, aimed straight at the woman who just saved every person in the yard. That barrel with the crest is a story nobody powerful once told, so the plan is simple. Blame the outsider with the bow. The huntress backs against me, knife up, surrounded, wanted for the exact crime she just rode in to stop. She trusts me about as far as she can throw me, which is not far, because to her, I am one more soft city man who reeks of noble bait. And above all of us, the sky is going dark, which is the worst possible timing. That is the wall I end my first day against. I own 1 square meter of the empire, a glowing core I cannot explain, a furious huntress I cannot afford to lose, and a lord who now needs me gone before anyone asked about that barrel. Dawn is still hours off. The guards are closing in, and the one rule that has not changed since morning, the rule holding this whole disaster together, is the same. I still am not allowed to step off the square. Night lands on the square, and it does not come alone. First the cold, then the wind, then a downpour that turns the whole yard to mud in about a minute. I am still standing on my 1 meter, still not allowed to lift both boots off it. Here is the new problem, and it is a sneaky one. The rain pools on the flat ground and runs toward my little corner hole, softening the dirt under my feet. If the edge washes out, I stumble, and if I stumble off the line, the claim dies by accident. Cassian did not even have to send a beast this time. He only had to wait for weather and let plain physics do the bullying for him. The bribed onlookers pull their hoods up and settle in, because everyone assumes the surveyor with a rope is about to drown standing up. I do not fight the water. You cannot punch a puddle. Instead, I crouch, put my palm flat on the core, and ask the only real question a flooded man has. Where does this water want to go? The core answers with its first actual lesson. 1 quiet line prints across my eyes. The ground slopes down, north by a hair. Drainage is weak at the north edge. It is not a finished solution handed to me. It is a map, the kind I used to read for a living, and a map is all I have ever needed. So I read it. The land tilts north, barely, but water only needs barely. I drag the ruler through the mud and cut a thin channel from my feet to the low north corner, then out under the boundary, giving the flood a faster road than the one through my hole. It looks like nothing. A skinny man drawing a line in the mud during a storm. Then the puddle finds the channel, and the water starts running off north exactly where I sent it, away from the soft dirt holding me up. My square quietly stops turning to soup. Off at the edge of the yard, Mira watches the whole thing from under guard. They did not hang her and could not clear her, so Captain Rowan parked her under watch, hands loose, eyes sharp. She is not helping the city man. She is, for some reason, not leaving. She has spent her whole life reading Water in the Forest, so she knows what she is looking at. That is not luck. That skinny fool cut a drainage line by feel, in the dark, and beat the rain with a folding ruler. It genuinely bothers her that it is not stupid. The first crack shows in the crowd. A couple of the bribed watchers had money down on me crossing the line before midnight. There were 40 coins riding against me at dusk. The line is still holding, the water is running off, and quietly, one of them starts wishing he had folded. The rain gets heavier, which should feel like a win for Cassian. Except now the yard itself is flooding, while my square is the one dry patch of high engineering in the place. The bottleneck is not the water anymore. It is that in this dark, nobody can see the boundary line at all. That missing line is what Cassian goes after next. If the border is invisible, then an accident is easy to arrange. He sends 2 men to shove through the crowd, slip in the mud, and bump the surveyor hard enough to put 1 boot over the edge in front of witnesses. But the law here is old, and it is specific. The square is my provisional ground, and no one may set foot on a claimed plot without the holder's leave. Cassian's men can push toward me all they want. The second their own boots cross that line, they are the ones breaking the rule. I know this because the core just showed me the exact border, glowing faint under the mud where only I can see it. So I do something very calm and very annoying. I step to the dead center of my meter, spread my stance, and wait for them to come to me. The first man lunges, slips on the mud I so kindly drained toward that corner, and pitches forward. Both hands, both knees, full face, straight down onto the square, onto my claim. In front of the registrar, who is standing right there with a very official little book. The rule does not care about intentions. The man trespassed a registered claim during a provisional night, and the penalty is a fine paid straight to the holder. So the guy who got sent in to sabotage me just paid me, on the spot, out of his own purse, while the entire crowd watched it. That is the exact moment it flips. The laughter that has been aimed at me all day swings around and lands on Cassian instead. The great lord sent muscle to bully a surveyor, and I turn the man's own feet into a paycheck. Coins start quietly sliding to my side of the bets. Mira almost smiles, catches herself, and does not. But when I glance her way, tired and soaked, she loses a piece of information she did not plan to give. Under all the noise, she says, "Lo, that beasts on lure do not charge the calm one. They charge the one that runs." Then she immediately kills it. She says this is not her helping me, and it is not her agreeing to anything. It is only her hating to watch a person get eaten stupidly. I nod like a man who understands what that cost her to say, and file it away without pushing my luck. The trap worked and the crowd turned. So in a normal story, Cassian would sulk off. He does not. He is petty, but he is not slow, and he has now watched a worthless meter humiliate him twice in one day. His pride reroutes into something colder, and it points away from the square. He starts asking his people quiet questions about the huntress, where her clan lives, what lands they used to hold, whether anyone could prove the forest people have hunted where they should not. If he cannot break the man on the square, he will break the woman standing near me. Back on the meter, the night grinds on, and I am running on empty. Cold, soaked, gut still wrecked, standing on a patch of dirt because a magic rock told me it was mine. And that is the thing I keep circling back to. The part starting to itch worse than the cold in my boots. Because the core is acting strange. Not broken strange, personal strange. Every time I touch it, it answers a half beat too fast, like it already knew my hand was coming. Dead dirt does not glow, I told myself earlier. Now I add a second rule. Systems do not act glad to see you. Around the deepest part of the night, exhaustion and the core meet in the middle. For 1 second, the interface shows me something it was not supposed to, not a lesson. A fragment. 5 tall silhouettes standing around a single locked square, and one word underneath, faint and warm. Compatible. Then it is gone. No explanation, no menu, no lecture. Just the afterimage burned behind my eyes, and a cold that has nothing to do with the rain. I do not know what I saw. I only know the square did not pick me at random, and that scares me more than Cassian ever could. Mira catches the glow flare and fade across my face from clear across the yard. For once tonight, she looks at me with no sneer in it, only a hard, careful curiosity. She says nothing about it, but she stops thinking of me as only a soft city fool who got lucky. The registrar, meanwhile, does his job with no idea what he is writing down. He notes an unexplained core reaction on the claim record, stamps the time, and moves on. He thinks it is a formality. He has just logged the single most important sentence of the whole night, and nobody in the yard knows it. I tuck the mystery away because dawn is close and I cannot afford to fall apart now. The core is a problem to chew on later. Right now, the sky at the edge of the yard is going from black to the ugly gray that comes before sunrise, and I only have to hold a little longer. Cassian has one move left for the night, and he spins it. A last animal, small and mean, driven in from the fence to spook the surveyor in the final minutes when a tired man makes mistakes. It comes at me low and fast, and this time, there is no channel and no clever redirect ready. Mira moves before I can even think. One arrow, clean, and the thing drops short of the line. But she makes a point of saying it out loud so I hear it. She did not do that for me. She did it because a lure-driven beast loose near her forest is her problem, not mine. She means it too. The second the beast is down, she is already turning toward the tree road, toward her clan, because she can feel the shape of what Cassian is building. She needs to get home before it lands on her people. She does not say goodbye. She turns and goes. And then the sun clears the wall, and the hearth cadastre does the thing it has been promising all night. The claim locks. The registrar reads it plainly for the record. 1 square meter, registered, owner Ren Corvin, night survived, dawn met. The doormat is legally, permanently mine. The onlookers who bet against the surveyor with a rope pay up without a word. No jokes now. The man they wrote off at breakfast held a flooded meter through a storm, a stampede, 2 saboteurs, and a magic rock. Even the ones who lost coin on me look at me a little differently. Cassian does not laugh it off this time. This is the first moment all day the Lord is genuinely, quietly furious, because he sees at last that the joke plot is not a joke. A meter that glows, drains, finds his own men, and survives his best night. That is not trash. That is a threat. So I win, and right on cue, the win turns into the next wall, because that is how this world runs. Captain Roan steps forward, stiff and by the book, and formally names Mira a poacher to be arrested. Crested barrels be damned. The evidence points at a lord, so the law reaches for the outsider. And Cassian, cold now, plays the card he spent all night sharpening. He does not come at me. He turns toward the tree road and the forest clan, the people Mira just ran home to protect, with a plan to squeeze them off their land through fines, fire, and paperwork nobody will read. Word runs up the tree road ahead of her. By the time she reaches the tree line, a drav rider has nailed a fresh notice to the clan's boundary stone, a grazing fine worth more coin than the clan sees in a year. It is a leash, not a bill. That is where I stand at sunrise. I own 1 square meter and a secret I never asked for, a huntress who saved my life twice and owes me nothing, and an enemy already moving on the one thing she loves. I held the night. The night was the easy part. Sunrise, and Captain Roan is already moving to arrest Mira. He is stiff, he is by the book, and the book says a poacher with a lure arrow gets chained, crested barrel or not. Cassian helps the book along. He stands up and calmly claims the barrel was planted, and the lure arrow is a fake, and enough people owe him money that a few of them nod. The evidence about a lord conveniently softens. Then the lord offers everyone a clean way out, the kind that only helps him. The surveyor clearly needs a wife to make that sad little plot mean anything, so let Cassian pay the huntress fine and hand her to me as a prize. It sounds generous. It is a trap with a bow on it. Mira becomes a bought reward, I become the man who bought her, and the whole barrel problem quietly disappears under a wedding nobody chose. I feel the core react before I can even answer. The Hearth Cadastre does not process purchased vows, and it says so in the only language it has. 3 conditions light up cold and clear. Voluntary, shared responsibility, shared danger. Right now, the count is 0 of 3, and money moves none of them. A bride you buy is not a co-ruler, and the square will not double for a receipt. Cheating the system is off the table, and I watch the Lord's clean solution die on contact. Mira does not wait for the rock to defend her. She says it herself, loud enough for the yard. She is not a reward, not a prize, not a coin anyone gets to slide across a table. She belongs to no one in this circle of soft hands. But she has a real demand, and it is not about her. Her forest clan is being squeezed off its land by fines and fear, and now something is killing people on the clan road. Clear her name by fixing the true problem, not by selling her into a story. I do the thing nobody expects. I take the hard side over the easy one. I use my brand new standing as a registered landholder to formally request an investigation into the clan road killings, which I am technically allowed to do now. Roan allows it because the book allows it, though he keeps Mira close and unfree. Cassian only smiles and lets us go, because he is sure the beast on that road will finish what his poacher started. Let the trash and the huntress walk into the trees and not walk out. So we go, 1 square meter behind me, 0 of 3 conditions met, and a road ahead with a body count. I have traded a comfortable lie for a genuinely dangerous truth, which is going to become a pattern with me. The clan road is where we meet Teb. He is a clan man built like a nervous rope, and he has seen the beast up close and lived, which he mentions roughly every 30 seconds. He desperately wants to look brave and is completely failing at it. Teb calls it a man-eater and swears it has hit 3 times. I ask the obvious question that fear skipped over. How many people has it actually eaten? Teb opens his mouth, stops, and slowly realizes the answer is none. 3 attacks, 0 meals. A real man-eater on a road full of slow humans would be fat by now. This thing keeps hitting and keeps not eating, which means it is not hunting us at all. It is doing something else, and I want to know what. Mira reads the tracks and takes the lead with total confidence. She knows a shortcut, she says, the fast way around, and everyone follows the huntress because of course they do. The shortcut is where her one real flaw shows up. 20 minutes later, the fast way around dumps the whole team right back at a single old pine. We looped. Mira is annoyed, Teb is dizzy, and I am suddenly very interested, because we did not get lost. We got herded. The field register confirms it, logging the same route traced over and over. The beast is not chasing us through the forest. It is walking us in a slow circle around this one pine, driving us out and away every single time we drift toward it. A predator defends a point like this for exactly one reason. There is something behind it worth more than dinner. I look at the roots of the old pine, at the dark gap between them, and start to guess what a beast protects harder than its own hunger. Teb, to prove he is brave, insists on setting a snare first. We rig it fast and it works perfectly, in that it immediately catches Teb by the ankle and hangs him upside down. The beast tears the bait to shreds and drives the rest of us toward a ravine edge. That is the moment the danger stops being funny. Back to a drop, a real animal between us and safety, the whole team shares one very bad second together. Somewhere in that second, the core logs its first condition, shared danger, 1 of 3. We do not fall, because I read the ravine and put us along the firm lip instead of the loose edge, and the beast lets us retreat toward the pine it was guarding all along. It wanted us away from something, not dead. Now we are going straight to it. In the gap under the roots there is a cave, and in the cave there are wolf cubs, small, shaking, and very clearly sick. The great man-eating monster of the clan road is a mother, and she has been half mad with fear trying to keep slow, dangerous humans away from her dying young. I know that sickness on sight because I have smelled it before. It is the same greasy poison from the stew, the same lure the poachers have been soaking the forest in. Cassian's men did not just bait a stampede, they have been poisoning the deep woods, and the cubs drank it. So the beast was never the villain of this road. The villain signed a barrel, and right on cue, the villain sends people to clean it up. Cassian's men arrive at the cave mouth, and they are not carrying medicine. They are carrying fire and an order. The order is ugly and simple. Burn the entrance, seal the witnesses inside, and let the whole embarrassing problem of poisoned forests and clan survivors turn to ash. Torches go to the dry brush at the mouth, and the cave starts to fill with smoke. It gets worse fast, because the cave is not empty of fuel. Fire beetles nested in the walls catch and pop, throwing sparks deeper in, and the heat climbs toward the roof where the cubs and the clan people are pinned. Direct water would just scatter the burning beetles everywhere. I do not reach for a bucket. The register shows me a thin underground vein running under the cave floor, and I go for flow instead of splash. Crack the vein at the right point, let a controlled sheet of water run the fire line, and steer the flames like I steered that herd. I need a channel to aim it, and here's where Teb finally becomes useful, entirely by accident. Teb is so terrified of the fire that he digs like a machine right where I point, carving a smoke chute and a water groove because standing still is scarier than working. Mira has a clean exit and every reason to take it. Her name, her clan, her whole life says get out and save yourself. Instead, she turns around and goes back into the smoke for me and for a litter of poisoned cubs that will never thank her. That is the second condition, and the core feels it. Shed responsibility, 2 of 3. She is not doing it for a wedding or a doubling she does not even know about yet. She is doing it because she decided these lives are hers to carry, which is the whole point. Up at the mouth, Roan watches his lord's men torch a cave full of trapped people and cubs, and something behind his eyes goes quiet and wrong. He does not switch sides. He does not draw a sword on Cassian, but when he sets the containment line, he leaves one path uncovered, and he does it on purpose. The vein cracks where I want it, and the water runs the fire line just long enough, but the cave has taken too much heat. The roof starts to come down before Teb's chute is finished, stone groaning, dust pouring, the exit shrinking with every second. We run it anyway. Mira with a cub against her chest, me dragging the last clan survivor, Teb screaming and somehow still digging, all of us pouring out through the one path Roan left open as the pine and the cave fold in behind us. Everyone lives, barely. And then we are standing in the open with nothing. Rescued clan people with no homes, poisoned cubs, and an outer forest still crawling with poachers. Surviving the cave fixed nothing long term. It only earned us the right to face the next problem. This is where Mira makes her choice. And it is not a love scene. She looks at me, at the cub, at her people with nowhere left to stand, and offers a real vow. Shared land, shared responsibility, freely. She says plainly it is trust and a job, not romance. That is the third condition, voluntary. The count hits 3 of 3, and the hearth cadastre does the exact thing the title promised. 1 square meter becomes 2, and the new meter does not arrive as dirt. It arrives as forest. The ground unfolds. Living trees push up from what was a doormat of dead soil, a real patch of woodland spreading out from the square, tied to Mira and everything she is. 2 square meters of the empire, and half of it is suddenly, impossibly, hers to guard. Then the roots do something Cassian very much did not plan for. As the new forest takes hold, its roots surge through the ground and drag buried things up into the light. Steel jaws, branded traps, a poacher's stash, all stamped with the same mark, laid bare in front of Ron and a yard of witnesses. The poachers who set them get tangled in their own hardware trying to run, hauled up by the roots like the forest is filing a complaint. Mira, the wanted criminal, is standing in a woodland that just spat out the actual crime, with the actual criminals attached. Cassian watches from his platform as the traps he buried claw back into daylight under his own crest. The forest he tried to burn just doubled for the man he called a boot rack, and his smile is gone for good. Her accusation collapses on the spot. Roan writes it all down, because now the book is pointing the right way. Mira is not a poacher. She is a registered co-ruler of a recognized forest, with a veto over her own land, standing as an equal beside the man everyone called trash at breakfast yesterday. The receipts stack up in one breath. Wives, 0 to 1. Territory, 1 meter to 2. Biomes, none to forest. Protected people, me alone to a whole forest clan, at least for now. The joke plot is a country with a population, and it happened in a single afternoon. I barely get to enjoy it before the land hands me a bill. Something small and bright climbs out of the fresh bark, blinking, roughly the size of an angry cat. This is Rooney, and Rooney has exactly one job in life, which is eating official seals. Rooney looks at me, looks at the half-melted wax seal still hanging off my singed provisional deed, and makes a decision. She eats it. In one bite, the paperwork proving I own anything is just gone, digested, and the system now reads me as an unregistered stranger on the land. So the first thing the new forest does with its new guardian sprite is try to evict its own founder. Rooney puffs up and shoos me toward the boundary, treating the actual owner as a trespasser, while Mira watches the trash lord get chased off his own kingdom and does not hide her grin. It is very funny for about 10 seconds. Then it stops being funny because the young forest, barely minutes old, starts to smoke from the inside. Not from a torch this time, from its own heart. Deep at the root of the oldest new tree, something is burning outward. I just built a country, and it is already on fire. The new forest is burning from the inside, and this is not Cassian's fire. It is the forest itself. The poison in the soil bred a rot in the oldest new roots, and that rot is smoldering outward through wood that is only hours old. And there are people in it. Dozens of clan families who followed Mira into the fresh woodland now have flames coming up under their feet. A reward turned into a country, turned into a responsibility, all before I have even finished being evicted by my own sprite. Rooney is not helping. Panicking, I yell at her to clear the trees near the families. So Rooney cheerfully rips out the healthy ones and leaves the burning ones standing. She takes orders as literally as a creature that eats paperwork would. The forest, it turns out, is not a trophy that runs itself. It is a system that needs tending, and I just inherited the maintenance bill. When a clanman throws water on a smoking trunk, the bark pops like a firework because there are magical beetles nested in it that hate being wet. Mira does what Mira does. She stops looking at the trees and starts moving the people, calling routes, carrying children, driving the evacuation with a voice the clan actually obeys. I notice something that quietly stings. They move fast for her, and they move for the old woman, but never really for me, the man who owns the ground. The old woman is Mother Aura. While the forest burns, she is already setting up a field kitchen on a flat rock, because scared people who eat stay calm, and scared people who do not eat riot. She is not a wizard, and she is not all-knowing. She knows mushrooms, and she knows people. Poking through the char for anything edible, Aura finds a knot of sour cave mushrooms and grumbles that they ruin a stew but smother a grease fire. My head snaps up. That is not cooking advice. That is a fire suppressant, handed to me by a grandmother looking for dinner. The clan listens to Aura before they listen to me, and I file that away without complaint. It is a fair measure of how much a title is worth out here. I own the land on paper, she owns the trust, and trust is the only currency that moves people through smoke. Then the fire cheats. The first bucket line the clan sets up throws water at the wrong trunk. The beetles burst, and burning shells scatter clean across the firebreak they just cut. The flame jumps the gap they were counting on. The one safe line they had is suddenly on both sides. I stop fighting the fire like a man and start reading it like a maps. You do not drown this fire. You starve it and you steer it. I need two things Aura just handed me for free. A suppressant that works on the beetles, and a belt of forest I am allowed to sacrifice. Aura's sour mushrooms get mashed with mud into a thick clay, and this time, when it hits the burning bark, the beetles choke instead of exploding. The pops stop. After a whole night of losing ground, a trunk finally goes out and stays out, and the clan starts mixing mushroom clay by the bucket. That leaves the belt. To save the families, I have to give the fire a lane and let a strip of the woodland burn out on purpose. Controlled, contained, cut off at both ends. It is charred wood, wasted trees, a chunk of the biome gone. To everyone watching, it looks like pure loss. Mira hates it, and she says so, because every tree is one she just swore to protect. This is the exact thing she has to learn, and it costs her. Guarding a forest is not saving every single trunk. It is keeping the system alive, even when that means choosing which part of it dies tonight. She agrees, on one condition. She marks the belt herself, tree by tree, and not one trunk falls outside the line I calculated. If she has to feed part of her forest to the fire, she is going to be the one holding the pin. I do not argue. That is the deal a co-ruler is supposed to drive. The belt burns, the families get out, and by the gray of morning, the forest is scarred but standing. And now, I am looking at a long strip of blackened wood that everyone else calls a graveyard. I am a man who used to plan supply chains, so I do not see a graveyard. I see inventory. Charred wood is not garbage. Burned slow and starved of air, it becomes charcoal, and charcoal burns hotter and cleaner than raw timber and sells to every smith and kitchen in the province. The belt they sacrificed to stop the fire is sitting there as the clan's first product. So the burn scar becomes a work site. I lay out controlled charcoal pits along the dead belt, teach the clan to cover and choke the burn, and by afternoon we pull the first batch of hard black charcoal out of the ground. Income sources for this clan just went from 0 to 1. Aura watches the pit smoke in neat rows and says the thing that becomes the heart of everything after. If they can cook the whole clan's meal in one place, nobody's child ever goes to bed hungry in secret again. It is not a plan yet. It is a dream about a common kitchen, and she says it like a promise. Mira, meanwhile, has drawn her line for good. She will let me cut a calculated belt, a measured amount, a number she can check. She will not let anyone treat her forest like an open mine. The difference between managing a resource and stripping it is the difference she is going to enforce with a bow. The charcoal is what brings Pico. He arrives as a drav assessor, sent to price the fire damage, so Cassian can slap the clan with a ruin they can never pay. Pico is small, precise, and allergic to bad math, and he came expecting a corpse of a forest to bill. Instead, he finds neat charcoal pits, a working suppressant, and a product with buyers. Pico does the sums twice, frowns, and does something no one sent him to do. He offers the clan a share arrangement instead of a fine, because a forest that makes money is worth more alive than billed to death. His loyalty just started to drift. Everyone breathes for about 1 hour. Then, in the dark, a second fire starts. And this one is wrong. It does not creep out from a sick root. It races along the ground in a straight, hungry line, and it carries a smell the natural fire never had. Oil. This is the part where I have to prove I can tell the two fires apart, because they do not behave the same. The first fire was a disease. This one is a crime. Someone laid an oil trail through the healing forest to burn the evidence, the survivors, and the whole inconvenient story at once. The mushroom clay that saved us last night nearly kills us tonight because oil fire spreads on top of the wet clay instead of choking under it. I have to relearn my own trick on the fly. The register helps, drawing a clear split between the outside oil trail and the inside heat, so I can chase one without feeding the other. And Mira is not out here with me. The arsonist grabbed her and locked her in one of Cassian's storehouses, betting that if the huntress burns, it reads as an accident, not a murder. She is pounding a bolted door with fire climbing the walls. Teb goes in after her. Teb, who is terrified of fire on a normal calm day, walks into a burning storehouse because the alternative is letting Mira die, and his fear has something bigger to be scared of. He drags his long pump line across the gap and turns it into a bridge of wet planks she can cross. They get her out, and they get more than her. The storehouse is stacked with barrels, and the barrels are the proof. Oil cut with lure, the same recipe as the poison in the cubs, logged in a debt ledger as fertilizer, sold to the very clan they are trying to burn. Pico reads the ledger and goes very quiet. Here is my choice, and it is the whole point of me. I can swing the fire straight into the main storehouse and turn Cassian's entire operation to ash in one satisfying move. It would feel incredible. It would also burn the only proof that any of this happened. Revenge or evidence? Pick one. I pick evidence. I steer the fire away from the ledger house, save the barrels, and let the satisfying version of tonight go. It is the harder, slower, less cinematic call, and it is the reason this ends in a courtroom instead of just another fire. I do not want to win the night. I want to win the record. By morning, there are 2 fires accounted for and 1 villain exposed on paper. Cassian, of course, does not fold quietly. He stands up at the provincial fair and flips the story, accusing me of running a wild, dangerous, uncontrolled biome that catches fire on its own and threatens every neighbor. Close the forest, he says, for safety. So it comes down to a test at the fair, in public, in front of the people who decide these things. Cassian's expensive season timber against my charcoal from a burned forest. They light both. Cassian's wood smokes and spits. My charcoal burns hot, clean, and almost smokeless, and the inspectors lean in. The charcoal wins the test, and the oil wins the argument. Pico lays the debt ledger open. The barrels are matched to the drab crest, and the accusation Cassian threw at me swings all the way around and lands on him. The uncontrolled fire hazard, it turns out, was the man selling oil as fertilizer. On the back of that proof, the clan does the thing that actually changes the map. They sign a voluntary charter, freely joining their real ancestral woodland to my registered land. This is not a wedding, and it does not double anything. It is consent on paper, and it takes the holding from 2 square meters to roughly 6 square kilometers of recognized forest. Mira signs it for the clan, as their guardian and their equal, not as anyone's prize. And Aura gets handed the very first brick of the common kitchen she dreamed about over the charcoal pits. One plain brick, set down like a cornerstone. The dozens of families in the forest are now legal residents of a place that is theirs. Then Cassian does the one thing nobody predicts, and it matters. Cornered, exposed, losing, he is told he can recover some coin by evicting his own struggling debtors and seizing their plots. He refuses, flatly. Whatever he is, he does not throw his own tenants into the road, and that single line keeps him from being a cartoon. But this is not a safe ending, because they never are. As the clan sets Aura's cornerstone, the forest roots do their trick again and crack open an old buried channel underneath. Water rushes up, and it carries a person. A woman, chained and half-drowned, dumped into the light at my feet. She comes up coughing, furious, and talking before she can even stand. She is Nerea, and she does not want rescue, and she does not want thanks. She wants a promise, gripping the chain like a weapon. Whatever they do next, whatever this land needs, they are not to break the dam. The fire is out, and that was the easy part. Now I have 6 square kilometers of scarred forest, dozens of families with no roofs, and the one enemy nobody can bribe or sue coming fast. Winter. I have weeks, not months, to turn a burn scar into a home. The first shelter we throw up collapses by the second morning. We built it fast on ground that looks solid and is not, because the fire cooked the soil and the rain turned the slope to mush underneath. A lean-to full of children slides half a meter downhill in the night, and everyone gets the message. It gets worse after dark. The smell of char and cooked meat carries for miles, and it rings a dinner bell for every scavenger in the deep woods. Lean, ugly things start circling the settlement at night, drawn to the burn, testing the edges where the light runs out. I pull up the register, expecting a map, and get a lesson instead. You do not own land by winning a fight for it. You hold it with material anchors and working hearths, real fixed things that say people live here and are not leaving. Right now, the settlement has 0 of those, which is why it is sliding downhill and getting circled. Mira steps into a role she has never held. She has always been a hunter, one bow, one target, alone in the trees. Tonight she is running a defensive line, placing people, calling the scavengers in and out, defending a village instead of stalking a beast. It does not come naturally, and she does it anyway. Teb turns out to be the quiet key. He is a carpenter, a good one, and he is scared of absolutely everything, which is why his work is so solid. Teb does not build for a calm day. He builds for the disaster he is certain is coming, so his joints are overbuilt, his braces are doubled, and nothing he touches falls down. And then something happens that has not happened before. I give an order, fast and specific, and the clan actually moves on it, ahead of any dravman on site. It is small. It is huge. For once, these people jump for me before they jumped for a lord, because tonight, I am the one keeping them alive, not the man with the fancy crest. The night pays off badly anyway. The rough beast barriers we lashed together do not hold, and the scavengers push straight through a weak section near the stores, scattering the first shelters we just fixed. Nobody dies, but the message is clear. Fast and cheap is not going to survive winter. We need real, so I stop patching and start engineering. And this is where a burn slope becomes a system. The problem under everything is water. The fire killed the roots that used to drink the rain, so now every storm runs straight down the hill and eats the ground out from under whatever we build on it. The fix is not a wall, it is a drain. I lay out cut channels across the slope that catch the runoff and walk it around the settlement instead of through it. The same trick that saved my 1 square meter in the storm, scaled up to hold a village. Dry ground is buildable ground. Teb builds the shelters on the drain pads, and because he is Teb, he builds them to survive things that are never going to happen. Overbeen-planted frames, raised floors, storerooms braced like they expect a siege. The first stable row of houses goes up and stays up, and for once, nothing slides in the night. The paths, the drains, and the storehouses stop being separate jobs and start being a network. Each one is an anchor, a fixed working thing that tells the land people live here. The register ticks them off as I place them, and the settlement quietly stops feeling like a campsite and starts feeling like a town that intends to stay. Mira contributes in the only style Mira has, by getting confidently lost. She insists on a shortcut to scout the tree line, takes the fast way, and the fast way dumps her onto a trail that should not exist. A hidden poacher road, worn smooth, running right up to the edge of the new settlement. Her wrong turn just found the back door. With the drains holding, I turn the charcoal into food. Pico's share deal moves the first batches to smiths and kitchens, and the coin comes back as grain, salt, and iron nails. Winter stores go from nothing to a start, one cart at a time. Aura runs the other half of the plan. The scavengers that circled the burn become meat once Mira's hunters drop them, and she smokes and salts it into stores that last. A forest that was feeding predators is suddenly feeding the people who live in it. Aura, meanwhile, is building the thing that holds the whole place together, and it is not a wall. It is the kitchen, the one spot everyone passes through, where the frightened get fed and the arguments get settled over a bowl. People trust the settlement because they trust the pot, and they trust the pot because they trust Aura. A town runs on that as much as it runs on drains. The poachers make their move, sure that a soft city man cannot possibly hold a forest through winter. They come down their hidden road in the dark, straight into a settlement that is no longer a soft target. They hit the drains, the braced barriers, and the scavenger fences Teb overbuilt, and they get caught in defenses meant for animals. That is the reversal, and it is a clean one. The men who came to prove I could not hold the land end up tangled in the land holding itself, hauled out of Teb's own traps by the clan they meant to rob. The forest did not need a hero to defend it. It needed drainage, joinery, and a grandmother with a soup pot. Then Rooney ruins everything, adorably, and this is the part that actually costs us. Hands full, I tell Rooney to go clean up the markers, meaning the scraps and scorched junk cluttering the boundary. Rooney hears clean up the markers, and Rooney eats the official boundary mark, the real one, the legal one. Here is why that is not a cute problem. The Hearth Cadastre still knows the land is mine, because the Corps answers to me and does not care about paperwork. But the Provincial Guild Registry runs on that physical marker, and with the marker gone, their map now shows a 6-square-kilometer hole where a registered forest used to be. On paper, the settlement just vanished. Mira and Aura contain the chaos on the ground fast, and Teb rebuilds the physical post within the hour, because a wooden stake is easy. The legal wound is the one that does not close, because you cannot restamp an Imperial Guild map by hammering in a new stick. That fix lives in an office, far away, in the hands of people who are not friendly, and one of those people is already smiling. A guild clerk out surveying trade routes finds the hole in the map and does not report it as an error. He reports it as an opportunity, up the chain, to a name that is about to matter a great deal. Velra Sorn, who runs the Triple Trade Guild, and who is very interested in land that legally does not exist. The clerk thinks he found free real estate, a forest with no owner on the official map, ripe for a quiet guild claim. Velra does not move fast. She moves permanent. She files the hole quietly, starts the paperwork that turns a missing marker into a guild claim, and lets winter do her waiting for her. By the time I can spare a day for a map office, the trap will already be built. I am wrong in a way I will regret later, but right now, tonight, I have handed Velra a crack to work a knife into. The eaten marker is going to become an embargo, and nobody in the settlement knows it yet. I do know the crack exists because the register flags it, and I file it under problems for a man with time, which I do not have. Winter does not wait for a paperwork dispute. The first genuinely cold night is rolling in over the ridge. The stores are only half full, and a legal hole I cannot reach from here will have to survive until I can. And through all of it, Neria will not stop shouting about the water. Chained at the edge of the firelight, she refuses food and reads the river none of us are watching. She calls out every rise and every strain. She hates the people she calls land thieves, and she still cannot make herself stop warning them. I listen, because a furious expert screaming one specific thing beats 100 friendly guesses. I just cannot act on it yet. The dam is a lake town problem across a border I do not hold, and winter has me pinned to a settlement that dies if I leave it now. So the settlement meets its first real cold like it has met everything else, by leaning on the boring things that work. The drains hold the meltwater. The braced houses hold the heat. The kitchen holds the people, and the scavenger fences hold the dark back one more night. For once, the place survives on its own bones and loses no one. Mira sits by the kitchen fire at the end of it and finally says the quiet thing. This is not a hunting ground she is guarding anymore. It is a home she lives in, with a name and neighbors and a pot, and guarding it means something different than it used to. She swore to protect a forest. Somewhere in the smoke, it became a place worth protecting for its own sake. Aura marks the night like she marks everything, by making it a tradition. She sets aside the first full bowl from the first winter meal, not for a person, but for the empty seat at the kitchen. A promise that the next hungry stranger who stumbles in will find a place already saved. The kitchen gets its second custom, and the clan gets a spine. Then the clan does the thing I did not know I was waiting for. An old clan man, one of the loudest doubters, hands me a bowl across the fire and calls me by my name. Not surveyor, not city man, not trash lord. Ren. It is one word, and it lands harder than any charter, because respect out here was never going to come from a stamp. I barely get to feel it before the cold delivers the next problem, right on schedule. Down at the edge of the firelight, Neria is still chained, still watching, still furious. And now she is shouting because the first hard freeze is doing what she warned about. The dam she told us not to touch is straining, and straining upstream of everything I just built. Because here is the trap the settlement did not see. All that runoff I so cleverly steered around my town has to go somewhere, and it goes to the river, and the river goes to a dam that is already cracked and holding back far more than it should. Neria's warning was never about her people alone. If that dam breaks, the flood takes the lake town and the brand new forest home in the same night. That is where the cold night ends. I have a settlement that holds, a clan that finally trusts me, and a hole in a map a guild is about to exploit. And I have a chained woman on my own ground telling me the water I redirected is now a countdown. The forest learned to hold people. The river is about to test whether that was enough. I unchain Neria to help her, and Neria immediately loops the chain around my neck and drags me toward the river. This is not gratitude. This is a specialist telling an idiot he just pulled the plug on a bomb. The idiot is me, and she has about 3 seconds to make me understand before the whole valley drowns. Because the chains were never a prison, Neria was holding a broken floodgate together with her own body and her own water song, standing in the one spot that kept a cracked dam from letting go. The roots that dragged her free in the forest did not rescue a captive. They removed the plug. She wants to go back, right now, before it fails, into the chains that are slowly killing her. Because being the living plug a few more days beats watching a city die tonight. That is who Neria is, and I get it in one horrible second. The whole time, the prisoner was the only thing holding the water back. The register lays out the bad news in numbers. The pressure behind that dam is not something one clever channel drains off. It has been building for years while the guild siphons stolen water into a reservoir the valley was never told about. Relieve it wrong, and it does not leak. It bursts, and it does not burst on nobody. Below the dam sits a lake folk settlement, and downstream of that, a whole city, and the water is measured now in hours before failure. I have until roughly dawn to do the impossible, which is take the pressure off a dam without the one thing that would make it easy. Guild medal. Mira arrives at a run and reads the whole situation in about 4 seconds, which is when her face changes. She came ready to fight whoever chained the woman by the water. Now she understands that freeing Neria without a plan is not a rescue. It is a way to kill thousands of people who never asked to be part of this. So the huntress and the mermaid, who have known each other for one furious minute, are suddenly on the same crew. Neria will not go back into the chains, and I will not let her. Instead, I pitch the only idea the register will support. You do not fight this much water with one gate, you split it. 3 spillways, not one plug. The problem is that 3 spillways need channels, reinforcement, and material, and the guild controls every scrap of worked metal for 100 miles. I have forest, roots, timber, and 2 women who each know exactly half of what I need. I have no steel. I have until dawn. The math is ugly, and I start building anyway. The first spillway is wood, because wood is what we have, and wood is the wrong answer. We cut and brace a timber gate on the weakest section, Teb hammering it together with his usual doomsday overbuilding, and for one hopeful minute, the water starts pouring through the new opening like the plan says it should. Then the river reminds everyone what it weighs. The wooden gate does not crack or lean, it simply launches, torn off its mounts and fired downstream like a cork. And it takes a screaming Teb with it. The last anyone sees of the carpenter for a while, he is riding a barrel through the spillway he just built, cursing every plank of it. That is the test result, delivered at full volume. Timber cannot hold this pressure, which means the 3 spillways need something with the tensile strength of metal and the availability of not metal. Neria measures the flow with her hands in the current and calls out the numbers. Mira starts hunting the banks for anything with roots deep enough to anchor a gate. Their functions collide, and the collision is the useful part. Neria wants the fastest possible release and does not care what it floods. Mira wants to protect the forest banks and the stores behind them and does not care how slow that makes it. They argue hard, and it is not jealousy, and it is not about me. It is two experts fighting over which lives cost less. While they fight, the drained edge of the reservoir shows what the guild was really hiding, and it is not gold. It is homes. As the water level drops around the first spillway, the roofs of a sunken lakefolk hamlet break the surface. Families who were flooded out so the guild could hoard the water and sell it back. Neria goes very quiet, then twice as angry. Neria finally tells us the rest, fast and flat. The guild did not just chain her. They sold her Lake Town's water back to it by the barrel, drowned the low houses to raise the price, and called her the pump when she tried to hold the gate herself. Miles off in a warm counting house, Velrasorn hears the trash lord is draining her dam and actually smiles. Let him. A flood buries evidence better than any fire, and a drowned valley files no complaints. She signs the order to seal the channel and pours another cup. Word of the spillways reaches the people who profit from the dam, and their answer arrives wearing Cassian's colors and the guild's orders. Captain Roan is handed a command that turns his stomach. Wall up the relief channel, seal my spillway, protect the reservoir, and let the pressure sit where it makes money, city be damned. Here is the choice that becomes the whole part. The only anchor on the bank strong enough to hold a central gate against that pressure is a single ancient tree in the old grove, the deepest rooted thing for miles, and it happens to be the heart of the forest Mira just swore her life to protect. To hold the water, she has to kill her own tree. Neria expects her to refuse. Every land person Neria has ever met protected their own first and let the water take the rest. She is braced for the huntress to choose the forest and doom the lake. It is the entire reason she never trusted anyone with dry feet, and she says so, cold, daring Mira to prove her right. Mira walks to the old tree, puts her hand on the bark of the thing she loves most in the world, and gives the order to cut it herself. Not for me, not for a doubling she still does not fully believe in, for a settlement of strangers downstream who will drown if she flinches. The tree comes down, and its trunk becomes the spine of the central gate. That is the moment Neria stops being a prisoner in her own head. Somebody with dry feet just paid a price she was sure no land person would ever pay, and paid it for her people. So Neria does the thing that costs her just as much. She gives up sole control of the water. She lets her river become part of a shared plan she does not own. The three-spillway design finally comes together, and it is genuinely beautiful. Roots reinforce the channels where steel should be, growing into braces overnight because the forest answers Mira now. The mermaids of the lake swim the current in sync, timing the release so three smaller gates share the load that one plug never could. The old grove trunk holds the center. It works. It works, and it costs. The first controlled release floods the lower forest stores, the winter grain, and salt and charcoal we broke our backs for in the last part, gone under brown water in an hour. I watch a season of survival dissolve and do not stop the release, because stopping it means the lakefolk hamlet dies instead. You do not get to save everything. I save the people. An old lakefolk fisher watches the first gate hold, then wades over and grips Mira's hand, the hand that swung the axe on her own tree. He has no words for it. He just holds on, because the huntress drowned her own forest to keep his grandchildren dry. Teb, it turns out, survives his barrel voyage. The lakefolk fish him out downstream, soaked in green and weirdly proud, still gripping a plank as proof that his gate held right up until physics disagreed with it. Up on the wall, Roan is supposed to be sealing the channel, and he does not. He sets his men to look busy, walks to the edge, and leaves the key to Neria's old chain sitting on a post where anyone could take it, along with one open path down to the gates. He does not announce a side. He just declines, again, to be the man who drowns a city on command. The count that matters climbs all night. The lakefolk move up the far bank in a long line, dozens, then hundreds, carrying what they can, while the mermaids hold the current steady enough to cross. Every minute the gates by is another family off the floodline. They almost do not make it because the dam does not wait for paperwork. With the lakefolk evacuating up the far bank and the last spillway grinding open, the crack section finally lets go, ahead of schedule, ahead of any recognized vow, a wall of stolen water punching out into the valley with the settlement still in its path. This is where the mechanic and the moment fuse. Standing in the flood with the water rising, Neria makes her real choice, and it is not a rescue and not a wedding speech. She offers me a vow built on one rule she will die to keep. Water belongs to no single owner, hers included, and she will co-hold this land only as an equal keeper of it. Voluntary. Shared. Under real danger. 3 of 3. The hearth cadastre answers like it answered once before, and this time the number is enormous. 6 square kilometers becomes 12, and the new half does not arrive as more forest. It arrives as a lake belt, a broad basin of new shoreline and channel that opens up exactly where the flood is heading and swallows the wall of water that was about to erase a city. The valley does not drown. The doubled land itself takes the hit, the new lake basin drinking the flood that the dam could no longer hold, because the territory grew in the one direction that could save everyone. Wives, 1 to 2. Territory, 6 kilometers to 12. Biomes, forest, now forest and lake. A whole water people, protected, standing on a shore that did not exist an hour ago. The new basin is not modest. Where there was a forest edge an hour ago, there is open water running out to a far shore no one can see. 12 square kilometers of registered land with a lake at its heart, built in one night out of a disaster. Neria surfaces in the middle of her new lake as an equal keeper of the water, with a veto over it that even I cannot override. She is nobody's living plug and nobody's guild part anymore. The woman they found chained and half drowned now holds sole say over the element that nearly killed a valley, and she holds it as a ruler, not a tool. Then the drained reservoir gives up the rest of its secrets, and this is the payoff the whole night was building toward. As the stolen water empties into the new lake, the bottom of the guild's hidden reservoir breaks the surface, and it is covered in locked chests and waterlogged ledgers. Velra Sorn's chests. Documents in her own bookkeeping, recording the sale of stolen water back to the people she stole it from. Pico wades in and starts reading before the pages even dry, and his face does the thing it did with the fertilizer ledger, only worse. This is not petty fraud. This is a guildmaster, draining valleys, chaining a watercollar as machinery, and billing the drowned for the privilege. The evidence that could break Velra is sitting in the mud, and I just made sure it survived, instead of washing away. For one breath, it is a clean victory. 2 wives, a doubled kingdom, a saved city, a rescued people, and a crate of proof against the woman who runs the guild. I let myself feel it for exactly that one breath, because I am learning how this world times its cruelty. Then the new lake begins to blacken. Not mud, not stirred silt. A deep, wrong darkness spreads across the fresh water, and the fish that were just saved start floating up dead by the hundreds. Neria stares at her own lake turning to poison and cannot say why. And on the black surface, where names should not be, faint shapes begin to rise. Letters. The names of villages. Villages that are on no map anyone at the shore has ever seen. Neria reaches for one of the names on the water, and it dissolves under her fingers like wet ink. Whatever is poisoning her brand new lake is not runoff, and it is not the guild. It is coming from somewhere the maps refuse to admit is there, and it is writing to us. The Black Lake is not just dead, it is talking. Names keep surfacing on the poisoned water, and by morning, the sickness has crawled out of the lake and into the people, starting with the children who drank closest to shore. A little lake folk boy burns with fever and mumbles the same word over and over. It is the name of a village that is on no map, in no ledger, in no tax roll, that officially has never existed. The boy has never left the lake in his life, and he is naming a place the Empire swears is not real, in his sleep, while the water outside spells the same name in black. The settlement does what scared people do. They look for someone to blame, and the newest, strangest neighbor is an easy target. Fingers point at Neria and her lake, the mermaid who showed up yesterday and whose water turned to poison overnight. The alliance I just bled for is one panic away from falling apart. I do not argue about blame. I take samples, because a man who reads land does not guess, he tests. I pull water from 3 places: the shallows by the houses, the deep channel near the old dam metal, and the black seam where the names rise. And the 3 samples are 3 completely different problems. The first is ordinary and human. Household waste from a settlement that doubled overnight, with no drains and no plan, fouling its own shallows. The second is metal, old guild lead leaching out of the drowned dam works. And the third is something I have no word for yet, a fine black ink that does not behave like a chemical at all. 3 poisons, not 1, and only the first 2 make any sense. The blame stops the moment Mira sees the samples. She was ready to fight for her forest against the water people, and instead, she is looking at proof that Neria's lake did not cause this. 2 of the 3 problems are things I can fix with drains and filters. The third is something older than any of us. Mira lowers her hackles and picks up a shovel. For once, the huntress and the mermaid are not measuring each other for a fight. They are looking at the same enemy in the water, and it is neither of them. It is the Empire's own buried filing, leaking up through a lake that should have been a home. While the adults argue over water, a silent girl among the refugees walks to the black seam and does not flinch. Nobody has heard this child speak since the forest rescue. She is thin, watchful, and carries nothing but the clothes she came in. Her name is Noma, and she is staring at the name on the water like it is calling her by hers. Because it is her village, the place the fever boy is naming, the word rising in black ink, is the home Noma came from. The home the Empire erased so completely that saying its name out loud sounds like madness. She cannot explain it. She just walks the shore and traces a road with her feet, a road that matches the black lines. A map she carries in her body because no paper is allowed to. Aura does the thing Aura always does. She does not interrogate the strange, silent child about impossible villages. She hands her a bowl of hot food in a plain red bowl, sits her by the kitchen fire, and gives her a place. No questions, no test, just warmth and a seat that is hers now. The red bowl is small. It is going to matter more than anyone at that fire can guess. I cannot fix the black ink yet, so I start with the poison I understand and build my first filter. I run the fouled shallow water through layered sand, charcoal from the forest, and crushed reed, expecting clean water on the other side. What I get instead is worse, because the filter does the opposite of its job on the strange third poison. Instead of straining the black ink out, the filter concentrates it. The magic in the archive water pools and thickens in the charcoal, and the trap meant to clean the flow becomes a battery storing something none of us understand. I pull the filter apart fast, before it can finish charging into whatever it wants to be. Rule 1 of the black ink: you cannot treat it like dirt. We learn Rule 2 when the concentrated filter reaches for Teb. The pooled ink, half awake now, spreads across a wet plank into a drawn picture of a street, and when Teb steps too close, it grabs him. The black lines climb his hand and start pulling it flat into the drawing, trying to file him into the map like a resident of a town that is not there. Teb screams, which is his default, but this time he has earned it, because the map is trying to make him part of itself. Aura gets there first with the answer, and it is a kitchen answer. She throws a fistful of coarse salt and a splash of vinegar across his hand, and the black lines recoil from the human salt like it burns. The ink lets go. Teb keeps all 5 fingers. That reaction tells me what the archive actually is. It does not store coordinates, it stores people. The black ink is a record of who lived in that village, reaching for any living body nearby to fill the empty streets back in. An erased place trying to remember itself. Noma proves it by drawing the whole route from memory in the dirt, every lane and well and doorway, matching the archive line for line. She is not reading the ink. She is the last piece of it that got out. The provincial inspector, called in to certify the water, watches all of this, decides it is peasant superstition and a filthy lake, and prepares to dump mass lime and boil the problem away. The trouble is the source is not in the shallows where the inspector wants his lime. I trace it down. The black ink wells up from under the lake itself, out of a buried imperial pipe that runs the erased records like sewage under the water. To stop the poison, I have to go down to where the Empire hid the thing it deleted. So it becomes an underwater operation, and everyone does the half of it only they can do. Neria takes the mermaids down to stop the flow at the source. Mira rigs mirrors and cut channels to open a shaft of daylight into the dark water, because the archive ink hates the sun. I work the split, separating the honest sewage that filters from the archive ink that does not. Down in the flooded archive, the ink makes its cruelest move. It builds Noma a home, raising her erased village around her out of black lines and memory, her lane, her door, and a woman shaped like her mother waiting with her arms open. The archive offers the girl the one thing she wants most in the world, if she will only stay and let it write her into the record forever. Stay, it says, and never lose her home again. And above the water, the inspector chooses this exact moment to start pouring lime and boiling the shallows, which does nothing to the archive and everything to the people still evacuating. Neria has to hold the mermaids together in scalding, chalky water, while I fight to keep the daylight shaft open against a current that wants it shut. Noma walks up to the copy of her mother and stops. Because Mira's sunlight shaft reaches the doorway, and in real light the figure has no face. The archive can remember a shape, and a warmth, and an open door, but it cannot remember a face, and the empty oval where her mother's face should be is what saves the girl. That is not her mother, that is a hole shaped like her grief. Noma turns and walks out of the illusion on her own 2 feet. Nobody drags her, nobody talks her out of it, because a rescue like that would not hold. She chooses the living, the red bowl, and the kitchen fire, and the strange loud family upstairs over a perfect copy with no face. It is the hardest thing a child has ever done, and she does it silently, and she does not look back. We secure the first set of archive plates and cap the pipe, and the black seam in the lake finally goes quiet. Not solved, not published, just closed. One erased village held in a box instead of leaking into the water. The lake people are mostly out. The fever breaks. I do not pry the box open. Whatever the empire deleted down there, other villages, other names, is bigger than one lake and one child, and cracking it wide now would only drown more people in it. I seal it and file the mystery for a day I can afford. And the inspector, humiliated and furious, declares the whole thing a fraud and my system a dangerous fake. Which means it comes down to a public test, because it always does. The city will not drink from a lake it does not trust, and if the water fails the demonstration, the whole biome gets condemned and closed. The inspector has his lime, and his boiling, and his official seal. I have reeds. The fix for the honest poison turns out to be beautifully boring. I build a cascade of reed beds, shallow terrace pools packed with the right plants, and walk the dirty water down through them until it comes out the bottom clean. No magic, just biology and gravity, aimed the right way by a surveyor. For the test, Neria does the simplest, most brutal thing you can do to a safety argument. She drops live fish into the treated water and lets the crowd watch them swim. The fish live, they thrive. Meanwhile, the inspector, so proud of his purified boiled solution, takes a demonstrative sip of his own product and is on his knees within the minute, sick from the lime he swore was clean. That is the comeuppance, and the crowd delivers the verdict for him. The official water drops the official on his knees. The trash lord's water keeps fish alive in front of the whole market. On the strength of that, the lake settlement does the thing that changes the map again, signing a voluntary charter to join their real shoreline and channels to my land. No wedding, just consent, and 12 square kilometers becomes about 20. Safe water points go from 0 to a working filtered network across the new shore. Noma gets a recognized status, no longer a nameless refugee, but a protected apprentice of the household, with a place, a bowl, and people who will fight for her. Aura and Noma set another stone in the growing common kitchen, and for a moment, the whole thing feels like it might hold. That night, Noma sits by the fire with the red bowl in her lap and will not eat until Aura eats first. It is the closest thing to a word the girl has offered anyone. Aura notices, says nothing, and just refills the bowl. Velra never expected to win the water test. She planned for after it. While the crowd cheered the live fish, her clerks were already stamping a forgery of my mark onto a jar of sickness and greasing the guild routes shut. Applause is loud. Paperwork is permanent. Then the market I just won on turns into the next trap in the space of a breath. Velra Sorn, who watched her stolen water scheme drain into evidence, does not come back with an argument. She comes back with an embargo, freezing my goods out of every guild route in the province. And to seal it, right there in the crowded market, a jar stamped with my own mark, a jar I never made, bursts open and sprays sickness across the stalls. The counterfeit does what it was built to do. In one instant, the man whose water just kept fish alive is the man whose branded jar just poisoned a market in front of the same crowd that was cheering. The embargo has a face now, and the face is my forged mark. 20 square kilometers, 2 wives, a saved lake, a rescued child, and a fresh accusation timed to the second my guard came down. The counterfeit jar buys Velra what she wanted. By nightfall, the same crowd that cheered my fish is smashing my workshop, because a jar with my mark just poisoned the market, and nobody stops to ask if I made it. The embargo drops on top of that like a lid. No salt, no glass, no roads. Velra does not need to prove me guilty. She only needs the accusation to live long enough to starve me. She cuts my goods out of every guild route in the province, and the settlement that was thriving yesterday counts its reserves and comes up with about 6 days of food before the new kingdom starts going hungry. Aura starts stretching the pot that night, thinning the stew, counting portions, giving Noma's Red Bull its share first like she always does. 6 days is not an abstract number at the kitchen fire. It is the exact distance between now and the day the children notice. I do not defend myself with a speech, because a speech does not survive a mob. I defend myself with arithmetic, and I hand the problem to the one man who loves a ledger more than he loves breathing. Pico sits down with the sales records and the workshop's real output and starts matching numbers. The math breaks the story in about an hour. The market is flooded with jars carrying my mark, thousands of them, far more than my little workshop could physically produce in a month of no sleep. You cannot sell more of a thing than you made. Somebody is manufacturing my brand somewhere I have never set foot. That number is what stops the mob mid-swing. Pico stands on a crate and shows the crowd the impossible total, the fake sales that dwarf the real production, and the wreckers pause with hammers halfway up. They do not apologize. But they stop breaking the honest workshop and start asking a better question. If I did not make these jars, where's the place that did? Neria goes to work on the part only she can reach, sealing the contaminated channels before the poisoned water spreads past the market district. Mira goes hunting a different kind of prey and drags back a witness, a carter who delivered a load of the fake jars and can say out loud where he picked them up. It is a thread. Now I need a way to pull it that the guild does not control. Because here is the trap under the trap. Every road, every legal trade route, every licensed stock belongs to the guild, which means I cannot move a single jar of proof or a single sack of food without Velra's permission. I am acquitted in arithmetic and still strangled in practice. I need a route nobody licensed and nobody polices, and I do not have one. Velra is not worried. She has done this to smaller men a dozen times. Strangle the roots, wait out the reserves, and let hunger do the confessing for her. She tells her clerks the trash lord folds inside a week and settles in to watch a kingdom run out of salt. I try to fix the supply problem first, and the fix blows up in my face, literally. To beat the salt embargo, I seal a batch of preserved goods in pressure jars of my own design, and the first sealed batch overpressures and bursts across the workshop floor. Production comedy, except the clock is real and the residents are still hungry. That mess is when Ivan Saul walks in. Ivan is a guild clerk, precise and soft-spoken, and he arrives with a smile and a loophole. There's an old rule nobody enforces about the Winter River, that ice-run water is unlicensed common carriage, free of guild toll for as long as the river runs cold. The guild owns the roads. It never bothered to own the ice. Pico does not trust the smile and says so. He grills Ivan on the exact wording of the tax code, the clause numbers, the enforcement history, and Ivan answers every question perfectly, coldly, without a single guess. That precision is the only reason Pico lets him stay, not because he likes him, because a man who knows the code that well is too useful to throw out, even if something behind his eyes does not add up. What Pico files away and does not say is that Ivan knows a little too much. He knew the loophole before he was asked. He came the moment the embargo hit, not a day later. I have a useful new clerk and a quiet new problem, and I cannot afford to look too hard at the second one while people are starving over the first. Later, alone, Ivan copies one thing off my records that has nothing to do with the ice road. He does it fast, folds it small, and tucks it away. Whatever brought him here, it was not kindness, and it was not only a loophole. So we build the river run. Neria sets up a water customs, checking every raft that moves, so nothing leaves the kingdom that should not. Mira insists on testing the first cargo herself, riding the raft through the fast water at her own risk, because she will not send other people down a road she has not walked. Teb builds the raft like Teb builds everything, for a disaster he is sure is coming. The second sealed batch holds, because I learned from the first, like I learned from everything, by measuring what broke and building for it. It is not glamorous. It is a man counting cracks by lamplight, so the third batch does not hurt anybody. I am right, of course. The guards are waiting, not searching, not patrolling, waiting, in the one spot where the raft has to thread the Narrows, which means somebody told them the route and the timing before the raft ever launched. The unlicensed ice road was leaked before its first run, and there are only a handful of people who knew the plan. The Narrows turn into a river chase in the dark. Guildmen drop chains across the channel to snag the raft, and the raft grounds hard on a bar with the cargo of proof aboard and torches closing in from both banks. For a few long seconds it looks finished. The raft is stuck, the chains are closing, and the cargo of proof is one torch away from the river bottom. Then Neria puts her hands in the water, Mira draws her knife, and finish stops being finished. Somewhere upstream, the people who own the counterfeits decide to burn their own warehouse rather than let it be found, and a column of smoke goes up over the trees. That smoke is the clue that cracks the whole case, and it cracks it with chemistry, not magic. My real labels are glued with forest resin, and forest resin burns green. The guild's counterfeit labels use their own cheap adhesive, and it burns blue. The pillar rising off the torched warehouse is blue, and blue smoke means the fakes are burning, and burning fakes have an address. Getting there through the chase takes all three wives doing their jobs at once. Neria pulls a wave up out of the calm river and lifts the grounded raft off the bar. Mira goes over the side with a blade and cuts the blocking chains link by link in the freezing dark. Teb throws the raft broadside across the channel, turning his own boat into a wall the pursuing guildcraft cannot pass. We ride the blue smoke to its source, and the source is not subtle once you are standing in it. Inside the guild warehouse are the molds, racks of them, casting jar after jar stamped with my own mark, beside barrels of the same sickness that hit the market. The guards who came to stop me find themselves standing in a guild building, full of guild forgeries of a private citizen's brand, and even they go quiet. Which should be the end of it, except Velra is smarter than her own warehouse. The building is not owned by the guild on paper. It is owned by a small trading firm, which is owned by another firm, which is owned by another, a chain of shell companies with no obvious bottom, and Velra's name nowhere on any of them. Catch the warehouse, and you catch a nameless company that dissolves by morning. So I do the thing the part is named for. I stop attacking her goods and attack her books. Pico takes the shell chain and starts climbing it, firm by firm, matching signatures, dates, and payments, unwinding 7 layers of fake ownership, one document at a time, while the wives supply the physical proof. Who moved what, from where, on which night? The 7th firm is where the chain finally has a bottom, and the bottom is a signature. Velra Sorn's own hand on the founding paper of the company that owns the warehouse that forged my mark. Pico lays the whole ladder out in public, firm to firm to firm, down to the name she never thought anyone would bother to reach. For once, the guildmaster is holding a document she cannot deny. The reckoning lands in the market where it started. The buyers who were screaming for my head read the ledger chain and turn around, and their claims for the poisoned goods stop pointing at the trash lord and start pointing at the guild that faked me. Velra loses a market she has owned for years in a single afternoon, and she loses it to a clerk with clean arithmetic and 3 women who cut chains in the cold. One of the loudest wreckers from the first night, a glassblower who lost a cousin to the poison jars, walks up to me and grips my shoulder. He does not say sorry. He says the guild is going to pay him back for that glass, and he says it while staring straight at Velra's men. But this is a victory with a bill attached, and I pay it. The territory does not grow, holding flat at about 20 square kilometers, because winning a court fight does not double land. And the river run that saved me was not free. The independent carriers who risked the ice for me are owed, and that debt is real and active and does not vanish just because I was proven innocent. Their leader, a hard old river woman, tells me plainly that she risked her boats on my word, and a clean name does not refill a hold. I owe them, in goods and in favors, and she fully intends to collect every coin of it. I have a trade route now and a lien on my own back. I barely have the ledger closed before the next heroine arrives, and she arrives furious. The confiscated counterfeit cargo included a stolen seed bank, rare and irreplaceable, and when we crack it open, the seeds inside are threaded with the same black archive ink from the lake. Somebody poisoned a seed vault with erased records, and the woman who kept that vault has just tracked it to my warehouse. Her name is Sylvan, an elven agronomist, and she does not ask questions before she acts. Living roots erupt out of the seed crates at her command and wrap me where I stand, pinning the man she is certain ruined the last safe seeds in the province. Sylvan is not a villain, and she is not wrong to be furious. She has spent her life guarding the last clean seeds in a province that keeps poisoning its own soil, and someone just fed her vault to the dark. She will burn the man who did it. She has simply aimed at the wrong man. From where she is looking, the poisoned vault is in my stores, under my roof, and the evidence points straight at me. That is where I end the night, acquitted and in debt, victorious and bound. I am standing in roots I cannot break, while a brilliant, grieving woman accuses me of the one crime I did not commit, using seeds I did not poison. The guild lost its market. The map did not grow a single inch. And the next disaster already has me by both arms, roots and all. I get out of Sylvan's roots the boring way, with paperwork. Pico produces the confiscation record, showing the poisoned seed bank arrived inside the guild's stolen cargo, days before it ever touched my warehouse. I did not poison the vault. I caught it. Sylvan is not convinced so much as unproven wrong, which is a different thing. She lets the roots fall, but keeps custody of the vault and a cold eye on me, unwilling to hand the last clean seeds in the province to a man she does not yet trust. She stays, watching, waiting to be right about me. Fine, I have bigger fires. Because the wind from the last part created the exact problem this one is about. I have a lake now, 20 square kilometers of registered water and shore, and the city downstream is thirsty, and the embargo is biting. The obvious move is simple. Pipe the lake water to the city, and everyone drinks. The lake people say no, and they are not being difficult. They are being burned once already. These are the same folk whose water Velra stole and sold back to them, whose homes were drowned to raise a price, whose own kin was chained to a dam as a living pump. They here pipe the water to the city, and they here become a resource again, and they will die before they let that happen twice. This is where Neria stops being the rescued girl in chains and becomes something the story has not shown yet. A sovereign. She sits down at the negotiation, not as my wife, smoothing things over, but as the ruler of the water, speaking for her people, and she does not soften their no. She sharpens it into terms. The city elders come expecting to bargain with a grateful mermaid and instead meet a head of state. When a city man calls the lake folk stubborn for hoarding water in a drought, the eldest of the lake people simply reminds him, quietly, who spent last winter treating her nephew as a spare part in Velray's pump. The whole city delegation goes silent. They remember. Her name is Sela, and she has buried more kin to the guild's pumps than she will say aloud. She is not moved by my charm or the city's apology. She wants one thing written down, that no child of hers is ever again logged in a ledger as equipment. Everyone remembers. I do not fix this with a speech, because a speech from the landlord is the last thing that helps here. This is not my fight to win with words. It is a fight about whether water can belong to everyone without belonging to a master, and the two sides have to build that trust themselves. All I can do is keep the table from flipping while they try. The cadastre agrees with the lake folk in its own cold way. The register holds the whole 20 square kilometers marked unstable, refusing to lock the territory down, because the land will not settle until the people on it actually consent to share it. Force the pipe through without agreement and the ground itself stays fragile. Consent is not a nicety here, it is load-bearing. And squeezing everyone toward a bad decision is Velro's embargo, still clamped down, still starving both the city and the lake at once. The guildmaster is betting that hunger will crack the alliance, that a thirsty city will seize the water by force, and a frightened lake will fight back, and that she can sell the wreckage of both. Pressure is her whole plan, and the pressure is working. The negotiation actually breaks, and it breaks on Nerea herself. Pushed too far by a city man who calls her people selfish, she loses her temper, and Nerea losing her temper is not a raised voice, it is a rising lake. The water answers her anger, surges up over the meeting ground, and nearly drowns the very warehouse the talks were being held in. We contain it, barely, everyone soaked and shaking on the roof, and in the wet silence afterward, the accident has said the thing no argument could. This is what the lake folk are afraid of. Water under one person's control, however good that person is a flood waiting for a bad day. Nerea almost proved their enemies right by accident, and she knows it before anyone says it. It is very Nerea. She would scrub a floor until it shone and flood the house doing it. Her people love her and still keep the good grain up high when she is in a mood, because a mermaid's feelings have a water table, and everyone downstairs knows it. So Nerea does the hard thing, publicly. She admits that control without consent is dangerous even in her own hands, that a single sovereign over the water, even her, is a risk the valley cannot carry. She is not the exception to the rule the lake folk are demanding. She is the proof of it, and she asks, herself, for a shared contour instead of her own grip. Something shifts on the other side of the table when she says that. The city, which walked in demanding water and spent the morning afraid of the lake, watches the ruler of that lake volunteer to give up sole control, and it changes what they are willing to ask for. They stop demanding a pipe they own and start asking for a contour they share. Mira pays the first real price to make it possible, and she pays it without a fight. The shared water intakes need timber, good timber, and the only source close enough is her forest. The huntress, who once would not let a single tree be cut outside a marked line, gives the wood herself, forest paying into water, because that is what being one kingdom is going to cost. No jealousy, just the bill. And the water pays the forest back in kind. Nerea opens the lake's fish runs to the clan, so the forest that just gave up its timber eats through the lean weeks on the lake's catch. Forest into water, water into forest. The two biomes feeding each other at last, instead of fighting over the line between them. But goodwill does not beat an embargo, and both communities are still starving while they negotiate. Sharing water does nothing if there is no food and no market. And Velra still owns the price of everything. Solving the trust problem just unlocks the next wall, which is economic. And that wall is where Pico finally gets to swing. Pico does the one thing a monopoly cannot survive, which is tell the truth about prices. He opens a common warehouse on the new river route and posts every cost in the open. What a thing costs to make, to move, to sell, with no hidden guild markup layered on top. Water goods and forest goods stack into one honest market, priced where anyone can read it. Velra has been holding her prices high, counting on hunger and panic to keep buyers desperate. Instead, they walk into my open warehouse, see an honest number on the board, and do the math. Her markup only worked while nobody could see it. Set next to a transparent price, the guild's cut looks like what it is, a tax on fear. Then the turn, and it is a quiet one, which makes it worse for Velra. Her own merchants start defecting, not out of loyalty to me, out of arithmetic, because a merchant who cannot move goods under an embargo is a merchant who starves too. One by one, they slip onto my independent route, taking the open price over the guild's frozen one, and the second river road fills with the guildmaster's own people. By the third day, the numbers tell the story. 2 independent routes running where there was 1, a dozen guild merchants quietly on my board, and a warehouse that posts a price instead of a threat. Velra's frozen market is thawing one defector at a time. The embargo does not shatter, but it cracks, and Velra feels every merchant who walks. She does not turn kind, and she does not give up. She pulls back, tallies which of her people ran, and starts drawing up the legal answer. because if she cannot strangle my trade, she will make it illegal instead. In her counting house, she is already drafting it, and it is not a fair price. It is a new rule, a licensing law that would make an open warehouse a crime and a transparent board an offense. She lost the market honestly, so she goes hunting a law to win it back the other way. But that is a fight for later. Today, the open board beat the frozen price. With the market breathing again, the water talks finally reach the only ending that holds. A voluntary charter written by both sides, giving the lake folk a permanent guaranteed share and a veto over their own water, and giving the city a reliable draw that no single ruler can shut off on a whim. Nobody becomes a pump, nobody becomes a master. The water becomes common. The cadastre feels the consent land and settles the whole 20 square kilometers at last. Stable ground instead of fragile, though it does not grow an inch. This is the lesson the mechanic has been teaching all along. Doubling comes from a vow, but holding comes from consent. And a kingdom you cannot keep is not worth the ceremony that made it. The signing is where the part earns its title. The lake elders, the same people who spent a generation terrified of being turned back into spare parts, are the ones who step up and sign first. Not because I asked, because for once, an agreement about their water was written to protect them instead of use them, and they know the difference in their bones. Noma does the quiet, important thing at the end. She takes the new water network, every shared intake and channel and guaranteed draw, and maps it, drawing the living contour of the kingdom in clean lines on good paper. The girl who came out of an erased village, whose home the empire deleted from every map, is now the one putting a real place permanently onto one. She does it silently, and she does it well. Sylvan watches the whole signing from the edge, arms crossed, and files it away without softening. A man who writes charters to protect people instead of to own them is not what she expected of a lord. It does not clear me of her seeds, it only complicates the grudge. For a breath, it is a genuine peace. No chase, no flood, no burning warehouse, just a market that works, a lake that is shared, a forest paying its part, and a child drawing the shape of a country that decided to belong to its people. I let myself believe, for that one breath, that a problem stayed solved. It does not, because the last part left something growing in the dark. The confiscated seed vault, the one threaded with archive ink, has been sitting in Sylvan's custody, and tonight it germinates. The first sprout that comes up is wrong, fast, and hungry, a pale root that does not reach for sunlight. It reaches for the warmth of the people sleeping nearby. Sylvan finds it before it finds anyone, and she does not come to me for help. She comes for an accounting. Her seeds, poisoned in my warehouse, are now growing into something that hunts, and from where she stands, the trail of blame runs straight back to me. She wants me to answer for the roots crawling toward her people, and she is done waiting to be proven right. The fields are the next front, and they are already awake. So last part ended with Sylvan Lior marching up to me, holding a seedling that wanted to eat people, and a grudge with my name carved into it. Part 10 is where that fight becomes a farm. Here's the clock nobody bothers to show me until it is already ticking. The Elven Seed Bank, the last real one for 3 whole regions, is one bad night away from dead. Sylvan has hours, not weeks, not seasons. There's an agricultural trial coming. Elf run, prestige on the line. Win it, and the Elven homeland stay farmland. Lose it, and the whole territory gets rezoned into decorative gardens for nobles who have never once been hungry. Sylvan is not a fan of mine. She is a seed bank keeper, precise, cold, professionally allergic to fast men with clever ideas. And I, bless my engineer heart, walk in with the fastest, cleverest idea in the building. My pitch is the fungal part of the archive ink, the exact poison that started this whole mess, turned into a tool. Break the ink down with a fungus, feed the compost, force a full growth cycle in hours instead of months. Sylvan's whole face says absolutely not. She runs the test anyway, because near zero viable seeds is a number that overrules pride. The bank reads at almost nothing. When your entire future fits inside one cracked jar, you swallow it and try the crazy plan. Quick receipt for the scoreboard. Territory, sitting at 20 square kilometers, stable, no doubling since the dam. Viable seed bank, nearly zero. Vow candidates on my board, 1, unconfirmed, arms crossed, actively hostile. Pico the accountant logs it like he logs everything, dryly, and notes that the kingdom's entire food future is currently one furious elf and a jar of dust. He does not sound hopeful. Pico has never once in his life sounded hopeful. First accelerated test goes into a trough. Fungus, compost, one doomed seed, a little heat. Then the trough starts talking. Not a figure of speech. The sprout hums, and the hum comes out sounding like a voice Sylvan thought she had buried. The archive ink remembers sound, and this seed drank a memory. What it plays back is something she said out loud once, alone, when she thought the vault was empty, a private confession about a harvest she lost in a village she could not feed in time. Her strict scientist armor cracks straight down the middle in front of the fast lord she came here to lecture. I, to my credit, find the far wall fascinating and pretend the compost is the most interesting thing in the room. Small mercies. There is an audience for all this that I did not invite. An elven envoy named Aldwin has arrived to judge the trial. Silk robes, thin smile, the exact kind of official who measures a person in prizes and files hunger under untidy. Aldwin's rule for the contest is simple and ugly. The judged crop is sacred, sealed, off limits. It exists to win a prize, not to feed a mouth. Hold on to that rule. It is going to matter enormously in about 9 minutes. Then the growth cycle does the one thing nobody planned for. It does not slow down. It accelerates. One seed in the trough goes vertical, a beanstalk thick as a man's leg, and it does not politely stop at the ceiling. It goes through it. The seed bank roof loses a straight fight with a vegetable. Beams rain down, elves scatter, and the fastest test in agricultural history is now a hole in the sky with a plant climbing out of it toward the clouds. Welcome to the farm. Teb the carpenter, who overbuilds every structure out of pure anxiety, looks at his shattered roof, looks at the beanstalk, and quietly notes that he did in fact warn everyone the beams needed doubling. Nobody listened. Nobody ever listens to Teb. Here is where the perfect harvest reveals its horrible little secret. The accelerated crop does not just grow, it registers. The ink I once used to log land parcels taught this plant to claim territory, and the plant learned that lesson far too well. The roots go hunting for things to file as own ground, and a warm, sleeping human, to a plant that thinks entirely in property lines, reads like a nice empty plot waiting to be claimed and deeded. They reach for the recovered villagers first, the ones who got sick off the archive water 2 parts back and still carry the trace of it in their blood. The plant recognizes that marker like a signature and crawls toward them to write down the deed. My first instinct is to solve it alone, fast, engineer brain fully lit. I try to sever the central root and reroute the growth by hand. It does not work. The plant grows around me faster than I can plan, and the fast man meets a thing that is faster. Sylvan's instinct is also to solve it alone, and she fails in the exact same way, because she treats it as a botany problem when it is really a filing problem. 2 clever people, one identical reflex, one identical faceplant into a hedge of angry roots. The person who actually reads it correctly is Aura. Mother Aura, kitchen keeper, the quiet trust center of this entire kingdom, looks at the crawling roots and does not see a monster at all. She sees a clerk with no manners. Aura says the plant is not hunting anybody. It is registering. It wants an address to write down, and it will keep grabbing warm bodies until it gets one. Give it real land to claim, and it stops climbing people. Starve it of addresses, and it climbs whatever breathes instead. Feed it a deed, or it feeds itself on you. That is the unlock, and it is Noma who runs with it. The silent refugee girl, the mapper, the one who walked out of a village the Empire erased off every map, does the single most Noma thing imaginable. She feeds the plant fake addresses. Noma stakes out false plots, decoy parcels drawn on the dirt and chalk and string, and hands the roots somewhere fake to file. The plant, overjoyed to have paperwork, dives happily into the decoys and lets the villagers go. First false plots create, it actually works. For about a minute, everyone breathes. The girl who lost her home to a map just protected an entire camp using nothing but maps. Aura watches her do it, and you can see the kitchen keeper file one more solid reason to trust this kid with the whole future. Then the decoys run out. The plant burns through every fake plot Noma can draw, gets hungry for real ground again, and does the thing nobody wanted. It reaches past the string, finds the refugee camp, and files the entire camp as one holding under one root. One root. One deed, a whole camp of sleeping people logged as the legal property of a vegetable. You cannot unfile that with a pair of scissors. People targeted, rising. The solo fixes are both dead. The next fix has to be a choice, not a clever trick. Now the trial arrives at the absolute worst possible moment, which is naturally the only moment this genre permits. Envoy Aldwin calls the agricultural contest to order, while a camp of starving refugees stands at the fence line, staring at food they are forbidden to touch. Because here comes Aldwin's sacred rule again. The judged crop is sealed. It is contest property, built to win a prize and prove elven superiority, and feeding it to hungry commoners would, and I am quoting the envoy's disgusted face here, cheapen it beyond repair. And the tame judge rows are the only harvest on the whole site, not actively trying to eat somebody. The predator field feeds no one and files everyone. The The safe field feeds everyone and is locked behind one lump of wax and one very smug elf. This is Sylvan's test, and the Hearthvow knows it down to the root. The system that doubles land for a real co-ruler just sits there, silent, flatly refusing to fire. Skill, she has proven twice over. Shared values, still unresolved. The vow will not mistake a trophy for a queen. I, crucially, do not get to save her here. I cannot. This is the rule the entire kingdom runs on. Each wife solves the one thing I cannot solve, and I cannot make Sylvan choose hungry people over the prize she has bled 3 years of her life for. Captain Roan Kell is on the gate, by the book, holding orders to keep the refugees off the contest grounds and well away from the sealed rows. He reads the orders, reads the fence, and quietly finds the one gap in the rope he is not technically required to notice. He does not open it, he simply stops guarding it. For a long, ugly beat, Sylvan defends the seal. She argues the bank, the future, the years of work, the plain fact that losing this contest rezones her homeland into flower beds. Every single reason is real. Not one of them feeds the kid at the fence. Then a small thing does what no argument could. A refugee child at the rope, too tired to even beg, just standing there watching. And Sylvan Lior, seed bank keeper, precise and cold and career first, does the arithmetic no envoy ever wanted her to run. She breaks her own seal. Not mine, not the plant's, hers. The one thing in this whole contest that was genuinely her property and her win. She cracks the wax, throws open the judged rows, and starts handing the sacred contest harvest to hungry strangers with her own 2 hands. Aldwin absolutely loses it. He declares her a disgrace on the spot, strips the win, calls the entire field contaminated, commoner-fed, worthless. In the envoy's neat little ledger, she just set 3 years of work on fire for a crowd of nobodies. And that is the exact second the reversal lands, because the audience he was performing for turns clean around on him. The spectators who came to watch elves win a ribbon climb the fence and start helping her hand out the food. The crowd votes with their arms. But feeding people just opened a brand new hole. The judge field is emptying fast, and the predator field is still busy filing warm humans straight into its ledger. The safe agricultural belt Aura keeps asking for does not exist yet, and open harvest cannot hold aggressive roots back without new ground to route them into. Sylvan gave up the win and fed the entire camp, and it still is not enough, because generosity with no land underneath it is just a slower way to run out. She needs the one thing she spent this whole part refusing to ask me for. She needs room. So she asks. Not for love, not on one knee, nothing remotely romantic, because the vow has never once run on hearts. Sylvan offers the only thing that actually doubles land in this world, a real charter. Her seed bank and her people joined to my kingdom by open consent. She chose fed strangers over her own trophy, and that choice, the values and not any crush, is precisely what the Hearth vow had been waiting on. The core recognizes it and finally fires. Wives, 2 becoming 3. Territory, 20 square kilometers doubling to 40. And the doubled land does not arrive as empty grass. It arrives as fields. An entire fertile fields biome unrolls across the fresh 40, and the predator roots, still starving for addresses, dive headfirst into real farmland instead of into real people. That is the payoff clicking shut. The registration plant finally gets the ground it was screaming for, files itself neatly into an actual agricultural belt, and turns from a people-hunting horror into the kingdom's first real crop cycle. Food security, emergency stores becoming first harvest. Mira Wolf and Naria Tide make room at the table without ceremony, 1 forest veto and 1 water veto sliding over for a 3rd chair. Sylvan becomes the 3rd co-ruler, food keeper, veto over the fields, fully equal. Not a prize I won, a partner who outchose me. And here comes the sweetest receipt on the board. Envoy Aldwin, the elf who banned feeding refugees and called the mixed field worthless, now runs an elven homeland 1 bad season from starving, with no viable seeds of his own left to plant. Guess whose doubled, contaminated, commoner-fed field holds the only working seed stock left in 3 regions? So the man who called Sylvan a disgrace has to walk up to her and ask for seeds. She gives them because she feeds people, even smug ones. That is the whole moral in one humiliated envoy. Cut across the river to Velrasorn, still hunched over the law that would make an open warehouse a crime. She hears that a mixed field just fed a refugee camp for free and doubled a kingdom, and she calmly adds 1 fresh line to the draft. Unlicensed agriculture. Velra does not rage, she files. Every single time I feed people without paying her a cut, she writes another clause to make feeding people illegal. She lost the market on honest price, so now she is building a paper cage instead. That fight is coming, just not today. And quietly, at the edge of the brand new fields, Aura and Noma walk out and mark a spot. Not for a contest, not for a prize. For the common kitchen they keep promising each other, a place where the field's first real harvest gets cooked for anyone hungry. Aura sets the first stone herself. Peace lasts about one full breath, which is right on schedule around here. Then the sky goes dark, and not with weather, with wings. Locusts, a swarm thick enough to strip a whole season in a single day, rolling straight at the newborn fields like the land was grown just to be devoured. Everyone braces to burn the swarm to ash. And then Noma, because it is always Noma, who reads the thing nobody else even thinks to look at, catches one single locust out of the millions and finds writing on its leg. A note, tiny, deliberate, tied there by a human hand. The note says, "Do not kill us. Behind the swarm comes the void." The bugs are not the disaster at all. They are refugees too, fleeing something far worse, carrying last letters on their legs. And whatever emptied the land behind them has not stopped walking. Roll credits on Part 10. Territory 40 square kilometers, 3 co-rulers, an entire biome of fields, one beaten envoy, and a food supply that is finally real and very much not infinite. Sylvan eats at the table now, veto in hand. And overhead, a black sky full of tiny couriers, begging the kingdom not to shoot the messenger, warning that the real enemy is the emptiness walking in right behind them. Part 11 has a void to go and meet, and it is already close. Part 10 left a black sky full of locusts, and one tiny note begging the kingdom not to swing. Part 11 opens on 3 co-rulers who have not read the note yet, all winding up to swing anyway. Because the fields are 3 biomes now, and every biome has its own favorite way to kill bugs. Mirawolf wants a firebreak. Nereatide wants to drown the cloud in a wave. Sylvan Leor wants to lure it into a poison row and let the crop eat it. 3 good plans, 3 different weapons, and every single one of them ends with 1,000,000 dead insects and 1 saved harvest. Textbook pest control, the kind of clean win this show never actually lets anyone have. Then Noma holds up the one locust with writing on its leg, and the whole war machine stalls out. Because if one bug is carrying a note, the others might be carrying notes too, and you do not firebomb the mail. They look closer, and the sky is not a swarm, it is a post office. Dozens of the locusts carry tiny messages lashed to their legs. Names, addresses, last words, a whole dying province mailing itself out one insect at a time. A province upwind is being erased, and its people did the only thing they had left. They tied their names to the fastest couriers alive and let the wind carry the letters to anyone who might read them instead of burn them. Noma does the Noma thing. She stops seeing pests and starts seeing data. She calls in every letter the teams can catch and begins pinning them into a map, plotting where each family wrote from, drawing the shape of a place being scrubbed off the world. Messages found, dozens and climbing. Ordinary pest assumption, officially false. The kingdom very nearly torched a cry for help, just because it showed up with too many legs and no envelope. And here's the cost of being slow on the read. Neria's lake ducks, loosed early to snap up the swarm, already ate a good chunk of it, which means somewhere inside a duck is a family's last letter, and the attack duck joke just became information nobody gets back. Neria calls the ducks off fast, genuinely mortified, because the mermaid who commands the water just learned her favorite weapon deletes evidence. Some names are gone now, eaten, and there is no ledger anywhere that uneats a name. But the swarm is not a tidy metaphor either. It is still starving, still driven, and what it is driven toward is warmth, human warmth. The same heat hunger as Sylvan's roots, aiming the whole cloud straight at the villages and the fresh fields. So the kingdom cannot burn the swarm without burning the mail, and cannot ignore it without losing the harvest and maybe the people under it. Save the letters, lose the crop. Save the crop, kill the messengers, pick one, and pick fast. I do the Ren thing, which is refuse to pick one and go build a third option out of garbage. If the swarm hunts warmth, then the move is obvious. Give it warmth that is not a person. The plan is false hearths, barrels of warm compost, heated stones, banked coals, decoy heat staked out across the fields like scarecrows made of temperature. Give the clouds somewhere warm to land that is not somebody's kid. It half works, which is the honest kind of works. Part of the swarm peels off toward the fake warm spots and settles, and for 1 second, it looks clean. Then the light trap surfaces the problem nobody put in the budget, because not every locust is only hungry. A slice of the swarm is infected, carrying a pale spore off the same dead province, and when the light trap pulls them in, it drags the sick ones in tangled together with the postal ones. The spores puff loose and start blinding people. Villagers clawing at their eyes, teams going half blind at the worst possible moment, the healthy male and the sick carrier snarled into one cloud you cannot sort by swinging at it. This is where Aura turns a corner of the field into a clinic without anyone asking. Mother Aura sets up a wash and rinse line, flushes eyes, separates the blinded from the merely terrified, and keeps the panic from becoming a stampede. She runs triage the exact way she runs a stew. And the real sort finally happens by behavior. The false hearths pull it off. Healthy locusts chase the decoy warmth. Infected ones react wrong to the heat and the light, and the swarm splits itself clean along the line between sick and safe. Civil teams, a mob an hour ago, now an organized operation. In the middle of all of it, Noma catches a thing she was never meant to see. Ivan Sol, the precise clerk who always knows a little too much, quietly pockets one letter instead of pinning it to the map. A letter addressed, she notices, to a daughter. She says nothing. She is a kid who survived by staying silent, and this has the shape of a grown-up secret with teeth in it. So she files it behind her eyes and keeps mapping. And you file it too, because that letter is going to matter a great deal very soon. Here is the quiet payoff of the beat. The adult's clever grid of false hearth sorted the swarm, but it could not tell a soul where the survivors were. Noma's letter map could. The child's paperwork, not the engineer's gadget, is the thing holding the real route to the living. Then the far edge of the sky does something deeply wrong. Not clouds, not more bugs. A clean, straight-edge darkness, a square of pure nothing, sliding over the horizon and simply removing the land underneath it. The void the note warned about, and it has corners. Whatever is erasing the province is not a storm and not an army. It is a shape, geometric and patient, and it eats ground the way a bad map eats a village. Noma goes very still because she has watched land get deleted before, and she knows exactly what a square of nothing costs. With that void grinding closer, the job stops being save the harvest and becomes save the people, now, all of them. And the kingdom reaches for the one asset nobody planned around, the swarm itself. Because the locusts flee the void before any human eye can catch it coming, they feel the edge of the nothing and they bolt, which makes the cloud a living early warning sensor. Watch where the bugs refuse to fly, and you have found where the ground is about to stop existing. So I flip the whole thing over. The swarm becomes the scout. Mira reads the insects like game trails and leads the evacuation column along the exact corridor the locusts keep open, the safe path the bugs will not leave. Neria works the flanks, sealing gaps with walls of water wherever the black wind tries to cut the line, turning her lake into a moving fence that keeps the column from fraying at the edges. She is not drowning anything now. She is stitching a road shut behind the people walking on it, holding the whole line together with the same water that once nearly drowned a warehouse full of elders. Sylvan feeds the rear with bait crop, sacrificing rows of hard-won harvest to keep the hungry half of the swarm chewing plants instead of people. 3 wives, 3 biomes, 3 completely different jobs, and not one of them solved by a single trick. Forest leads, water guards. Fields feed the distraction. It is the thing this kingdom keeps proving it can do that a lone hero never could. 4 hands on 4 problems at once, and me mostly just keeping the map straight. The route runs dead into a walled garrison town, and the garrison does the cowardly orders first thing. It bolts the gates. A column of starving refugees at the wall, a square of nothing eating the sky behind them, and a captain reading a rulebook that says do not let them in. Then the swarm does the single best thing it does all part. Driven up the warm updraft over the wall, the locusts settle into a pattern, and the pattern is not random. It spells names. The names of the soldiers' own families, the very people who mailed themselves out of a dying province on those fragile little insect legs. The men on the wall look up and read their mothers, their children, their wives written across the sky in insects, and the rulebook loses instantly. The defenders break their own order and haul the gates open from the inside, because no command in the world survives seeing your daughter's name spelled out in the exact thing you were ordered to burn. It is not me who opens that gate. I could not. It is the garrison choosing their own blood over their own orders, which is the only version that means anything. The column pours through, settlement after settlement folded into the line, and the evacuation holds. Several whole communities pulled off dying ground alive, and that success is instantly, predictably, the next problem on the board, because 40 square kilometers was already full. You cannot rescue multiple provinces worth of people and set them down on land that was feeding its own people at capacity. The kingdom just saved everyone onto a floor that physically cannot hold them. The fix is the thing this realm is quietly best at, not conquest, consent. The rescued farm communes, alive because my wives walked into a void to carry them out, sign voluntary charters and fold their own land into the kingdom. They are not annexed. They join, because a country that sends its rulers into the nothing to drag your grandmother clear is a country you want your fields inside of. Voluntary charters raised the territory from 40 square kilometers to about 75. No wedding, no doubling, just people choosing in. The land grows the honest way this time, one signed charter after another, and the new ground shows up with new mouths already fed by the harvest they carried in with them. Across the river, Velrasorn hears that I just absorbed whole communities by charter and gets quieter, not louder. Her draft law grows a fresh target line because unlicensed refugees turn out to be so much easier to bill than unlicensed grain. Pico tallies the day for the record with his usual joy. Territory 40 to 75, several communities pulled out alive, a whole winter of food pressed out of a plague, and one monopolist upriver now sharpening a law instead of a knife. And the dead swarm pays out one last time. The millions of locusts that did not make it get milled into feed and pressed into protein cakes for the winter stores. So the plague that nearly ate the harvest ends up stretching it clean through the cold instead. Nothing on this field gets wasted, not even the disaster that showed up trying to eat it. Sweetest small receipt on the board, that garrison town, the one that slammed its gates on starving people, spends the winter short and has to come buy my locust cakes to feed the very soldiers who shut the door. Pride is expensive. Bread baked out of your own cowardice, doubly so. Then the warm beat, the one that hurts more once you know what is coming. Mother Aura takes Noma aside, and she gives the girl the kitchen key. No ceremony, just the key, pressed into the hand of the child she trusts with the future, the same girl she once gave the red bowl. It reads like a promotion. It is really a handoff, though nobody standing there knows that yet. Aura is quietly moving the heart of the kingdom into younger hands, and the audience gets a cold little feeling about why she might be doing it now. And Noma, key in one hand and letters in the other, spots the thing that turns the whole warm moment to ice. Tucked among the mailed last words is a page that does not belong. A fresh, clean map of the kingdom's anchors, the survey points that lock the territory down, drawn recently by an inside hand. Somebody has been copying where the realm's anchors sit, and the copy wrote in hidden inside a dying province's mail. The leak is not a suspicion anymore. It is a document in a child's careful grip, and it names the shape of every seam in the kingdom. And right on cue, because this genre never once lets a warm minute breathe, the gates open again, this time from the outside. Odrin Vale rides in, cold and official, holding the exact same anchor map Noma is holding, plus an order to begin an immediate audit of everything I own. Same map, 2 copies, one clutched in a child's hand and one in an inspector's, and only one of them was ever supposed to exist in the first place. Part 11 ends bigger, winter fed, the kitchen handed down, and a trader's diagram walking in the front door wearing a badge. Part 12 is where the counting starts, and where it cost Aura everything. Part 12 opens with the single most dangerous weapon in this whole story, and it is not the Void. It is a man with a clipboard. Odrin Vale has come to audit the kingdom, and he brought rulers, and he intends to measure it to death. For a good while, it is genuinely funny. The auditors measure everything. The fields, the warehouses, the lake frontage, and then, stone-faced, they start measuring the air, tallying how many cubic meters of open sky the kingdom claims to legal own. They line the residents up and count heads like a shepherd counts a flock, matching living bodies against the census I filed with the crown. And this is where the comedy quietly stops being comedy, because the numbers do not match, and they do not match in my favor. This is the thing the show has been loading for 11 parts. I lied. Not a huge lie, a protective one, the kind I tell myself is basically kindness. I undercounted the refugees on the official rolls, kept people off the books to keep them safe, to keep them mine. Odrin finds it in an afternoon. The population standing on the ground does not match the population inked on the paper, and a kingdom whose map disagrees with its people is a kingdom balanced on a legal lie. For once, the inspector is not the villain in the room. He is simply right. That is the part that actually stings. This show loves handing me the moral high ground, and here it yanks the rug clean out from under me. I wanted to be the honest man crushed by a corrupt system, and instead, I'm a man who fudged a head count and got caught fair. Pico the accountant, who has worshipped honest numbers since the day we met, cannot even defend his boss on this one. He just closes the ledger, very quietly, because the one thing his precious columns cannot survive is the founder cooking them himself. Noma, mapping as always, spots something stranger under the mismatch. The anchors, the survey points that pin the territory in place, the crown nails the entire realm is nailed to, have shifted. Her map and the official map disagree by a clean 7 meters. 7 meters sounds like nothing until you remember these anchors are what hold the land legally real. A false census sitting on top of a moved anchor is not a filing error. It is a crack in the floor of the world, and something patient is already working a bar into it. And in the corner of the counting house, Oren notices the exact thing Noma clocked last part. Ivan's soul hovering too close to the anchor records, holding a letter he does not want a single soul to read. Aura says nothing. She just watches him, like she watches a pot deciding whether to boil over. Then Odrin does the procedural thing, and it is where the paperwork turns physical. He rules the first anchor illegally placed, unsupported by an honest count, and orders it struck from the registry. He thinks he is deleting a line on a form. He is pulling a nail out of the world. The instant the first anchor is struck, the market discovers what it had been holding up, because the land is only real where the anchors swear it is, and one of them just got erased. The market square does not collapse, it rotates. The whole marketplace tips a full 90 degrees, solid horizontal ground swinging up into a vertical wall, stalls and barrels, and shrieking people suddenly hanging off what used to be the floor. The territory did not vanish. It turned sideways, and gravity never got the memo. People start sliding off the tilted market into a fold in the forest, a raw seam where the deleted anchor left the geometry hungry and unfinished. This is the physical bill the comedy was hiding all along. Measure the land wrong, and the land measures you right back. Teb, the carpenter who overbuilds out of pure terror, is abruptly the most important man alive. He hurls his anxiety straight into the void, lashing ropes and driving beams across the vertical market faster than fear should physically allow. His over-engineering finally met a worthy enemy, and for once, every doubled beam and paranoid extra brace is what stands between a shrieking crowd and a bottomless forest fold. Sylvan's roots pitch in too, the same registration vines from last part, now working as living cable to pin the tilted square in place. Mira and Neria run the evacuation by sector, peeling people off the wall one stall at a time. For a few impossible minutes, the kingdom holds an entire marketplace up by hand, and in the middle of the chaos, Noma finds the real crime. The official map has a forged layer, a second sheet slipped under the true survey, drawn to move the anchors on paper so somebody could move them in fact. And the handwriting on it belongs to one of Odrin's own auditors. She proves it cold, map laid against map, in front of the very inspector who spent all day proving me a liar. One of Odrin's people forged the survey. The dishonesty I got accused of was completely real. It just was not mine this time. Odran does the thing that lifts him above a cartoon villain. He arrests his own auditor on the spot. Zero hesitation, because the man broke the exact rules Odran treats as holy. For one clean second, it genuinely feels like a win. Forged map exposed, traitor in irons, market held up on ropes and roots. The team lets itself believe, just for one breath, that they caught the whole thing in time. They did not. They caught the wrong half of it, and they caught it a beat too late to matter, because while every eye is on Odrin cuffing his forger, the second anchor goes dark, not struck by a ruling this time, switched off, remotely, by whoever actually drew up this plan, the cold hand in the capital the forged auditor was only ever working for. The first anchor was the distraction, this one is the hit. Cut, for 1 second, to that colder office far away, where the order to kill the second anchor gets signed without a name and filed like laundry. The audit was never really Odrin's idea. He was a clean rule, pointed at a target by someone who does not believe in clean anything. With the second anchor dead, the fold gets worse fast, and the market begins closing like a book. And this is the moment Ivan's soul finally stops hiding. He confesses, because there is no time left to lie, and because Aura is already standing there looking straight through him. He gave the maps away. The anchor schematics, the survey, the seams of the entire kingdom handed to my enemies. Not for silver, for a daughter. Somebody is holding his child, and the price of her next breath was the exact shape of my land. It does not make it okay. It makes it human, which is somehow worse, because now you cannot even hate him cleanly. Mira hears the confession and does the direct thing. She hits him, once, hard, a single clean blow, because he sold the ground the children are standing on, and Neria catches her wrist before the second one lands. Not to shield Ivan, to point at the fold. There are still people inside the closing market, and revenge is a luxury you can only afford after the rescue. Save first, settle later. Neria makes the whole trembling floor obey that order. The one way out of the folding sector runs through a single heavy sluice gate, a hatch between the collapsing market and solid ground, and it only stays open while someone holds the manual lever pinned down. Let go, and it drops. Stand on it, and people cross. One body, one lever, one door. So somebody has to stay on that lever until the last child is through, knowing full well the fold is coming for whoever is still standing there when it does. I move for it, naturally, because my entire flaw in one gesture is believing I have to be the one holding the door shut with my own hands. Aura gets there first. Mother Aura, kitchen keeper, the woman who has spent this whole story building toward one common kitchen, sets her hand on the lever and does not lift it off. But before she commits, she finds Noma in the crowd and presses the red bowl back into the girl's hands. The red bowl. The one she gave the kid once already. The promise of a kitchen where anyone hungry gets fed no matter what. She gives it a second time, deliberately, so the girl understands it was never a keepsake. It is a job. Keep feeding people. That is the entire inheritance, handed over in one chipped bowl. She does not say goodbye. She says the salt is in the second jar, and the big pot needs another hour. Ordinary kitchen things, because Aura refuses to let this be a death scene while there are still children left to move. Practical to the very last. The children cross, one after another, Aura's arm shaking hard on the lever, the fold licking closer and hungrier with every single heartbeat that ticks past. Sylvan throws root cable to widen the gap and buy seconds. Neria holds back a wall of loose water, everyone pouring everything they have into a door one woman is holding open with her body. Then the last child snags, caught on the lip of the gate, and the whole crossing stalls at the worst imaginable second. The market a single breath from folding shut with a kid still on the wrong lip of it. I lunge to grab the lever so Aura can pull the child free. The classic hero swap. The beat where the mentor finally gets saved by the student. This story flatly refuses to hand me that beat. There is no time to trade places. If the lever shifts even slightly, the gate drops on the child. So Aura does the arithmetic faster than I do, and she ends her own arc entirely on her own terms. She frees the stuck child with one hand, keeps the lever crushed down under her full weight, and when I will not get myself clear, she swings a heavy soup ladle and knocks me straight out the gate. I go through backward, sprawling hard onto solid ground, and the last thing I see through the closing gap is Aura on the lever, choosing to stay. She does not make a speech. She does not get handed one either. She just holds the door and looks at the kids who made it across. And for her, that lands is enough. Then the market folds. Not an explosion, a closing. The entire sector collapses down into a single flat line, the exact way a page shuts, and the sluice gate seals with Aura on the wrong side of it. The cadastra logs the event in cold, clerical letters. Aura's hearth, extinguished. No wait show, no final words carried out on a convenient wind. The kingdom that narrates absolutely everything goes completely, brutally silent. Because there is nothing left to narrate. A woman stood on a lever so children could cross, and then the ground took her, and the ground quietly keeps her. Noma runs to the spot where the common kitchen was going to stand, and puts Aura's key into a door that is not there anymore. The lock is gone. The kitchen is gone. The key turns in a line scratched across bare dirt. She holds the red bowl in one hand, and a key to nothing in the other, and does not cry loud enough for anyone to hear. And here is the cruelest, truest beat of the whole part. The wives cannot fix this by being excellent at their jobs. Mira cannot track Aura back out of the dark. Neria cannot pull her free with a wave. Sylvan cannot regrow her from a saved seed. A death is the one gap in this whole kingdom that no function, no biome, and no amount of raw cleverness will ever manage to fill. The rescued children do the only thing that helps. They gather at the line where the kitchen was meant to stand, build a small fire on Aura's stones, and cook. Badly, crying, together. The common kitchen opens the day its founder dies, run by kids with one red bowl. Odrin Vale, standing over the line that used to be a market, closes his ledger and calls off the audit. Not because I beat him, because he watched his own beloved procedure get turned into a weapon, watched a technically correct ruling yank a nail that killed a good woman, and a man who worships rules just learned exactly how they can be aimed. He does not apologize, because that is simply not who he is. He just stops, which coming from Odrin is an enormous, tectonic thing. The audit is over. It was right, and it was used as a knife, and both of those are true at once, and he is going to have to go live inside that contradiction. Somewhere upriver, Velris Thorn hears that a whole market died under an audit, and quietly files the method away, because a law that can fold a square is worth more than any embargo she ever ran. She did not order this one. She takes careful notes anyway. Pico logs the day with no jokes left anywhere in him. Territory at risk, 75 square kilometers. Anchors disabled, 2. Trust in my honesty, cracked by my own hand. Aura's hearth, extinguished. It is the first ledger page he has ever wished were wrong. I do not get a grand speech over the loss. The story point blank denies me one. I just sit on the ground where Aura threw me, soup drying on my coat. And for once in 12 parts, I do not have one single clever thing to say about anything. And then, from under the sealed square, from beneath the flat line where a whole market used to breathe, something taps back. A message, coded, scratched up through the folded ground from somewhere far below, in a hand that nobody standing there recognizes yet. It reads, 27 alive. I caused the collapse. Do not remove the black nail. Somebody is down there under the dead market, alive and confessing, and warning all in one breath. Her name is Bruna Fur, and part 12 ends on a grave that just turned out to have a stubborn pulse buried somewhere deep inside it. I wake on the second morning without Aura, and the cruel joke is how normal the land looks. 75 square kilometers of forest, lake and field sit there perfectly stable, and not one stone of it knows anything died. The cadastre confirms the ground in that flat clerical voice I am starting to hate. Territory 75 square kilometers, held. 2 anchors down, soil steady. Everything the system can measure is fine. Everything the system cannot measure is quietly coming apart. A kingdom is not the part you can survey. It is the part one tired woman carried in her head, and nobody ever wrote a word of it down. The clinic tent opens and stalls inside 10 minutes. Nobody knows which cot holds the woman with the bad lung and which one holds a boy who only needs sleep. Aura knew every cot by heart. Aura is under a folded market, so a healer doses the wrong patient, gently, with total confidence, because the chart in her hands is blank, exactly where Aura's memory used to live. The boy who needed rest gets the bitter cough syrup. The woman who needed the syrup waits and gets worse. The kitchen line goes wrong in a quieter way. Aura ran it by feel, slipping a double portion to the pregnant girl and the toothless old man without ever announcing it. Now the pot gets split into equal bowls, and the equal bowls are the problem. Equal is not the same as fair, and everyone downstream of that pot feels the gap within a day. The girl carrying 2 people gets 1 person's soup. Nobody did it on purpose. Somehow, that makes the sting worse. I stand in the middle of a territory the map calls flawless, and watch it fail in a dozen small human ways the map has no column for. I can measure a slope to the width of a finger. I cannot measure who Aura chose to feed twice. The first thing to fully snap is the debt book. Aura kept who owed whom in her head and forgave half of it in silence. With her gone, 2 families start swinging over a single sack of grain she would have settled in 1 sentence, and it nearly becomes fists. The clan feels the hole before they can name it. For years, whenever anything broke, the answer was simple: go find Aura. She would know the child, the wound, the debt, the grudge, the right word. Now that sentence just stops in the air with no ending. People still drift toward the kitchen out of pure habit, then freeze halfway, because the woman they were walking to is underground the map refuses to give back. Grief here is not a speech. It is 100 errands that start and cannot finish. The cadastre finally coughs up something useful, and it is grim. It flags the social hearths, the little informal fires the community actually ran on, and stamps them all one status: unsupported, not destroyed, just standing on nothing. I read that word and understand the real disaster. The land is anchored in stone and root. The people were anchored in one person's attention, and that is the anchor the system was never built to replace. Under all of it, the tapping keeps going. From beneath the dead market, through the folded ground, a coded knock repeats and speeds up. 27 alive. The air down there is thinning, while the surface up here cannot even sort its own soup. The children solve the kitchen before any adult manages to. On the first morning, they light Aura's stones themselves, because she showed them how, and because hunger does not observe a mourning period for anyone. At the center of them is Noma, 12 years old, holding a Red Bull in one hand and a key to a door that no longer exists in the other. She asked for neither. Aura pressed both into her hands and then went and stood on a lever. Noma cannot cook like Aura cooked. What she can do is the one thing nobody else in this camp can. She remembers. Every face, every tent, every path she has ever walked sits behind her eyes like a map that never blurs. So she does the only work that is truly hers. She starts counting, not soup, people. She walks the whole settlement with a scrap of charcoal and turns Aura's vanished memory back into something written on strips of bark. Tent by tent, she rebuilds it. This one has a fever. This one has a new baby and no milk. This one lost a father to the fold and has stopped eating. The undocumented thing Aura carried starts existing again, in a child's careful hand. It is not the whole of Aura. A census cannot hold warmth, but it holds the facts that warmth used to deliver, and the facts are what keep a sick woman dosed right and a hungry girl fed twice. The facts will have to carry the heavy part for now. Sylvan feeds Noma's list straight into her fields. She tells a row of roots to go find every living body inside the camp fence, gently this time. And the roots come back with a tally that matches the girl's map almost exactly. Naria routes clean water to each tent Noma flags for fever before anyone thinks to ask. The wives stop trying to become Aura. They quietly admit they never can, and split her one impossible job into 4 smaller jobs they can actually hold. That is the whole spine of these days, and nobody says it aloud. You do not replace a person with a better person. You replace one overloaded human with a system that shares the weight, and you accept that the system will always run colder than she did. Ivan Soul turns up at the edge of the count, and everyone remembers he is the man who leaked the maps that led here. Mira already put him on the ground once. Neria caught the second punch mid-swing. Nobody has decided what he is yet. He does not ask to be decided. He picks up a charcoal stick and starts taking down the far row of tents, the dangerous ones near the fold, the ones nobody else will walk. He works the list where the guilt sits heaviest, and he keeps his mouth shut. The people who spend a week refusing to trust a child cartographer start following her routes anyway, because her routes work. The healer doses right off Noma's chart. The kitchen splits the pot off Noma's flags. A 12-year-old becomes the switchboard the camp forgot it needed. Noma does not feel powerful. She feels terrified the entire time, which is why the adults believe her. She keeps the red bowl on her hip while she works, a small red weight that reminds her whose job this was supposed to be. The camp is barely breathing on its feet when the capital sends a man to finish it off with paperwork. He arrives clean, dry, and polite, a registrar from the Crown Land Office, carrying one neatly folded order. The order is almost elegant in its cruelty. Aura's hearth is logged as extinguished. A hearth with no living owner, the registrar explains, is an ownerless holding, and an ownerless holding on Crown-adjacent land reverts to the Crown for clearance. In plain speech, a bureaucrat 200 kilometers away read that a good woman died, saw an empty box on a form, and moved to bulldoze the homes of the orphans she died protecting. Grief converted into a demolition notice by cold office work. The registrar is not even a villain about it, and that is what makes him frightening. He is bored. To him, the yard is a vacancy code with a deadline. He has a stamp and no idea he is standing in the exact place, about to teach him what the stamp does. I feel the old panic climb, the urge to bluff, to hide the numbers, to control the whole thing quietly like I controlled the census and got people killed. This time, Mira is standing right at my shoulder and she does not let me reach for it. So I do the reverse of the census lie. I open the count instead of burying it. I call Noma over and let the registrar look at her map, at the living tally, at the child who knows a name in every tent he came to level. Noma does not argue law. She reads him the yard instead. 41 children, 9 sick, 2 newborns. A woman in tent 6 who has not spoken since the fold. Every one of them a living body standing on the holding this man just called empty. Sylvan backs the girl with the ground itself. She sends her roots up through the whole compound, and the soil answers with warmth. One soft glow for every heartbeat inside the fence, until the registrar is staring at a floor lit up like a full ward. The record said ownerless. The dirt says 41 hearts and counting. He stands there holding a form the planet just contradicted under his boots, and just then he looks like a person instead of a stamp. Then the legal hook lands from the last place anyone expects. Ivan, digging through the guild copies he once betrayed, finds a published imperial opinion and reads the name at the bottom aloud. Jurist Alara Astervane. The opinion is dry and perfect. A hearth is not ownerless, while people lawfully live on it. Clearing an inhabited holding needs a named heir hearing, not a vacancy stamp. It was written by an imperial prosecutor who has never met me. Nobody in this camp knows yet that the woman who wrote their shield will one day stand in a court and read me every one of my crimes. For today her cold, exact law is the only thing between a bored registrar and 41 demolished beds. The registrar reads the citation twice. He is a rules man, and the rules just turned around and bit his order clean in half. He does not apologize. He refolds his paper, mutters something about a proper hearing, and leaves the way he came, dry and beaten by his own book. The camp does not cheer. They are far too tired to cheer. But the homes stand, and that is a receipt even grief cannot argue with. Failing systems, several, stabilized. Orphanage, threatened and then defended. A dead woman's children keep their roofs one more night. I notice the gap the whole fight exposed and file it away. There is no law yet for a hearth whose keeper dies. No rule for inheriting a fire. I nearly lost the orphans to a technicality that should not exist, and someday, I decide, it will not. We do not get to sit inside the grief because the mountain will not let us. The coded knock from beneath the folded market has not paused once. If anything, it is faster now, and faster means the air down there is thinner than it was. Pico lays out the ugly arithmetic with no jokes left in him at all. 27 people, 1 sealed pocket, an unknown volume of air, and a message begging them not to remove the black nail. Every hour the camp spent sorting soup was an hour those 27 spent breathing the same stale air twice. The message is signed by the same hand that caused the cave-in, which ties the whole thing into a knot. Someone trapped down there confessed to trapping herself and everyone with her, then warned the surface not to pull the one thing that might vent the collapse. Her name, they will soon learn, is Bruna Fur. I draw up an entry plan, and the team does not trust it. That is new, and it is entirely my own doing. Last time I ran a quiet, clever calculation and kept a piece of it to myself. An audit dropped on us, and Aura died on a lever. Nobody is signing on to a blind Ren plan again. Mira says it flat. Not this time. She tells me to put the whole thing on the table. The risk, the gas, the parts I am unsure of, all of it, or the wives do not move a step. She is not being cruel. She is holding me to the exact lesson the census carved in blood. So I do the hard thing and show my work, including the part that scares me most. My first route into the collapse runs straight past a pocket that might be packed with mine gas. And if I have the airflow wrong, the rescue lights the tomb instead of opening it. I do not hide that anymore. I say it out loud, point at the weak assumption myself, and ask the people risking their lungs to check my numbers before they follow them down. The wives go in on consent, not on command, and that difference is the only apology the census lie is ever going to get. Neria maps the water threading through the rock to guess where the trapped air pockets sit. Sylvan readies fast-routing vents that can breathe a shaft open without a single spark. Mira scouts the approach nobody ever surveyed. The recovered surface systems finally free enough hands to try. Teb, who is terrified of exactly this kind of dark, crushing hole, cannot make his legs carry him down the shaft. So he does the thing fear makes him good at instead. He overbuilds the entry cribbing 3 times stronger than the job needs, and that overkill is precisely what will hold the roof up. Captain Roan Kell receives a written order to seal the collapsed site as an unstable hazard and post guards on it. He reads it, folds it, and discovers an urgent reason to march his men to the far ridge for the whole afternoon. He does not help. He just leaves the door unlocked, which from Roan is practically a blessing. And Ivan steps up for the worst job on the board. The first probe into the gas pocket, the one most likely to go wrong, he asks for by name, not to earn a pardon in a speech, because nobody offers him one. He simply wants his hands where the danger is, and that is the only confession the camp will actually accept. I look at the plan, fully public for once, every ugly variable hanging out in the open, a grieving team that agreed to it instead of obeying it, and a traitor volunteering for the front line. It is not a clever plan, it is an honest one, and after everything Part 12 took, honest is the upgrade that matters. We move for the mountain at first light. 27 people breathe shallow, under a black nail nobody is allowed to pull. A guilty blacksmith taps out the seconds from the dark. The air window closes faster than the shaft can open. Grief does not stop the rescue. It forces us, this once, to run it in the open. The mountain gives us 3 hours. That is the number Pico scratches on a slate and turns around so everyone can see it. 27 people, 1 sealed pocket, and roughly 3 hours of air before the math stops being a rescue and turns into a recovery. I have a plan for the tunnel, and the team still does not trust me, which is the tax I am paying for the census lie. I do not argue the point. I lay every number on the open slate next to Pico's and let them check my work before a single spade moves. The plan only functions because the 3 wives each own a piece of it I physically cannot do. I am a man with a measuring cord in a crisis that needs a river, a forest, and a garden all at once. And for once, I am fine being the least useful person in the shaft. Neria goes first in her own way, threading water down the cracks to read where the air pockets hide, and to push a thin, breathable current ahead of the diggers. Water carries the oxygen the tunnel cannot reach on its own. Every bubble she sends down buys a few more seconds at the bottom. Sylvan sinks fast roots into the ceiling and knits the loose rock into something that holds weight without a single timber. The forest holds the roof up while the diggers work under it. Nobody has to trust a beam that might not be there. Teb designs the tunnel itself, and Teb is terrified, which is why the tunnel is good. He is scared of every way a shaft can kill a person, so he plans around all of them, narrow, braced, and paranoid down to the last wedge. Then Teb does the thing nobody expects from the most fearful man in camp. He volunteers to go in first, not because the fear left him, because he is the one who knows the shoring, and he will not send anyone under rock he has not personally crawled beneath. Down in the dark, the trapped miners answer. A steady hammer rings up through the stone, slow and deliberate, counting survivors and marking the air. The hand on it is Bruna Fair, running the only line the collapse left standing. She taps the rescuers a map of the pocket from the inside, where the roof is soft, where the gas smells wrong, which way the last stable drift runs. A blacksmith none of them have met is steering the whole dig through solid rock with nothing but rhythm and iron. Ivan takes the forward spot he asked for the night before, the probe into the worst air. Nobody thanks him for it. He works with a wet cloth over his face and his eyes streaming and does not say one word about being forgiven, because that is not what the shift is for. The dig goes well for exactly 90 minutes, which in this story is the sound of a trap arming. I watch the airflow numbers on my own slate and feel the wrongness before I can prove it. The current area is pushing keeps curling back on itself instead of venting out. I call a stop, and this time they listen. Because I showed my work. I point at the assumption I am least sure of. The pocket ahead my own numbers say might be full of mine gas, and I say out loud that if I have the airflow wrong, the next spade strike is the last one. The old me would have pushed through quietly and prayed. The version standing here now stops the whole line and asks the people risking their lungs whether to trust my guess. It is slower, it is honest, and it is the reason most of them are still breathing. Then the choice gets taken away from everyone. Teb's forward wedge shifts a slab nobody surveyed. The tunnel mouth breathes out a smell like struck flint, and the pocket I was afraid of opens early. The gas is already in the shaft before anyone can back out of it. What happens next is fast and orange. The gas catches somewhere down the drift, and a low thud rolls up through the rock. Not a fireball, just a hard punch of hot air that throws two diggers flat and slams the fresh tunnel half shut. For a second, nobody knows who is still breathing. Bruna's hammer starts again almost at once, faster now, and the message she taps changes everything. She does not send "help me." She sends a confession. She caused this. The original collapse, weeks ago, was her own doing, set on purpose, with these 27 on the wrong side of it. She lays it out in iron. There is a crown nail buried in this mountain, a black nail, and it was pulling every scrap of good steel in the district toward itself to feed something in the capital. To stop it, she brought the roof down on the drift herself, knowing men were still inside. There is no softening it. She is not the victim of an accident. She chose to bury living people to kill a machine, and she has been down there in the dark with them ever since, breathing the same dying air, tapping out the seconds she stole from every one of them. And in the same breath, she hands up the thing that saves them. The reason the good iron keeps failing, she taps, is that the nail drags it. Any high-grade steel they lower will bend toward the nail and buckle. The junk ore everyone throws away is dead to the nail, inert, and it will hold. I get it instantly, and it flips the whole rescue. We have been trying to shore a haunted mountain with the wrong material. The expensive stuff is cursed by proximity. The garbage low-grade ore, the stuff not worth hauling out, is the one thing in the district that ignores the nail and stands. So we stop lowering steel and start lowering trash. Bruna calls the grades up through the hammer. This seam yes, that seam no. And the miners inside pack the worst ore in the mine into cribbing, while the surface team feeds it down. The material nobody valued becomes the only thing holding the roof. The trapped workers hear the confession the same moment the surface does, because sound travels both ways in stone. What they do next is harder to watch than plain hatred. They do not forgive her. They also do not stop building beside her. They stack her curse-safe ore with their own hands and stay silent. Up top, Mira listens to the whole thing come up the shaft and makes her position brutally clear. Rescue first, then a trial. She will not let a wedding, a doubling, or a clever save turn into an excuse to skip the part where a woman answers for burying men alive. I do not argue with her because she is right and because agreeing with her is the only version of me the team will follow now. I am not here to pardon anyone. I am here to get 27 people breathing surface air, and whatever reckoning comes after is not mine to hand out. Then the last exit slams shut. The guild that owns the district calls in a debt seal on the mine, and an overseer at the mouth blocks the only cleared rail out, demanding the trapped miners be handed over as collateral instead of rescued as people. 0 exit routes, 1 greedy stamp, and the clock still running down. The overseer stands at the rail mouth with a folded seal and the calm of a man who has never been underground. The miners, he explains, are pledged property against a guild debt, and the guild would like its property returned, alive if convenient, but returned. He is negotiating a rescue like a repossession. Pico, quiet and jokeless since Aura, opens his ledger and takes the man apart with dates. The debt seal is stamped, and the stamp carries a day. That day is after the collapse. The guild did not lend against a working mine. It backdated a claim onto a disaster to turn dying men into owed goods. That is a forgery you can catch with a calendar, and Pico reads it out loud in front of everyone. Seal date against collapse date. The paperwork of a vulture pretending to be a creditor. The overseer's calm cracks. He came to collect property and got caught inventing the debt on the spot. It does not fully stop him, because a cornered guildman with a stamp is still dangerous, but it stops him enough. Roan's men, who happen to be on the wrong ridge doing nothing useful on purpose, are suddenly too far away to enforce the seal. The rail stays open a little longer. Inside, the rescue turns on the one thing nobody was allowed to touch, the black nail. Bruna has guarded it for weeks, warning them not to pull it, and now she uses it. She rigs the nail's own hungry pull as a counterweight, letting it haul on a loaded ore cart instead of on the district's steel. It is insane and elegant. The thing dragging the whole mountain toward ruin now hauls a single loaded cart up the broken grade faster than any winch, fed curse-safe ore so the cable will not bend, and the train starts to move. Sylvan holds the ceiling the entire way out, roots straining as each cart rattles under a roof that wants to close. Neria runs breathable bubbles alongside the cars so the miners do not black out in the last stretch. Bruna works the counterweight by feel, and the black nail screams as it finally earns its keep. Then the mountain takes its last swing. A final slab lets go behind the train and cuts the rail clean, and for one gut-drop second, the whole load hangs stranded over a gap with the roof coming down. There is no track left to roll on and no time to build any. So Bruna does the thing the cadastre has been circling all part. She triggers a small deliberate fold, a short, controlled collapse of space like the market folded, except aimed, and it flings the entire train out through the gap onto open ground under the sky. Carts, miners and all, dumped hard into daylight. 27 people come out of a mountain that was meant to be their grave. They are filthy, half-poisoned, and alive, coughing on real air, counting each other by name on the grass. The recovery turned back into a rescue at the last possible second, and the temporary supports behind them groan, but hold. The overseer, still clutching his backdated seal, watches a woman he wrote off as collateral walk 27 bodies out of a hole he had already priced. Pico hands him back his own forged paper without a word. The guild came to repossess corpses and got outrun by junk ore and a blacksmith. The miners are out, and the mountain is not finished being a problem. The supports holding the drift are temporary, curse-safe ore stacked in a hurry, and the cadastre is blunt about it. Without the mountain itself brought into the domain, anchored and maintained, the seam collapses again and takes the next shift with, which means the only way to keep these people from dying twice is a vow. And a vow with Bruna is not one anyone is comfortable handing her. She just confessed to burying them. The system does not care about comfort. It cares about consent, shared danger, and shared responsibility, and it watched all three happen in the dark. But Bruna does not get to walk into a doubling as a hero, and she knows it. The miners set the terms before I can soften them. She gets no forgiveness. She gets a sentence shaped like a job. Every home she cracked, every family she gambled, she rebuilds, personally, for the rest of her life, under their eyes. She accepts it standing up, in front of the men she buried, with no speech about good intentions. That acceptance, not the rescue, and not any romance, is what the cadastre reads as the true vow. She binds herself to the consequence instead of the excuse, and the mountain answers. The doubling hits. 75 square kilometers becomes 150 in a breath, and the new half rises as ore mountains, raw peaks, and iron seams stitched onto the domain. Then the freed miners sign their own charter and fold their dugout valleys in, and the legal territory climbs to roughly 180 wives, 3 to 4 biomes, plus a whole range of mountains. Bruna Fair, wanted saboteur and confessed killer, becomes co-ruler of industry, with a veto over her own biome and a life debt to the people who granted it. Nobody cheers. It is the least celebrated wedding in the kingdom's short history, and easily the most honest. The comeuppance lands where money always thought it was safe. The guild sends inspectors to condemn the rescue works as substandard, and to prove it, they load test a tower of Bruna's junk alloy against a matching one of premium guild steel. The expensive tower bends toward the buried nail and folds. The garbage tower does not move. Bruna, being Bruna, built that test tower 3 times heavier than the job asked, because she cannot make anything to spec, and the overkill is the entire point. The material the guild called worthless holds a load their flagship steel cannot, in front of their own inspectors, with the numbers chalked where the whole district can read them. I should be able to breathe now. 4 wives, 180 square kilometers, a mountain full of safe ore, and a monopoly with a cracked face. For about an hour, it looks like a clean win, which is when this kingdom likes to pull the floor out from under me. It goes wrong in the ground. The first real ore the mountain gives up does not simply get mined. As the seam opens, a square of Neria's lake on the far border stops being water and turns to iron, the shoreline hardening into raw vein as the mountain reaches sideways and eats it. The new biome is not sitting politely beside the old ones. It is converting them. Every bucket of ore costs a piece of somewhere else, and the first piece it takes is water Neria bled to protect. Her lake and Bruna's mountains are already at war, and nobody started it. The mountain is real, the ore is real, and the price is a border quietly turning to metal. Part 14 ends on a rescued people, an unforgiven wife, and a kingdom that just started eating its own edges. Nobody warns you that a mountain will not sit still. The morning after Bruno's wedding, I watch a bucket of ore come out of the new seam, and on the far border, a strip of Neria's lake stops being water and turns to iron while I stand there, holding my measuring cord. I have surveyed a lot of strange ground since the Empire handed me 1 square meter. I have never seen land eat land, but that is what the mountain does. Every bucket of ore we pull is not made out of nothing. It is converted, and the raw material is somewhere else I used to own. The cadastre is calm about it, which somehow makes it worse. It does not log pollution. It logs redistribution. Territory, 180 square kilometers, held. Net land created, 0. The mountain is not adding to my kingdom. It is rearranging it, and it never asks which parts I liked. I watch a shepherd scramble off a hillside that is turning to ore under his boots, his sheep bawling as grass goes gray and metal. People get stranded on terrain that is physically moving, a meadow becoming a ridge, a path becoming a vein. This is not a poison I can filter. It is geography with an appetite. Bruna shuts the mind down herself before I say a word. She built her whole life around this rock, and she is the first to pull the lever because she knows exactly what it costs. Every ingot of good iron has a receipt, she tells me, and the receipt gets paid out of somebody's field. Pico does the arithmetic nobody wants to hear. Every ton of good iron out of the mountain costs almost exactly 1 ton of land somewhere else. Converted, gone. He writes the exchange rate on his slate like a merchant, ore in, kingdom out, and for once, even he has no joke to soften it. Neria is not calm. She stands at the iron shoreline where her lake used to breathe and tells me, flatly, that she wants her water back. Not later. Now. She held a broken dam with her own body to save that lake, and my new mountain drank a piece of it on its very first morning. And the miners, the people who cheered when they heard the mountain was theirs, go quiet fast. They came up out of a collapse, thinking they had won infinite ore. Then they watched that ore reach out and swallow the hillside their homes sit on. Nobody stays excited about a gift that eats the giver. So I have a problem shaped like a trap. The anchors that hold the domain steady need metal. The mine supports need metal. Every road, filter, and wall wants iron. And the only iron I have makes the map cannibalize itself. I need the ore, and I cannot afford the ore. This is the part where I do something stupid, and I want to be honest about it. Because pretending I did not would make me a liar on top of a fool. I am scared, and when I get scared, I try to control everything quietly, and I have already gotten people killed doing exactly that. I tell myself it is different this time. I only need 1 small test, 1 controlled probe of a single seam to measure how fast the conversion spreads so I can plan around it. It is a smart idea, and I decide to run it without telling the wives, because asking would mean a fight I do not think I have time for. That right there is the mistake. Not the test, the secret. I learned this lesson 2 parts ago, standing over Aura's body, and apparently I did not learn it hard enough, because here I am again, hiding a clever little plan from the people I handed a veto. The probe works exactly as designed for about a minute. Then the seam reaches farther than my numbers said, and instead of an empty ridge, it eats a road with people on it. A refugee cart column crossing to the fields, suddenly stranded on a surface turning to iron under the wheels. Noma, of all people, is the one who catches why my math was wrong. She counts land the way she counts people, and she proves the ugly truth on a strip of bark. The volume is constant. The mountain never makes new mass. Whatever I take here comes out of there, 1 for 1, and my probe just spent a road. I make myself say it out loud, in front of everyone, the whole equation, because hiding it is what caused this. The mountain is a scale. Every gram it gives me here, it takes from there. There is no free ore. There never was. And I spent a road to learn a thing a 12-year-old already had written on bark. Neria and Bruna do not wait for my orders, and that is the entire point. They move on the stranded column without me, Neria flushing water under the hardening road to buy the wheels a few seconds. Bruna hauling carts across by main strength before the surface locks solid. They save every person on that road, and while they are doing it, they strip me of the deciding vote in real time. 2 vetoes light up on the claim record, Neria and Bruna both, formally overriding a call I made in secret. The system I built to protect people just protected them from me. This is the lesson I make myself actually swallow this time. Nobody punished my intelligence. The test was smart. They punished the control, the hiding, the deciding for everyone. My best talent and my worst reflex are the same move, and the only thing separating them is whether I do it in the open. Mira does not yell at me, which is worse. She looks at me the way you look at someone who swore they had changed and then did the same thing smaller, and she says one sentence. You did it again, just quieter. Then she walks off to help with the road because the people matter more than my apology does. The mountain does not care about my personal growth. My little probe woke the seam up, and the conversion is not creeping toward empty ridges anymore. It has a direction now, and the direction is the city. The first smelt I ran pulled the whole hungry vein a step closer to where the most people live. So Bruna and Neria stop hating each other long enough to build the answer, and watching them do it is the best thing that happens all part. Mountain and lake, industry and water, the two wives with the most reasons to fight put their heads together, because I clearly cannot be trusted to. The idea is simple to say and brutal to build. Stop mining new ore. If new ore eats the land, then we melt the metal we already have instead. The scrap, the broken tools, the failed guild steel, the ruined rails. Recycled iron has already paid its territorial receipt. It costs no new land at all. Bruna runs the smelt, and being Bruna, she builds the furnace 3 times bigger than we need, which this time is exactly right. Neria runs a water cooling loop straight through it so the heat cannot crack the mountain further. Sylvan feeds in a carbon vine she grew on purpose, because good steel needs carbon and hers comes out of a garden, not a mine. Then the magnet problem hits, because of course it does. The reforged metal, still warm, catches the pull of the buried nail and lurches sideways all at once, and the sudden yank tears open a canal and cracks a bridge before anyone can brace. Water starts pouring the wrong way through my kingdom. Teb, terrified as ever, is the one who makes the second pour safe. He is so scared of that magnetic lurch happening twice that he designs the next reforging with 3 backup channels and a shield wall, and his paranoia is the only reason it does not crack another bridge. The most frightened man in camp keeps saving all of us. Roan closes the breach. Captain Roan Kell, who has spent this whole story quietly leaving doors unlocked and looking away, finally does the thing out loud. He drops a shield across the broken canal mouth and holds it with his own men, in plain view, against a written order telling him to stay clear of my illegal domain. The recycling works. We pour the reclaimed slag back into the empty veins the mountain already ate, and the ground answers. The iron shoreline softens. A dead gray ridge remembers it used to be a meadow, land eaten by the mountain. Rising, then restored, because we stopped feeding the thing and started feeding it back. The proof I actually care about shows up in the miner's own hands. Offered a choice between a rich, fresh vein and a pile of everyone's old scrap, they pick the scrap, the process that does not eat their homes, over the one that pays more. Recycled steel goes from 0 to our main source of metal by their vote, not mine. The guild cannot let that stand, so they turn it into a public test, certain they will win. They challenge Bruna's recycled steel against their own premium product on the one stage everybody watches, a bridge. Their engineer, a man who called my wives decorations to their faces, sets the terms and picks the load himself. The test goes sideways in the worst way for them. It is not Bruna's span that fails, it is theirs. The guild's own bridge, premium steel and all, groans and buckles under the load, with a crowd standing on it, because the good metal bends toward the buried nail, exactly like everything expensive in this district does. So Bruna saves the people who came to laugh at her. She throws a recycled truss under the collapsing guild span, her reclaimed steel catching the weight their flagship product could not hold, and the jeering crowd rides her garbage metal safely to the ground. The guild engineer ends the day standing on a bridge built by the women he mocked, alive because of the exact steel he came to condemn. Neria confirms for the record that the loop is clean, no poisoned water, no eaten land. The physical engine of the mountain, the thing that spent all apart trying to kill us, is finally closed. And I get to feel good for about a minute. 180 square kilometers. Holding. A metal supply that does not cannibalize my own map. A canal captain who finally picked a side. 4 wives who can clearly run this place better than I can, as long as I get out of my own way. Neria will not let me enjoy the quiet. Recycled steel is the main source now, she reminds me, which means the day the scrap runs out, I am back to eating my own borders. A closed loop is only closed until it is not, and she has held enough broken systems in her hands to know the difference. Then the guild plays the card they were always going to play. If they cannot beat the steel on a bridge, they will beat it in a ledger. They buy up every debt the freed miners owe, all of it, in one afternoon, and they declare the recycled steel counterfeit, unlicensed, illegal to sell anywhere. Across the valley, in a clean office that has never once smelled a furnace, Velra Sorn hears that a recycled truss just saved a guild bridge and does not panic. She pours a cup of tea and starts drafting. If the steel cannot be broken, it can be outlawed, and a signature costs less than an army. It is a clever move, and I hate it. They cannot argue with my furnace, so they will argue with my paperwork, and paperwork is a war I keep losing. The mountain stopped eating my land. Now Velra Sorn means to eat it with a debt seal, and behind her, a general named Garrick Thorne is already on the road, coming for the steel and the nail both. The guild learns the lesson the whole district just watched, which is that you cannot beat Bruna's steel by breaking it, so they stop trying to break anything. They pick up a pin instead, and a pin, in my experience, is the one weapon I have never figured out how to survive. Velra Sorn does not send a wrecking crew, she sends a clerk. Overnight, the guild buys up every debt the freed miners ever owed, every tool advance, every grain loan, every copper borrowed in a bad winter, and bundles it into one enormous claim with the miners' own names on the wrong side of it. Then comes the demand, polite and lethal. The debtors are guild property until the debt's clear, so the guild would like its property back. The people we pulled out of a collapse 2 parts ago are, on paper, merchandise again, and the paper is stamped, and stamped paper is the one thing this world treats as holy. On top of that, they declare the recycled steel counterfeit, unlicensed metal, illegal to make or sell, which makes every beam in the mountain works contraband. Win that argument, and they do not just take the miners, they take the whole industry as seized goods. And they do not stop at steel. The same counterfeit stamp lands on Sylvan's grain and Neria's filtered water, unlicensed produce, unlicensed supply. The entire living kingdom reclassified as illegal in an afternoon. Velra is not attacking one industry. She is trying to make our existence itself a crime. I want to fight this with a furnace, and I cannot. There is nothing to melt. Velra moved the war onto a battlefield made of ledgers and seals, where my measuring cord is useless, and my temper is worse than useless, and she is very, very good at this particular kind of killing. So I do the thing I keep having to relearn. I do not run it myself. I put it in front of Pico, who has waited his whole life for a fight made entirely of numbers, and in front of Bruna, whose debt this really is, and then I shut up and let the people with standing lead. Pico opens the mountain charter and the public debt registry he has kept since the rescue, and he does the one thing the guild never expected anyone out here to do. He agrees to argue it in law, not dodge it, not burn it, argue it on their chosen ground with a goblin accountant who has never once lost a column of figures. And the miners, who still have not forgiven Bruna and are not about to, do something that surprises even me. They stand against the debt buyers anyway. They will not defend the woman who buried them. They also will not be sold by the same guild that backdated a seal to own them. 2 different fights, 1 line. The guild is betting on one thing, and it is a smart bet. They expect a confessed criminal facing a mountain of debt and a lifetime of forced labor to do the sensible thing and run. Bruna has every reason to vanish into the peaks she half owns now and let the paperwork chase a ghost. She does the opposite, in public, with her sleeves shoved up. She walks down to the valley she cracked and starts rebuilding the home she brought down, stone by stone, under the direct eyes of the men she nearly killed. No speech, no apology tour, just a blacksmith laying a foundation while the people she wronged watch her hands. The guild's collection agent stands at the valley edge for 3 days, waiting for her to bolt because his whole plan assumed she would. A guilty person runs. That is the script. He has not 1 page written for a criminal who stays and lifts stone until her hands split, and it visibly unnerves him. It is the first time her worst habit turns into a gift. Bruna cannot build anything to the size you asked for. Every frame comes out 3 times heavier and stronger than the plan. And where that was a joke and a hazard before, here it means the rebuild houses could shrug off another mountain falling on them. The miners supervise every course of stone, and they do not go easy on her. They make her tear out a wall that is a finger off true and lay it again. They accept nothing on trust. This is not a reconciliation, it is an inspection, and she submits to it like a debt she means to pay with her body for the rest of her life. Then the moment that guts me because it is so small. A miner who lost his brother in the collapse, a man who has not said 1 word to her the whole time, picks up a heavy roof beam she cannot set alone and lifts the far end. He does not look at her. He does not forgive her. He just will not let the work fail for one of a second pair of hands. That is what restitution looks like when it is real, not a pardon. A beam lifted in silence. The guild wanted a runaway they could brand a thief. What they are getting is a woman rebuilding a village in front of witnesses, turning their proof of her guilt into proof that she is paying for it. It does not save us on paper though, and that is the trap of the whole thing. The debt seals still look completely legal. Every stamp is in the right ink, every claim in the right form, and no amount of honest labor in a valley changes what a clean seal says in a courtroom. We are winning the village and losing the document. So Pico goes hunting in the one place the guild always gets sloppy, the dates. A forger can copy a seal, match an ink, fake a signature. What a forger cannot do is go back and change when the sun rose. Every stamp carries a day, and days can be checked against other days, and that is where the whole clean story comes apart. He lines the debt seals up against the collapse, and there it is, in their own careful hand. The seals that supposedly prove old, honest loans are dated after the mine came down. The guild did not buy existing debts. It invented debts against people it already knew were trapped, then aged the paper to look like history. That is not a loan. That is a forgery you can prove with a calendar, the same trick they pulled on the rescue run at a bigger scale. But proving it needs the guild's own sealed originals, and those are locked in a strong room 2 days away, and I have no legal right to a single page of them. This is where a woman I have never met saves us without meaning to. The confiscation needs a jurist to certify it, and the imperial court sends its most rigid one, a prosecutor named Alara Astervane. She reviews the seals the way she reviews everything, coldly, by the book. And the book says a seal dated after the event it claims to predate is void. She is not helping me. She would be appalled to learn she helped me. She is simply incapable of certifying a document she can see is fraudulent. So she refuses to sign the confiscation, and she writes down exactly why, in precise and damning language, for the official record. And Roan moves it. Captain Roan Kell, who has stopped pretending he serves the people burning down my kingdom, gets a copy of her refusal out of the imperial file and into Pico's hands. He makes no speech about switching sides. He just carries the one paper that matters to the place it can do the most damage. It costs him too. The moment that page leaves the imperial file, Roan stops being a captain quietly bending rules and becomes a man who stole evidence for a rebel domain. He does it anyway. And when I try to thank him, he tells me flatly he is not on my side. He is on the side of not selling people. And today, those point the same way. Now the debt buyers who came to repossess human beings are standing in the exact spot they dug for us. Their own certifying jurist has called their seals fraudulent. Their monopoly on metal, which ran on everyone believing their paper was untouchable, has a visible crack straight down the middle, and the whole district can see it. The miners call a debt tribunal, and they run it themselves. Not my court, not the empires, but a table of the people the guild tried to sell, hearing who owes whom, with Bruna's half-built houses behind them, proof that debts here get paid in labor, not flesh. Pico lays it out cold. The real debts, the honest ones, are already being cleared, stone by stone, by the woman rebuilding the valley. The guild's debts, the ones they want blood for, are forgeries stamped after a disaster. One column is being paid. The other column is a crime. He turns the ledger so the witnesses can read both at once. Bruna stands for it without asking for a thing. She does not use the tribunal to beg forgiveness or duck her sentence. She confirms every real debt she owes and accepts every hour of labor still ahead of her. The only claims she fights are the fake ones, and those she fights, not for herself, but for the miners the guild wants to drag back into the dark. So the charge flips. The tribunal throws out the forged seals, upholds the restitution, and turns the accusation onto the debt buyers, who walked in expecting to collect a runaway criminal and walk out named as forgers in front of every witness in the valley. The mountain charter holds 180 square kilometers, legitimate, defended by law instead of by luck. The families the guild had already priced as returned property get to stay in houses a confessed killer rebuilt for them. It is the ugliest, most complicated victory I have ever stood next to, a wrong being slowly paid off in front of the people it was done to, and nobody in that valley pretends it is clean. It is just real. And Bruna gets the only thing the story will let her have, not a pardon. Standing. She is co-ruler of the mountain now, not because a wedding washed her clean. She earns it because she is visibly, permanently paying for what she did, and the people she wronged decided a debt being paid beats a debt pretended away. Across the district, Velra reads the tribunal result and does not rage. She crosses one line off a page and writes another. She has always known paper has a limit, and she reaches it the way she reaches everything. Calmly, already spinning on the next lever before the ink on this defeat is dry. I let myself believe, for the length of one afternoon, that we won a war with nothing but honesty and arithmetic, which is, as always, the exact moment the ground shifts under me. Because Velra has one move left, and it is not made of paper. If the law will not hand her the mountain, she calls in something that does not care about law. She invites the army. A general named Garrick Thorne arrives at the edge of my territory with real soldiers and a reasonable-sounding offer. He will recognize our autonomy, our charters, our whole strange kingdom. All we have to do first is survive a training war against his troops to prove we can hold ground. It sounds almost fair, which is how I know it is a trap. and it is Cassian, of all people, my oldest enemy, who spots the tooth inside it. Watching Garrick's men unload their blunted practice gear, Cassian notices one arrowhead that is not blunt at all, honed and real, tucked in among the training tips. Somebody means to do actual killing under cover of a drill, and part 16 ends on a war game that already has a live edge hidden inside it. Garrick Thorne offers me a fair fight, which is how I know it is not one. My kingdom survives a training war against his army for 1 hour, holding our ground, and the Empire grants provisional autonomy. Lose, and everything I built gets requisitioned. He lays it out, standing in my new market like he already owns it, a general with gray at his temples and a voice built for parade grounds. Then he looks at my 4 wives, the women who hold up this entire kingdom, and calls them decorations. Says it plainly, to their faces, as if it were weather. I open my mouth to correct him, and Mira puts a hand on my arm. Do not, she says. Let him keep thinking it. An enemy who counts your strongest people as furniture has already handed you half the battle, and she would much rather win the war than win the argument. So I do the thing I have finally, painfully learned to do. I give up the map and split the whole 180 square kilometers into 4 defensive sectors, 1 per wife. I hand each of them full command of her own front, string a shared signal network between them, and step back to become a spectator in my own war. Teb builds that signal net, and because Teb is afraid of everything, he wires in 3 redundant relay points nobody asked for, muttering that a war with 1 signal line is a war you lose the instant the line breaks. I tell him it is overkill. By the end of the hour, I will be extremely glad he did not listen to me. Roan does the strangest thing of the day, and it looks terrible. In full view of both sides, the captain walks over to Garrick's officers and hands the army a detailed map of our defenses. Out loud, on purpose, to the people about to attack us. Half my kingdom is certain he just sold us. I do not flinch, because I know Roan, and I know that map. It is a gorgeous, precise, completely honest-looking map that happens to route any invading force straight into a false corridor. A killing lane dressed up as our weakest seam. He is not betraying us. He is lying to an army with a document, the only language they trust. And Cassian, my oldest enemy, standing at the edge of all this because he invited himself, is the one who spots the thing that turns my stomach. As Garrick's men unload their blunted training gear, Cassian's eye catches one arrowhead, honed sharp and real, sitting in a quiver of practice tips like a snake in a basket of rope. Somebody is planning real killing under cover of a drill. I have no time to find out who, because the horn sounds, and my very first shared signal goes out across 4 sectors and comes back completely garbled. Mira reads advance as hold. Bruna reads hold as advance. My entire war starts with the kingdom tripping over its own feet. So now I am running a war I cannot see the edges of, against an army I'm supposed to lose to, with real killers hidden in the ranks, a garbled signal net, and a wife telling me to let the general keep underestimating us. Cool. Very cool. Living the dream. My clever network, the thing I was so proud of, turns out to garble everything it touches. An order leaves my hand meaning one thing and arrives at Neria's front meaning the opposite, and she dutifully floods a defensive trench that has exactly nobody standing in it. Mira, trusting a route I drew, leads her whole squad confidently down a path I measured wrong and walks them into a dead end while the real attack develops elsewhere. Then a Bruna ore cart, rolling on a scrambled signal, plows straight into our own supply train and turns a morning of rations into kindling. I did this. Every one of these failures traces back to me trying to conduct 4 fronts from one chair, like the whole kingdom is an instrument I personally play. The war game is teaching me the exact lesson the ore probe already tried to, and I am somehow the slowest student in my own school. Bruna, watching her wrecked supply train burn, does not yell at me. She looks at the mess, then at me, and says the single most Bruna thing possible, that if I had let her build the relays twice as strong like she wanted, the order would have arrived intact. She is probably right. She usually is about building things too big. So I stop. Mid-battle, I shut my mouth and quit sending orders, and I tell the wives one sentence down the signal line. Your front, your call. Then something beautiful happens, and none of it is me. The 4 of them stop waiting for the center and start talking straight to each other, sector to sector, with no Ren in the middle to garble it. And then they do the thing I never would have planned. They swap. Mira, whose forest front is quiet, takes her trackers over to cover Sylvan's exposed fields. Neria pushes water into Bruna's mountain passes. Each wife works her own biome's tricks on somebody else's ground, and the defense stops being 4 walls and becomes one moving thing. Neria and Bruna, who spent all of last part at each other's throats over water and iron, cover for one another without a word, because a shared enemy is the fastest marriage counselor alive. The lake feeds the mountain's coolant lines, while the mountain's walls shield the lake's channels, and the 2 of them simply work. Roan's false map does its quiet work. Garrick's main column, following the beautiful lie, pours into the corridor built to swallow it and jams in a lane where every wall is somebody's home ground. The professional army is winning exactly the battle we wanted. And in the noise, Cassian moves again. A real archer, not a training one, rises on a rooftop with that honed arrow drawn at Sylvan's back, and Cassian drops him with a thrown goblet to the skull before anyone else even sees the threat. He does not announce it. He does not wait for thanks. He picks up another cup and goes back to watching, which is when the truth of the day surfaces. That archer was not confused, and he was not part of the drill. Somewhere inside Garrick's honest training, where an unaccounted squad is moving with live steel, and they are not here to score points. They are here to kill someone under the perfect cover of a game where nobody is supposed to die. The raid drops its mask all at once. What looked like one more training phase turns into real bolts, and the first person to take one is Roan. A live crossbow bolt, not a blunted tip, punches through the captain's shoulder as he waves a column clear of the false corridor. And the man who spent this whole story quietly protecting people goes down in the dirt. Sella and the Lake Elders drag Roan out of the line while he is still trying to point, still waving the next column clear with a bolt through. He will not stop working until Neria physically sits on him. The most by-the-book man on my side has quietly become the most reckless. Then the assassins go for the real prize. They drive for the buried crown nail in Bruna's mountain and wake it up, and the instant it activates, the biomes start bleeding into each other. Iron creeping into water, water into field, the map convulsing while people stand on it. A live nail in the middle of a battle is the worst thing I can picture, and I have pictured a lot. The wargame saves us, of all things. The rules Garrick set, the sealed boundaries, the locked gates, the stay-in-your-sector discipline, all of it becomes a cage. The assassins were counting on chaos to slip out through. Instead, the closed gates of the drill trap them inside with 4 furious women who know every inch of this ground. And the wives do not wait for me, because I finally built a kingdom where they do not have to. Sylvan roots the nail's convulsions in place so the biomes stop eating each other. Neria drowns a strike team lunging for the second gate. Bruna wrestles the live nail back down with the same curse-safe steel that ignores its pull. Each of them saves a front that is not her own. Pico, who cannot fight and knows it, does the one thing he can. He stands at the signal hub, reading 4 fronts like a ledger, calling which sector is overcommitted and which has slack, turning Teb's paranoid relays into a live accounting of the whole battle. Numbers are a weapon too, in the right hands. Garrick watches the whole thing from his command rise, and I get to see the exact moment his face changes. He came to prove my kingdom was a joke propped up by pretty faces. Instead, he is watching those pretty faces professionally dismantle a real assassination, and, along the way, save his own confused soldiers from a slaughter they never saw coming. The decorations are the only reason his army goes home alive. His men walked into a live ambush hidden inside their own drill, and the women he named furniture are the ones hauling them out of it, sector by sector, without one order from me. It almost holds, and then the assassin commander makes his move to vanish. In the confusion, he strips off his black gear, pulls on the coat of one of Garrick's own adjutants, and starts walking calmly toward the gate as a loyal Imperial officer helping with the wounded. In a minute, he strolls out clean, and the army never knows he existed. He does not count on Mira. She has been tracking one wrong-moving body through this entire mess, the way she tracks a poacher through her forest, and she does not care what coat it is wearing. She steps into his path, rips the adjutant's collar down, and shows the whole parade ground the assassin's guild mark burned underneath. I notice, and I make myself sit with it, that I did not throw a single punch in my own defense today. I did not swing a blade, break a line, or land a last blow. My entire contribution was building the thing and then getting out of its way. And for the first time, that feels like strength instead of failure. Garrick has to eat it in public, in front of his own troops, which for a parade general is close to dying. He came to requisition a kingdom, and instead he owes it his soldiers' lives. So he changes his order out loud, on the spot, and grants the provisional autonomy he was certain he would never have to give. The recognition is not a gift. We bled for it, and we exposed our whole defense to earn it, which means every enemy watching now knows exactly how our 4 fronts move. But the charter is real. A military charter and a trade corridor push the legal territory from 180 square kilometers up to right around 200. Noma maps the entire engagement as it happens, every feint and breach, and when it ends, she hands Garrick's own officers a cleaner record of their battle than they kept themselves. themselves. A 12-year-old just out-documented the Imperial Army, and one grizzled quartermaster thanks her before he remembers he is meant to be the enemy. 4 fronts, 4 commanders, and not one of them me. The Empire's own general just certified, in writing, that 4 women he called decorations are recognized military subjects. That receipt is worth more than the land it came with, and it cost more too. And Cassian, standing over the archer he dropped, quietly earns a 3rd mark on a ledger I did not know I was keeping. He warned us about the arrowhead. He saved Sylvan's life. He asked for nothing. I still do not trust him, not close. But the man who made me a punchline on 1 meter of dead dirt in the first hour of this story is not the man standing here. I let myself have about 30 seconds of the win. Then a rider comes up the new corridor under a white Imperial flag, dismounts, and the woman beneath it is the one whose cold legal opinions have been saving my kingdom by accident for 3 parts now. Alara Astervane has finally come in person, and she has not come to congratulate anyone. She looks at 4 women commanding 4 fronts, at a kingdom the Empire just recognized, and she frames the trap with the precision of someone who builds cages for a living. My marriages, she informs me, are either fraudulent, in which case my doubling territory is stolen crown land and I hang, or they are real, in which case I am the head of a sovereign house in open rebellion and I hang. She is not gloating, which is somehow worse. She genuinely believes both readings, and she has come to make me choose which true thing convicts me. Part 17 ends with the war won, the kingdom recognized, and a prosecutor standing in my new market holding 2 doors, every one of which opens onto a rope. Alara Astervane builds a courtroom the way Bruna builds a furnace, oversized and airtight, and then she puts me inside it with 2 doors and no 3rd option. The whole trial comes down to 1 question with 2 answers, and both answers hang me. Answer 1, my marriages are frauds, arranged to steal crown land through a loophole. If I say that to save my neck, the vows dissolve, the wives stop being co-rulers, and every biome that runs on their authority, forest, lake, fields, mountain, goes dark. I live, and 200 square kilometers of people lose everything. To make sure I feel it, the gallery is packed with the exact people answer one would erase. The miners Bruna is rebuilding for, the Lake family's Neria freed, Noma and her orphans. Call the marriages fake to save myself, and I am not signing a form. I am switching off the light in every one of those faces while they watch. Answer 2, the marriages are real. Then, I am not a clever land grabber. I am the sovereign head of a house that doubled imperial territory by its own law and answers to nobody, which is the legal definition of open rebellion. I keep the kingdom, and I hang for treason. She is not enjoying this, which unsettles me more than cruelty would. Ilara is an honest prosecutor, and an honest prosecutor with a real case is far more dangerous than a corrupt one, because you cannot beat her by exposing a bribe. There is no bribe. There is just the law, and the law says pick your rope. Pico tries to save me with a trick because that is what Pico does. He files a clever motion reclassifying the wives as leaseholders, tenants on my land, which would make the whole marriage question moot and the confiscation impossible. It is elegant. It is airtight. Amira stands up in open court and tears it in half. She will not be a tenant on her own forest, and none of them will. She tells the court, flatly, that she is not Ren's property, not his tenant, and not his loophole. She is his equal. And if saving me means being filed as a thing I own, she would rather watch the case burn. For the first time, the court hears the wives refuse to be my possessions. It is the proudest and most terrifying moment of the trial because she just slammed my easy exit shut with her own hands. The convenient lie that would have saved us is dead, killed by the person it was meant to protect, and now there is only the hard truth left to say out loud. Then Creel plays his witness, and it is the one that guts me. Ivan's soul takes the stand against me. The man whose daughter the crown still holds hostage, the man I never fully punished, is put under oath and asked whether I lied to the Empire, and he cannot say no, because I did. And I cannot even hate him for it. Ivan testifies with his daughter's life in Kryle's fist, saying the one true thing that damns me because the alternative is a child in a cell. He does not embellish. He does not pile on. He answers what he is asked and nothing more, and his hands shake the entire time. This is where the prosecution overreaches, the way the guilty always do. On top of my real crimes, Creel salted the case with a forged one, a planted deed dated to make my land claim look stolen from its first day. He could not resist gilding a case that was already strong enough. Noma catches it because Noma catches everything with a date on it. She lays the forged deed against her own maps and the real timeline and shows the court, in a child's steady hand, that the document claims to exist before the events it describes. Krell's planted evidence collapses in front of everyone, and for one bright second I think we won, and then Alara does the thing that makes her Alara. She lets the forgery die, and then she calmly picks up a real document I have been dreading for 6 parts, my census. The one where I undercounted the refugees. The lie I told with my own hand that got people killed under an audit. She will not let the fake evidence launder the true charge. Just because Kral forged one document, she tells the court, does not make the defendant innocent. It makes the defendant guilty and the prosecution corrupt, and both are true at once. She refuses to let me hide my real lie behind Kreel's fake one. So I do the only thing left that is not another lie. I admit it, out loud, on the record, in front of my wives and my enemies and a child who trusted me. I undercounted the refugees. I hid the numbers because I was scared, and people died for it. It is the worst sentence I have ever said, and the first fully honest one of the whole trial. Mira does not look away while I say it, and that is the mercy I did not earn. I expected the wives to flinch when I confessed the lie that killed people. Instead, the 4 of them stay steady because they already knew, and they decided a husband who says it out loud in court is worth more than one who hides it in a drawer. It cost me my credibility, and it saves me my soul. And more to the point, it robs Krile of his best weapon. He wanted to be the one to reveal my crime, to hold it over me, to trade it. By confessing it myself, I turn his ammunition into old news. You cannot blackmail a man with a secret he just shouted in a courtroom. Then Krile offers the deal he has been circling the whole time. Soft and reasonable. Just call the marriages instruments, he says. Tools of administration. Not wives, not equals, just useful arrangements. Admit that much, and the treason charge vanishes, and I walk out alive. All I have to do is agree that the 4 women who saved this kingdom are things I use. And that is the real choice, stripped of the paperwork. Not fake versus real. It is whether I will call 4 people equals when it costs me my life, or call them tools to save it. Kreil built an entire trial to make me say my wives are less than they are, because a man who owns his family is a subject a chancellor can manage. So I say the true thing, knowing what it does to me. The marriages are real, the vows are real, my wives are co-rulers, my equals, sovereign in their own biomes, and I am the head of a house that answers to its own law and not the empire's land court. I choose the rope over the lie, and I say it clearly enough that no clerk can misrecord it. Alara does not flinch. She takes my true words and does her job with them, and her job just became the strangest weapon in my favor. She finds me guilty. Guilty of sovereignty, guilty of heading a real foreign house in defiance of the crown, exactly as charged, and she says it in a voice like a closing door. And the instant she convicts me of being a sovereign, the trap springs backward. An imperial land court can seize the holdings of a subject. It cannot seize the territory of a foreign sovereign. It can only declare war on one. Her guilty verdict just moved my whole kingdom out of the court's reach and into the space between nations, where a stamp cannot touch it and only an army can. I need a second to explain the trick to myself, because it runs that backward. Kreil spent months proving I am a king, so he could punish me as a rebel. But the empire has no law to steal from a king. It only has law to steal from a subject. He proved me too big for his own courtroom, and the courtroom is the one weapon he ever fully controlled. Alara understands what she has done the instant she does it, and she does not take it back. She followed the law exactly where it led, even though it led somewhere Kreil never wanted, because that is the whole terrifying point of her. She is not on my side. She is on the law's side, and this time the law and I happen to reach the same door. It teaches me the one thing I need to know about her before anything else can happen. Alara cannot be bought, cannot be flattered, and cannot be argued out of the law by a good cause. If I ever want her standing beside me, I will not get there by being sympathetic. I will get there by being right, provably, on the record. While the room reels, Cassian does his quiet thing again. He slips Roan a folded list, and the list is names. Every witness Kreil bought to build the parts of the case that were not honest. My oldest enemy just handed my captain the receipts on the crown's whole bribery operation, and did it without once looking like he cared. I look at that list in Roan's hand and understand something I did not want to. Kreil could not win this honestly, so he paid for the parts he could not earn. Which means the man hunting my kingdom is not invincible. He is just rich, and rich has a bottom, and Cassian just showed me where it starts. And the Allied charters land in the middle of the chaos. The miners, the lake settlements, the freed valleys, all of them formally attach their land to a house the empire just recognizes sovereign, and the legal territory climbs from 200 square kilometers to right around 240. I got convicted, and my kingdom got bigger. Kreil loses the land and immediately grabs the only thing still in reach. He annuls Alara's authority on the spot, calls her verdict the act of a compromised judge, and orders her arrested as a traitor for ruling against him. The woman who just accidentally saved my kingdom by convicting me is dragged toward a cell before the ink is dry, and she lets them, which I do not expect. Alara does not run, does not fight, does not call in a favor. She stays exactly where she is, between the guards in a gallery full of my kingdom's residents, and buys them the seconds they need to get clear. Because a prosecutor who believes in law apparently also believes in not letting people get trampled for her. So my 4 biomes do what the law cannot, and they get everybody out. Bruna drops a wall of curse-safe steel across the hall and jams the doors. Roan, arm still bandaged from a bolt, walks the residents out through a corridor. Neria floods behind them. Sylvan roots the exit shut the moment the last civilian is through. We cannot grant a royal seal, but we can absolutely break a building. And nobody says the cost out loud. Every wall Bruna drops, every corridor Neria floods, every door Sylvan seals is another act of open war against the crown, logged and witnessed. We are not sneaking anymore. By sundown, the Empire knows exactly what my 4 biomes can do to a fortress, and it will remember. What we cannot do is take Alara with us. The one thing 4 biomes cannot break is an imperial cell built to hold a princess. And by the time we fight clear, she is already gone, arrested and vanishing into the capital as the crown's newest prisoner. We win the room and lose the woman. Kryl ends the day having lost the argument, the land, and the confiscation, and having won the only prize that still lets him hurt me. He has Alara, and he has a clock. My sovereignty is provisional, granted under a training war charter, and it expires in 3 days unless I produce a legal royal seal to make it permanent, which only a crowned authority can grant. So this is where part 18 leaves me. I am a convicted traitor who accidentally became a foreign king. My land is safe from stamps and wide open to armies. The one person who could sign my kingdom into permanent law is in a cell for doing her job honestly, and I have 3 days to break her out and get a seal before the whole thing dissolves back into crown dirt. Mira reads my face and says the quiet part before I can. We are not going to a wedding, she says. We are going to a prison. And for once, the two are the same trip, because the 5th vow and the 5th wife are locked in the same tower, and part 18 ends on a countdown and a jailbreak instead of a honeymoon. Krail learned from the war game, which is the trouble with a smart enemy. He watched what my 4 biomes do to a fortress, then built one to make every one of them useless, with Alara and the hostages sealed inside it. It is a folding fortress, the same trick that took Aura. Space pleated in on itself, so the inside is bigger and meaner than the outside, and my 3-day clock is ticking the whole time. He has stripped the building of every advantage we own. The canals are drained bone dry, so Neria has no water to move. The roofs and walls are sheathed in the good imperial steel that bends toward a crown nail, so Bruna's magnet tricks turn against her. The gardens are salted dead, so Sylvan has nothing living to root through. The foundation sits on solid bedrock with no shaft and no seam, so Mira has no hidden path to track. He built a box shape precisely to defeat the 5 things that beat him last week. And that, in the end, is his mistake. Because a team that only wins with its strengths is a team you can plan against. A team that spent 19 parts learning to win with its weaknesses is a different animal entirely. So every wife gives up her signature move and does the opposite. Neria, with no water to command, reads the dry canals as ladders and climbs the plumbing. Bruna, unable to trust her own magnetized steel, builds with Teb's timber. Sylvan, with no soil, works the salt itself. Mira, with no trail, goes straight up the one surface nobody armored, the inside of a chimney. Tonight, Krail took every one of their strengths off the table, and instead of breaking, they got creative. Because a person is not their one trick, and my wives were never once the decorations he keeps insisting they are. Pico runs the distraction, and it is a thing of beauty. He marches up to the gate with a thick ledger and loudly begins auditing Kryle's surrender terms, demanding line item clarification on a capitulation Kryle never offered. The court is so baffled by a goblin accountant negotiating a defeat that has not happened that half the guard drifts over to watch the argument. The plan is perfect for exactly 1 minute. Then Rooney, who we brought along because he eats seals and we needed doors opened, gets excited and swallows the master pass. In a single gulp, my elegant infiltration becomes a smash and a climb. So the 4 clean routes collapse into one vertical labyrinth, and we go up the hard way, through chimneys and drain pipes and salt-crusted walls, in a building that keeps folding new floors in above us. It is a disaster. It is also, somewhere around the 3rd impossible climb, the most in sync my wives have ever been, precisely because nothing works the way it should. Even Sol is the reason we do not get lost, and I did not expect to be grateful to him twice in one story. He spent years as a crown tax clerk crawling through buildings like this, and he walks us through the fortress guts from memory, taking the worst risks himself because somewhere in these cells is his daughter, and this is the only apology that has ever meant anything. Her name is on none of my maps and burned into all of his, and he counts cell doors as we climb like a man saying a rosary. I still have not forgiven him for the maps he leaked. He has not asked me to. He just keeps walking point into the dark, spending his body on the debt and letting the work be the only argument he makes. We reach Alara's cell first because Creel wanted her found first, and the moment we open it, she refuses to leave. Not for drama, for arithmetic. There are 4 other groups of hostages scattered through the folding floors, and if we run her out now, the fortress seals behind us and keeps all of them. She will not buy her own freedom with theirs. Instead, she does the thing that costs her everything. She still holds one shred of imperial authority, a princess's seal good for maybe one command before Creel voids it, and she spends it opening every cell in the fortress at once. 1 minute of being who she used to be, spent entirely on other people, and then the title is gone for good. The instant she uses it, the fortress begins folding in earnest, because Creel rigged it to collapse the moment his prisoner acted. Now we have 4 groups of freed hostages spread across a building eating itself. One goal and no time. Get everyone out, not the princess. Everyone. The floors start pleating shut below us, stairs folding into walls, hallways zippering closed, the whole fortress trying to become a smaller and smaller box with us still in it. Every second we spend on one hostage group is a second the fold steals from the other 3. There is no version of this where we move slow, and the team works the way the war game taught them. 4 fronts, no center. Noma has already stolen the fortress guard rotation map and swapped in a false one, so the collapsing patrols chase corridors that are not there. Teb, terrified and precise, throws a bridge of overbuilt timber across a gap where a floor used to be, and it holds because Teb never trusts anything to hold. Roan spends his last honest imperial order the way Alara spent her seal. He is still, technically, a crown captain, and he uses that dying authority to command the fortress garrison to stand down and assist in evacuation. One lawful order they obey by reflex before anyone thinks to countermand it. Then he is a traitor too, fully, and he does not look back. Creel's whole plan had a broadcast at the end of it. A staged abdication, Alara on a dais surrendering my kingdom to the crown in front of the assembled envoys, proof the rebellion folded. Instead, the envoys' viewing hall fills with the real thing. 4 groups of freed prisoners walking into the light, Ivan's daughter among them, and there is no surrender anywhere in the picture. The face Creel makes when his propaganda broadcast turns into a live prison brick in front of every foreign witness he personally invited is a thing I will keep for the rest of my life. He built a stage to show the world my defeat and accidentally lit it for my proof. Ivan reaches the last cell himself, and the girl who steps out of it does not run to a hero. She runs to a shaking, guilty ex-clerk who betrayed a kingdom to keep her breathing. He does not get a clean redemption for it. He gets his daughter back and a lifetime of having done a terrible thing for a reason nobody can quite hate him for. And for Ivan, that is the only ending that ever fit. But we are still inside a folding building with hundreds of people and nowhere to put them because this is the wall we hit. My kingdom is a rebel house with 4 biomes and no state. We have forest and water and field and mountain. We do not have a road out, a wall to stand behind, or one seal any nation will honor. We can free these people and watch the fold swallow them anyway. And that is the exact gap Alara fills, not as a rescued princess, but as the one person alive who is both a real jurist and now, having burned her title, truly free to choose. She looks at the folding fortress, at the hostages, at me, and she makes her choice out loud. Not the throne she was born to, these people, this law, this house. That choice is the vow, not a wedding speech, not a rescue kiss. A political decision made under collapsing stone by a woman who just spent her entire old identity on strangers. The cadastre reads it the way it read all the others. Consent, shared danger, shared responsibility. And it answers with the biggest number this kingdom has ever seen. 240 square kilometers doubles to 480 in a single breath. And this doubling is different because Alara's domain is not a biome, it is a state. Roads unspool across the new land, tying forest to lake to field to mountain. Walls rise, a town hall assembles itself out of the fold. An estate seal, real and sovereign, drops into Alara's hand. I have watched this land double 4 times now, and it never stops taking the breath out of me. But every earlier doubling gave me more of something I already understood. More forest, more water, more field, more ore. This one hands me the one thing I have never had in this world, a state, and I do not fully know how to hold it. The folding fortress cannot eat a kingdom with roads. The new highways punch straight through the collapsing floors and turn a death trap into an evacuation route, and the freed hostages walk out of a folding prison onto the first paved road my kingdom has ever owned. We did not escape the fold. We overrode it with a country. Wives, 4 to 5. Territory, 240 to 480. Status, rebel house to recognize kingdom, with roads and walls, and a hall and a seal, the whole apparatus of a real state arriving at once. It is the largest single leap the Hearth Cadastre has ever made, and I feel the weight of it settle onto the land like a second gravity. And Alara does not become queen over the others, which I half feared, and she flatly refuses. She takes the law and the seal as her biome, the way Mira has the forest and Bruna the mountain, an equal among 5, not a crown above 4. The first thing she does with sovereign authority is stamp Kryle's standing orders in front of the envoys as the forgeries they are. His arrest warrants, his confiscation decrees, his abdication script, all of it gets marked counterfeit under a seal the envoys must legally recognize. It belongs to a kingdom their own presence just witnessed being born. The Chancellor came to broadcast my end and instead certified my nation with his own guest list. Neria and Bruna, who nearly went to war over a lake, stand under the new walls and confirm the borders together without a fight. Because the roads Alara open mean the mountain can send Neria her water back on a cart instead of stealing it through the ground. The state did in an afternoon what a season of arguing could not. Krail does the only thing left to a man who just lost on every board. He denies it happened. He declares the whole city an illusion, a rebel trick, a fold-forged mirage with no more substance than the prison that birthed it. And he demands the envoys ignore the country that just grew under their boots. So the kingdom proves itself the boring way, which is the only way that convinces anyone who matters. The town hall opens and formally recognizes the foreign treaties the envoys carry, real diplomacy, stamped and filed. The new roads physically connect the biomes, so a cart leaves the mountain and reaches the lake on a solid surface in real hours. The envoys walk the streets Krau called imaginary, drink water from Neria's clean supply, eat bread from Sylvan's fields, stand on Bruna's steel and under Mira's timber. One by one, they accept the new seals, because you cannot call a place an illusion while you are standing in it eating its lunch. Krail loses the last thing he had, the power to say, my country does not exist. Velrasorn is in that hall of envoys too, and I watch her do the math faster than anyone. She came expecting to buy the pieces of a broken rebel house. Instead, she is standing in a recognized kingdom, and for the first time since I met her, the woman with an angle on everything looks unsure she has one on me. She files something away and says nothing. 4 state functions come online in a day: law, roads, a capital, a treasury seal, every one of them real and witnessed and logged across borders. 480 square kilometers, not a hidden fold, not a pocket trick. Actual ground you could march an army across, which is what unsettles me in the middle of the best day I have had in this world. Because the capital is real and completely broken. It has a hall and no working laws, a seal and no budget, roads and no rule for who maintains them, 5 co-rulers with 5 vetoes and no agreed way to break a tie. I doubled into a kingdom and inherited every problem a kingdom has, all at once, with 3 enemies still standing. And then, on the first night of the new capital, something happens that nobody can explain and everybody sees. In the streets, in the torchlight, a silent image plays out over and over like a memory the land itself is having. 5 figures, 5 ancient queens, standing around a single small square, and a king locked inside it. Just that, again and again. Alara sees it. Mira sees it. The envoys see it. Nobody knows what it means, and the cadastre says nothing, offers no window, no explanation, only lets the image repeat on the walls of the city it just built. 5 queens, 1 king, 1 square meter. It looks like a warning, or a memory, or a set of instructions written before any of us were born. I do not understand it yet, and Part 19 refuses to let me. I have 5 wives, a real kingdom, a broken capital, and a ghost playing on my walls that seems to know something about my 1 square meter that I do not. The largest victory of my life arrives holding a riddle I never asked for, and the cold feeling that my whole story began somewhere nobody has told me about. The hardest thing I have ever built is not a kingdom. It is a single breakfast. The morning after I become a 5-wife sovereign of 480 registered square kilometers, I try to approve the menu for the common hall, and my own government stops me cold. I say we serve fish. Neria vetoes it, because the lake stock is spawning and pulling it now beggars next season. Fine, bread. Sylvan vetoes that, because the flour is seed grain and eating it means no autumn crop. Metal plates then. Bruna vetoes, because good steel bends to the nail and she will not put a cursed fork in a child's hand. Paperwork, at least I can sign. Alara vetoes even that, because I filed the order under the wrong seal, and an improperly stamped breakfast is, in her exact words, a constitutional problem waiting to happen. And Mira vetoes the whole meeting, because I scheduled it during her ranger's patrol, and she will not trade the border for a menu. So there it is. 5 co-rulers, 5 vetoes, and a king who cannot unilaterally approve a bowl of soup. I built a system specifically so no one person could own this land like private property. And the first person that system humbles is me, over breakfast in front of everyone. The part I did not expect is that it is not chaos. It is slow, annoying, the least efficient meal in history, but every veto is somebody protecting a real thing. The fish, the seed, the child's safety, the law, the border. Nobody is jealous. Everybody is right, and that is so much worse and so much better than I ever hoped for governance to be. We eventually eat because Pico treats the breakfast like a budget, trading a little fish against a little seed against a little steel until every veto is satisfied and everyone gets fed. My first act of real governance is a compromise soup. It is delicious, and it took 2 hours. Alara has produced her own contribution, a ration biscuit she baked to prove a queen can share the common table. It is inedible. It is a small gray brick that Rooney tries to eat and then visibly reconsiders. She maintains flawless royal dignity the entire time. Nobody can chew it, which is somehow the most endearing thing she has done. Then the census clerk clears her throat and hands me the first real problem of the day. She has counted every soul in the kingdom, twice, and the numbers do not close. There is one extra person, one resident here, eating our compromise soup who matches no record, no biome, no charter, one name the kingdom cannot explain. I file the extra soul under things to worry about tomorrow, which is a luxury I have never had, an actual tomorrow to defer things to. In every part until now, the next disaster arrived before I finished the last one. For once a mystery gets to just be a mystery for a day. It feels illegal. Before I can chase it, a colder thread lands. A crown registrar, cousin to the one who tried to bulldoze the orphanage months ago, files to void Mother Aura's hearth record. She is dead, the paperwork says, so her hearth is extinguished. And an extinguished hearth cannot hold property, so the orphanage she died protecting reverts to nobody and can be cleared. This is the exact gap I noticed the day she died and swore I would close. There is no law in this world for a fire whose keeper is gone. You are a living owner or you are nothing. And Aura, being dead, is officially nothing, and her children can be turned out on that technicality any morning a bored clerk chooses. It is a cruelty so clean, it almost looks like fairness. Nobody has to hate the orphans to evict them. Nobody has to do anything but read a form correctly. That is the kind of evil Krell builds, the kind that runs on procedure, and it is the exact thing my whole life aimed at stopping, ever since a forged deed took my family's home. Noma will not let it stand, and the way she fights it guts me. She does not ask for Aura back. She does not want a ghost, a system voice, a comforting lie that the old woman is still somehow here. She stands in the town hall and demands something harder, that Aura be honored as exactly what she is, dead and still owed. Alara takes the child's grief and does the one thing she is best at. She turns it into law. She drafts and passes the first statute of the new kingdom, and it is not about war or trade or borders. It is called the Extinguished Hearth Active Legacy Act, and it says a dead keeper's work still holds her ground. Under the new law, Aura is not alive and not pretended alive. She is a legacy, a recognized founder whose institution stands because she built it, run now by the people she raised. The registrar, who came to erase a dead woman, has to file her instead as the permanent founder of a protected estate. He hates it. He signs it anyway. Nobody resurrects. Nobody gets a speech from beyond. A 12-year-old just forced an empire to admit that what a good person builds outlives the person, and to write it down where the next board clerk has to obey it. It is the quietest, most permanent victory of the whole story, and Aura is not here to see it, and that is the point. Which leaves the last thing Aura started and never finished. The common kitchen, the real one. The building she dreamed about for years, standing complete now on the new roads. And it has never once been opened because the only person with the key is a child who is terrified to turn it. Noma has carried that key since the day Aura pressed it into her hand and then went and stood on a lever. She has been afraid of it for parts. Opening the kitchen means Aura is really not coming to open it herself, and a 12-year-old has hauled that exact weight on her hip through a war, a trial, and a jailbreak. The trouble is that 5 biomes do not know how to share a table. The forest wants its game, the lake guards its fish, the fields hoard seed against winter, the mountain trades everything by weight. 5 co-rulers who will veto a breakfast are not naturally inclined to pool their whole larders into one free kitchen for strangers. And I cannot fix this one by being clever, which is the recurring lesson of my entire marriage. I could order the larders pooled, and every wife would veto me and be right to. Generosity you command is just a tax. Generosity has to be chosen, and 5 proud women have to choose it one at a time. each for her own reasons. So each wife brings a piece of aura to the door, and that is how it gets solved, not by decree, but by 5 people choosing. Mira brings forest game, Neria brings clean water and fish, Sylvan brings the first grain she will actually spare. Bruna brings the ovens, built 3 times too large, which for once is precisely the right size for feeding a kingdom. Alara brings the law that makes it permanent, a civic charter that turns 5 private generosities into 1 public service nobody can quietly close when it gets inconvenient. The kitchen is not charity anymore, it is infrastructure. It is the first thing this kingdom builds that is not a weapon and not a market. Then everyone steps back because the last act is not ours. Noma stands at the door with the red bowl in one hand and the key in the other, the same 2 things she has carried since the market folded. And after a long moment, nobody rushes, she turns the key herself. The common kitchen finally opens, and its founder is a child, and its founder is also a dead woman, and both are true. The line that forms is the whole kingdom. Miners beside lake, folk beside forest, clan beside orphans, everyone eating from the same pots, and for a few minutes, there is no veto, no border, no charter, just Aura's kitchen doing what she always said it would. I do not make a speech, I learned that much. I get in line like everybody else. The smallest orphan Aura fed first gets to the front and undoes me completely. He fills the red bowl, the actual red bowl, and carries it not to himself but to the oldest, slowest person in the queue, because that is what Aura always did, and nobody taught him. He just watched her long enough to learn it by heart. The kitchen buys us a good day, and then the boring miracle happens, the one that actually decides whether any of this survives. The kingdom starts to work, not win a battle, not double its land. Work. The dull, unglamorous machinery of a real estate grinds into motion for the first time. Pico delivers the first working budget in the kingdom's history. Actual numbers, income against expense, roads and kitchen and wall costed and funded instead of conjured. Noma completes the census, every soul counted and placed, except the one that still will not resolve, flagged now and set aside for later. The state can finally see itself. It is not glamorous, and I have never been prouder of anything. A battle you win with a hero. A kingdom you keep with a census. Every name counted is a person who cannot be quietly erased later. Every coin budgeted is a road that gets fixed. And boring, funded, documented governance is the one thing Kryl has never once managed to fake. And the government runs without me, which is the whole point and still stings a little. The 5 wives administer their fronts through the vault, not through my orders. A dispute over a road gets settled by Alara and Bruna without anyone waking me. A water ruling happens over my head and lands better than what I would have decreed. A crown official arrives expecting the usual thing, a rebel warlord's vanity project collapsing under its own contradictions. A strong man who cannot delegate drowning in a country too big for one head. Instead, he finds a working town hall, a funded budget, a running kitchen, and a king standing in a soup line waiting his turn. He does not know what to file it as. Roan stands near that baffled official, arm finally healed, wearing no imperial colors at all now, and says the only thing he has ever volunteered unasked. It works, he tells the man, quietly. Not because of one great leader, because everyone here is allowed to say no. The by-the-book captain just became a believer, in his own flat way. That is the real reckoning of the quiet part. Everyone, my enemies, the envoys, some corner of me, expected that the moment I actually held a kingdom, I would rule it like the private property my whole story warned against. Instead, I built the one thing Kryl cannot picture, a state that does not need its founder, running fine without me holding the reins. I let myself feel it for one evening, the strange peace of a place that works. 5 wives who do not agree and do not have to. A dead woman's kitchen full of light. A budget, a census, a law that outlives its author. For the length of one meal, the kingdom is not surviving a crisis. It is simply alive. Mira finds me in the quiet and refuses to let me get sentimental, because that is her job now. Do not get comfortable, she says, not unkindly. A kingdom that works is a kingdom worth taking. The better this place runs, the more somebody powerful will want it. And peace has always been the pause before the next person tries, which in this story is the reliable sound of the next thing arriving. As the plates clear, the envoys reach the gates. Foreign witnesses come to decide whether 480 square kilometers can truly be governed, or is just a lucky mess waiting to fail. And behind them, out of the dark past our new borders, come 3 cities on foot, whole populations, asking my young kingdom for protection it has never once had to give. Part 20 ends on the softest cliff I have had yet. No war, no betrayal, no death. Just a working kitchen, a watching world, and 3 desperate cities standing at the edge of a country that finally learned how to feed itself, about to find out whether it can feed anyone else. The envoys arrive expecting a punchline. 3 foreign delegations, all here to see the famous kingdom that began as 1 square meter, and every one of them has clearly placed a private bet on how fast it falls apart. The lead envoy tells me, to my face, that he has cleared exactly 1 hour in his schedule for us. He expects a stage set, a painted throne, a few actors, a rebel playing king in a costume, the whole thing collapsing the moment anyone leans on it. What he does not expect is a road. A real, graded, drained, maintained road running from my gate toward the horizon, with carts on it going somewhere for actual reasons. So instead of a tour of a palace, I give them a tour of the country, and I let the country do the talking. Noma leads the caravan herself, off her own maps, because nobody knows this land better than the girl who countered it. And she routes the envoys the long way, straight through the middle of a working state. Pico rides along as the world's least sentimental tour guide, narrating the kingdom in numbers because numbers are the one language an envoy cannot pretend not to understand. Road costs per league, kitchen meals served per day, water cases prevented per season. He recites my country like a balance sheet, and it balances. They pass Neria's water first. Clean channels, filtered supply, a lake town drinking straight from the tap without a single case of the black sickness that plagues the envoy's own cities. One delegate quietly asks Neria what the filtration costs to license. She tells him it is not for sale. It is how her people live, and he does not know what to write. They pass Sylvan's fields, mixed crops feeding a queue that does not shove because nobody in it fears the food runs out. They pass Bruna's mountain, where recycled steel rolls out on carts and no debtor works in chains. They pass Mira's forest, patrolled and quiet. Each wife shows her function without drawing a weapon, and the hour the lead envoy budgeted comes and goes with him still asking questions. He came to laugh at a decoration, and he is stuck on a road that works. And a road that works is the single most convincing argument a state can make. You cannot fake a highway. You cannot stage a functioning water system for visitors. Either the carts move or they do not, and mine move. What the envoys keep failing to grasp is that I am not showing them a kingdom. I am showing them a machine that runs whether or not I am standing in it, and that is a far scarier thing to a foreign power than any army. An army needs a king. My roads do not care if I live. Then the real reason the timing matters walks up out of the dust. 3 border cities, not delegations, hold desperate populations, arrive at my frontier on foot. They are fleeing Velrasorn's blockade, which has been quietly strangling the independent towns around my kingdom, cutting trade, salt, and medicine, until the only choices left are starve or run. And they are terrified of me, which stings but makes sense. The last few powerful people who offered these towns protection did it at sword point and called it annexation. They have learned that a strong neighbor asking to shelter you is usually just a slower conquest. They expect me to name my price, and the price is always the same: everything. So I do the thing this whole kingdom was built to prove is possible. I do not take them. Alara draws up a protectorate, a real treaty between equals, protection without ownership. And the cities do not fold into my territory or double anything. They stay themselves. They keep their own councils. They simply stop being alone against a blockade. The first city's elders read the treaty 3 times looking for the trap, the clause where I quietly become their owner, and they cannot find it, because Alara did not write one. A city that came expecting to be swallowed gets handed a document that treats it as a partner, and the old man reading it has to sit down. The second city's leader tries to pay me anyway, out of pure disbelief, offering tribute, soldiers, a share of the harvest, anything to make the deal feel normal. I turn it down, and the Lara explains why in her flat lawyer's voice. A protectorate that costs you your independence is just an invasion with better paperwork. We are not doing that. It is not free, and I do not pretend it is. Protecting 3 blockaded cities means feeding 3 blockaded cities, and that lands on Neria and Sylvan, who spend 2 days solving logistics that would break most kingdoms. Water routes, food convoys, medicine runs, all threaded through a blockade designed specifically to stop this. Velra answers the way Velra always does, by tightening the screw. The moment my protectorate is signed, she chokes the blockade harder, and this time she goes for the cruel supplies, the ones that are not about profit but about pressure. Salt, medicine. The things a city dies slowly without. She is betting I cannot feed everyone, and she is not entirely wrong. But the protectorate holds, because 3 cities sharing my roads and my kitchen and my water can outlast a blockade that assumed they were still 3 isolated targets. Velra built her siege for a world where nobody helps anybody. My whole kingdom is the argument against that world, and now it is an argument with supply convoys attached. The first sign it is working is small, and it wrecks me a little. A child from the blockaded city, thin as a rail, eats a full bowl at Aura's kitchen and then does not hide the second helping under her shirt, because after 2 days, she has finally started to believe there will be a second helping. Velra's whole siege runs on fear, and my kitchen just cured 1 kid of it, which brings the envoys to the part they did not plan for, deciding what they saw. They came for a decoration, and instead spent 2 days on real roads, drank water cleaner than their own, ate at a kitchen that feeds strangers for free, and watched a young kingdom shelter 3 cities without conquering a single one of them. Nobody staged any of it, and that is what breaks their prepared verdict. You can dismiss a speech and doubt a throne, but you cannot argue with a cart that arrives on time, a tap that runs clean, and a treaty that does what it says. The evidence is boringly, unglamorously real, and boring reality is the hardest thing in the world to deny. So one by one, the envoys who came to laugh put their names on paper. Formal recognition, several nations of it, of a kingdom Kryl has spent this entire story insisting does not legally exist. They sign it knowing he is watching, knowing it cost them at the imperial court, and they sign anyway because they would rather back a state that works than a chancellor who lies. The lead envoy, the one who gave me an hour, is the last to sign, and he does it looking almost angry, the way a man looks when the world refuses to be as simple as he needed it. He came to file me under rebel nuisance, and instead, he has to file me under neighbor, and neighbor is a far more expensive word. I would love to say I was gracious about it. Mostly I just stand there, a former junior surveyor with a measuring cord, watching foreign powers legitimize a country I started on a patch of dirt the size of a doormat, and I think about the first night I was not allowed to step off 1 square meter. The distance between those 2 moments does something to my chest I have no words for. The recognition is real, and it is a receipt, but every receipt in this story comes with a bill. The instant those signatures dry, they land on Kryl's desk as the worst possible news. Proof the world is starting to treat me as a peer instead of a rebel. And a chancellor who cannot erase you legally has one tool left, which is to make sure there is nothing left to recognize. It happens while the ink is still wet. One of my 3 new protectorate cities, the one furthest out, catches fire. Not a normal fire. The cadastre flags it instantly, and the reading turns my stomach, because it is not spreading the way flame spreads. It is running along the roots and the water lines, jumping through the exact living infrastructure that ties the city to me. Crown fire, the same category of weapon as the nails, a fire that travels through a hearth's own connections and burns a place out from the inside of its strengths. Somebody set my protector to light through the very water and roads I sent to save it, within hours of me promising these people they were safe. Sylvan feels it before anyone, because it is her roots the fire is riding. She goes gray and grabs the nearest table, and she tells me the fire is not only burning the city, it is using the connection we built to reach it, turning our own lifeline into the fuse. Every good thing we sent that city is now a road for the fire to travel. The envoys who just signed get to watch, in real time, whether my protection means anything, because the test arrived faster than anyone imagined. This is the nightmare version of a diplomatic win. I spent 2 days proving my roads work, and now one of those roads is carrying fire into a city full of people who trusted a treaty with my seal on it. And then it gets worse, in the specific way this story loves. Mira, running point toward the burning city, pulls up short with her bow half drawn, because she has found the person standing over the ignition point, the one the evidence says lit it. There is blood at the scene, a familiar crest, and the man it all points to is Cassian Drav, my oldest enemy, the rival who humiliated me on a square of dirt in the first hour of my life here. The man who has spent the last several parts inexplicably helping me is standing at the source of a crown fire in my newest city, with blood on the ground and his own mark on the scene. Mira holds her arrow. She does not loose it. She looks back at me for an order I do not have. The smart move, the safe move, the move every enemy I have ever had would make, is to let Mira loose that arrow. A city is burning, a culprit is standing in it, and nobody in the world would blame me for ending Cassian Drav right there and calling it justice. It would be clean, it would be easy, it would probably be wrong, because nothing about it fits. The Cassian who spotted the assassin's arrowhead and dropped an archer to save Sylvan does not burn a city of refugees. But the evidence is the evidence, and a city is on fire, and my wives, and my protectorates, and my brand new reputation are all watching to see what the king does when his enemy is caught red-handed at a massacre. Part 21 ends the way the softest parts always end in my life, with the quiet triumph on fire. The envoys signed. The kingdom is recognized. 3 cities came under my protection, and one of them is burning through its own roots, with Cassie and Drav standing in the flames looking exactly like the man who lit them, and me with no idea whether to trust my enemy or my own eyes. I make the call that decides the whole part in about 2 seconds, and I make it against every piece of evidence in front of me. I tell Mira to lower the bow. Cassian Drav is standing in a burning city with blood on his blade and his crest at the scene, and I choose, on nothing but a hunch and a pattern, to not let my wife kill him. It is the riskiest bet of my life, and it pays off at once, because the second Mira lowers the arrow, Cassian does not run. He turns his back on us and walks straight into the fire, toward the worst of it, shouting for people to follow his voice. And no arsonist in the history of the world has ever run toward the thing he lit. Mira checks the blood on his sword instead of shooting him, and it tells the true story. It does not belong to a townsperson. It belongs to an imperial agent, a crown man who was carrying one of the nails, lying dead at the ignition point where Cassian cut him down. My oldest enemy did not start this fire. He killed the person who did. I do not get a moment of triumph over being right, because being right just means the situation is worse. If Cassian is innocent, then the crown sent an agent with a crown nail to burn a city of my refugees on the day the envoy signed, purely to prove my protection is worthless. This was a message, and I am the address. And nobody gets to enjoy any of it, because stopping the arsonist did not stop the fire. The fire is a crown fire, and it does not need a person to keep going. It is already loose in the roots and the water, running through the exact living infrastructure I built to save the city, and killing the man who lit it just means it burns without a master now. Accepting the city's hearth into my protection, which is the only way to reach its people, does the cruelest thing. It links the burning city to my forest, and the crown fire uses that link like it used the city's own. The moment I move to save these people, the fire gets a road straight into Mira's trees. Every rescue in this story has a bill, and this one bills my oldest wife's home. Mira does not blink at the cost, which somehow makes it worse than if she had. Her forest, the thing she went to war to protect, the biome that started this whole marriage, is about to take a crown fire so a city of strangers can live. And she just nods and starts moving people, because that is the wife I married and the leader she became. The map says there is only one way to stop a fire that travels through connection, and it is a horrible one. You cannot drown it because it burns on water. You cannot starve it of fuel the normal way because its fuel is the living network itself. You can only cut it, open a gap in the connection so wide the fire cannot jump, a fire break made of nothing. And the only land in the right place to make that gap is Cassian's. His ancestral estate, the last real property his family holds, the ground his whole arrogant identity was built on, sits exactly where the break has to go. To save my new city, someone has to burn Cassian Drav's home to ash on purpose. He does not hesitate, and that is the moment I stop being sure I understand him. He hands Mira his family's private forest map, every path and firebreak his ancestors ever cut, secrets his house guarded for generations, and tells her to burn all of it. The man who humiliated me over a square of dirt gives up his entire square mileage without a second look. Pico, who tracks value the way other people track weather, quietly tells me what that map is worth. Generations of Dravland surveys, the exact thing a noble house guards to the grave, handed to a rival huntress to set alight. In pure ledger terms, Cassian just torched his family's entire future to buy strangers an escape route. Pico sounds almost offended by the math, so Mira cuts the break alongside the man she was aiming at an hour ago, and she does not forgive him while she does it. They work in total silence, enemy beside enemy, felling his heritage into a bare strip of dirt the fire cannot cross. Neria walls the flanks with water she cannot use to douse it. Sylvan reaches into the roots and kills the connection ahead of the burn. The estate goes up. Generations of Drav wealth and pride burn in an afternoon, deliberately, by its own owner's order, and the fire break holds. The crown fire races to the edge of the gap, finds nothing living to leap through, and dies there in the bare dirt, starved of the connection it fed on. And the people who walk out of the saved city are the tenants. The debtors and farmers Cassian refused to evict back when he was still purely my enemy. The one decent thing he did in a season of cruelty. The people everyone told him to throw off his land. They come out alive, through his forest, on his map, because he would not clear them then and would not abandon them now. Mira watches them come out and still does not thank him. That is the discipline the whole part runs on. Cassian saved a city and burned his own house to do it. And he is still the man who poisoned the forest and set the boars on me in the first hour. And both of those stay true. He is not forgiven. He is, at last, not lying about who he wants to be. While the fire dies, Velrasorn makes her move because she never wastes a crisis. She slams the blockade fully shut, and this time she goes for the throat, cutting salt, medicine, and metal to my kingdom and all 3 protectorates at once. Her promise is simple and public. Shelter those cities, and I will starve every one of you together. It is a genuinely good threat. 3 extra cities is 3 extra populations to feed through a siege built by the smartest merchant I have ever fought. By every rule of the world Velra grew up in, a kingdom that takes on dependence during a blockade is a kingdom that starves faster. She is playing the odds, and the odds are hers. So we do not play her game, we play mine. Instead of hoarding what little gets through and rationing it by fear, we throw the warehouses open, post every price in public where anyone can read it, and let the protective treaties move supply between all 4 populations as one. No secret stores, no panic pricing. Everything we have, visible, shared, and moving. And Velra's siege breaks on the one thing she cannot blockade, which is trust. A blockade works by making people hoard and turn on each other. My open warehouses make hoarding pointless, because tomorrow's supply is posted on the wall, so nobody panics, nobody riots, and the food she cut stretches twice as far as her math assumed. Alera does the legal half, while the wives do the physical half, papering every emergency transfer between the 4 cities so that when this is over, nobody can call the shared supply a debt or a conquest. Even mid-siege, she will not let us save people sloppily, because a rescue with bad paperwork is a lawsuit waiting to become an annexation. Then the part that must sting Velra worst. Her own merchants start defecting. Traders who spent years inside her monopoly look at my transparent boards, at prices that do not lie and supply that does not vanish, and they quietly switch sides. Because an honest market is simply a better place to work than a cartel run on fear. Her monopoly does not shatter, it erodes from the inside by choice. The famine Velra promised never arrives. That is the whole turn, and it is a quiet one. No dramatic moment, no battle, just 3 protectorate cities and a kingdom still eating on the day she swore they would starve. She built a weapon out of scarcity, and I answered with the one thing scarcity cannot survive. Enough, shared honestly. I should know better than to feel safe by now, and the kingdom teaches me again within the hour. The fire is out, the blockade is failing. 2 of my 3 protectorate cities are holding. And then the third one, the furthest, the one that burned first, does not finish burning. It disappears, not collapses, not folds, disappears. Where a city of thousands stood, the map shows a clean white void, a perfect blank where ground and people and buildings stopped existing. The same geometric erasure the locust province ran from just took an entire city off my map in silence. And when the cadastre redraws itself around the hole, I finally see the shape of the thing I have been fighting in pieces this whole time. 5 points of light, scattered across the map, all connected to one center. 5 active crown nails, and a central cadastre they all feed, a machine my little founder's core has only ever been one distant limb of. 5 nails. The number lands like a dropped stone. 5 nails and 5 wives, and 5 ancient queens on the walls of my capital, locking a king onto a single square. The story has been showing me the number 5 since the first night, and I'm only now starting to suspect it was never a coincidence, that my whole life here has been drawn along lines I cannot see. Bruna goes very still when she sees the 5 points, because she has held one of these things in her bare hands under a mountain. 5 of them feeding one center is not a weapon, she tells me flatly. It is an engine. Somebody is not defending with these. Somebody is powering something with them, and she does not want to know what. The wives split the fronts without being asked, because that is who they are now. Each takes a nail nearest her biome, mapping it, containing it, learning how it feeds. Noma marks the white void on her map with a steady hand and a face I do not like. Because a girl who lost her own village to an erasure like this knows precisely what that blank square means. I kneel beside her and do not say a word, because there is nothing to say. She has spent this whole story helping me protect other people's homes from the exact thing that ate hers, and now it has eaten another, right after I promised its people they were safe. She does not cry. She just draws the blank square carefully, like getting it exactly right is the only thing she can still do for them. And then the last person I expect does the last thing I expect. Velra Sorn, watching her market bleed out to my open warehouses, losing the economic war she was sure she would win, comes to me not to fight, but to warn. For the first time since I met her, self-interest and honesty point the same way for the woman who taught me to fear paper. She does not do it out of kindness, and she makes that insultingly clear. She does it because she has finally done the math on Creel, and the math frightens even her. Whatever the Chancellor is building with those 5 nails, she tells me, it does not have a place in it for her either. A tyrant who erases cities does not leave a monopolist standing once she has served her purpose. She tells me the nails all run back to a central cadastre, A real place, a location, where the whole system can be controlled or broken. She does not know how. She just knows that everything, the fire, the void, the 5 nails, the reason my 1 square meter recognized me too well, all of it lives at that center, and that Kryl is racing me to reach it. Part 22 ends with my enemy's house in ashes for the right reasons, a blockade dying of honesty, and a white hole where a city full of people used to be. 2 cities saved, 1 erased, 5 nails burning, and a warning from the last person who should ever help me. All of it pointing at one place I've been avoiding since the first night, the center, where my story actually began. We go to the center because there's nowhere left to run from it. 5 crown nails are dragging my biomes toward one point on the map, a central cadastre buried under the oldest part of the capital, the hall my founder's core was only ever a splinter of. I almost go in alone, old habit. The frightened part of me that got Aura killed wants to walk into the dangerous room by myself and spare everyone else the risk, and I actually take the first step toward the door before the hall stops me cold. It will not open for one person. It physically refuses. The door reads me, a single owner reaching for central control, and it rejects me the way a lock rejects the wrong key. And the moment it does, I understand something about this place that reorganizes my whole story. This system was not built to be held by one. It was built specifically to keep one from ever holding it. So we go in the way the hall demands, which is together. 5 wives, 5 equals, 5 keys, walking into the center as co-owners and not as a king with a retinue. Mira, Neria, Sylvan, Bruna, Alara, each a sovereign in her own right, and me, and the door that slammed on one man swings open for the ones who arrived refusing to rule alone. Pico, Teb, Roan, and Noma come as far as the threshold and stop because the hall will not take them past it, and none of them push. This is a door for owners, and they are the thing the old kings never valued and the new kingdom cannot run without, the people the owners answer to. They wait in the light while we walk into the dark. I have spent this entire story learning, slowly and badly, to share power I instinctively wanted to hoard. The oldest machine under my kingdom was waiting the whole time to see if I could. The hall does not reward the strongest claimant. It opens only for the ones who show up, already refusing to rule alone. Inside, the walls remember, and they show us the first truth. Long before the Empire, before Kryl, before any of this, there was one king who owned everything. A single absolute ruler who held all the land, all the law, all the people as personal property, and used them the way a man uses tools he paid good coin for. And 5 women stopped him, not with an army, because armies had already failed. 5 queens, advisors and rivals, and one of them, his own wife, did something stranger and more permanent. They broke his single throne into 5 keys and swore an oath that no one person could ever again hold more than 1/5 of the world's true power. That oath is the system. That is the whole mechanic I have been writing this entire time. The reason my land doubles only when I take a wife who is a true equal is that the cadastre was built to make shared power the only kind that grows. Hoard it alone, and you get 1 square meter, share it with an equal, and the world opens. The 5 ancient queens on my capital walls, the image that haunted me after Alara's vow, were never a warning. They were a memory and an instruction. 5 sovereigns locking a would-be king out of absolute power, playing on a loop, trying to tell me what I had been standing inside the whole time and could not yet read. Alara goes very quiet reading the charter, because she, of all of us, knows what it means for a law to be older than the throne that broke it. The empire she prosecuted for has spent generations enforcing a stolen version of a law it originally shattered. She has convicted people under the counterfeit. It lands on her hard. Odrin Vale is with us, and this is the moment he fully changes sides. The chief imperial surveyor, the man who audited me and caught my census lie, holds the original charter and reads what it actually says, and it destroys the story he served his whole life. The Empire did not create this law, the Empire broke it. So Odrin does the thing that ends his old self. He does not hand the charter to me. He hands it to the residents, to the crowd of ordinary citizens who followed us to the center. Because the charter's own first line says the land belongs to no single owner. My supposedly illegal house has been keeping the ancient law better than the chancellor who claims to enforce it. And that reframes everything Kryl has ever called me: rebel, traitor, illegal. The forged deeds, the confiscation orders, the whole legal war, all of it was the Empire of one accusing the House of 5 of the exact crime the Empire itself committed, trying to own what was never meant to be owned. Then the hall shows the second truth, and this one has my name on it. I have wondered for 23 parts why on the second night my core flashed 5 silhouettes and the word compatible. Now the sinner answers, and the answer is not the one I feared. I am not the king. Part of me has dreaded the opposite since the ghost first appeared. The cheap twist where the hero turns out to be the reincarnated tyrant. I am not him. 5 queens did not build a machine to bring their enemy back. What I am is a key, a compatible one. The system needs a neutral hand to turn the shared lock, a holder who can carry the founder's core without trying to become the king. And it has waited a very long time for a soul that fits that shape without wanting the crown. Somebody went looking for one, and somebody found me. And the part that turns my stomach and lights me up at once is who did the summoning. It was Creel. He rigged the great allotment. He reached across worlds for a compatible soul to feed into his machine, and he aimed my arrival at the smallest, most useless square on the board, the 1 square meter prison, certain a nobody dumped on nothing could never threaten him. He summoned the one key that locks him out. That is the joke the universe has been building since the first minute of my life here. Krell needed a compatible soul to complete his stolen system, so he pulled one across the void and threw it in the dirt, and that soul was compatible precisely because it was built to refuse the exact kind of king Krell is trying to become. Every wife in that hall understands it the same moment I do, and it changes how they look at me, though not the way a lesser story would do it. They do not suddenly bow, they realize the opposite. I am not the master of a system they serve. I am the neutral key that lets 5 sovereigns hold the lock together, instead of one king seizing it, no more the owner of this than Mira is a subject in her own forest. It should feel small, being told I am a tool and not a chosen one, and instead, it is the most relief I have felt in 23 parts. I never wanted to be a king. I wanted to build a place nobody could be thrown out of. Finding out the system was made to stop kings and not crown them feels less like a demotion than a homecoming. The reveal is barely finished when the danger it exposes lands. If I am the compatible key, the one hand that can turn the central lock, then I am also the one hand Kryle needs. He cannot work the shared system himself, the queens made sure of that. But he does not have to. He only has to control the key. He only has to control me, and through my founder's core, at the center, with 5 nails feeding him, he can. If Kryle gets his hooks into my central access, he can use my compatible key to override the 5, collapse the shared lock into a single throne, and become the exact, absolute king 5 queens died to prevent. I'm the last hole in a 2,000-year-old defense, and it is shaped like me. So I do the only thing that closes the hole, and it is the hardest lesson of my whole story made physical. I seal myself in. I lock my own key inside the central hall and cut my personal access to the system I fought to build, so Creel cannot turn the world through me. It means I cannot command my own kingdom from in here. That is the point. The frightened surveyor who hid the census, who ran the secret probe, who wanted to hold every front himself, chooses to make himself unable to hold anything, because the only way to keep one man from seizing the system is to prove a man can willingly let it go. Bruna is the one who builds the seal, of course, because who else would I trust with it? She lays the stone that locks me in with her own hands, over-engineered like everything she makes, strong enough that not even she could break it open in a hurry. She just makes it right, because a seal that gives under pressure is not a seal. Mira does not argue me out of it, because she understands it faster than I do. She just looks at me through the closing gap, and instead of a goodbye, she gives me an order, which from her is the same thing. Hold the center, she says. We will hold the world. Then the stone closes between us, and I am alone with the core, where no king can reach me. Garrick Thorne leads one of the 5 fronts, and I know from the war game exactly how good he is, and I know I cannot help against him, and I have to sit with that. Every instinct I own is screaming to be out there, coordinating, fixing it, holding the pieces together with my own hands. The whole point of the seal is that I have to trust I already built people who can. And the moment my access locks, Kryle stops waiting. He has spent the whole story trying to take my kingdom with law and fire and lies. And now that the path to the center is sealed, he does the last thing left. He invades. All 5 fronts at once, every biome, every border. A coordinated assault timed for the exact instant the founder pulled himself off the board. This is the nightmare he has been building toward, and the test the 5 queens designed, arriving in the same breath. 5 fronts, 5 nails, 5 enemies driving for 5 biomes, and the one man who spent 23 parts learning he cannot do everything himself, sealed in a stone room where he can do nothing at all. Part 23 ends with both locks turned. The riddle of my first night is answered. I was never the king, only the key. And the kingdom I built to survive without me is about to find out whether it truly can. because the invasion has begun. My wives are walking out to 5 separate wars, and for the first time in the whole story, not one of them is waiting for me to tell her what to do. This is what it is like to watch your whole life get attacked from inside a locked box. The central hall shows me everything. 5 fronts, 5 biomes, 5 armies of Krells driving in at once, painted across the core's map in perfect, useless detail, and I cannot touch a single one of them. This is the exact nightmare the frightened part of me has run from the whole story. Everyone I love is fighting for their lives. I can see all of it, and I have sealed myself where I can do nothing but watch. The old Ren would rather have died than be this helpless. The new one chose it on purpose. It is the hardest thing I have ever sat still for. Creel times it perfectly. The instant my key locks out of reach, all 5 nails flare and his armies hit every border in the same breath. Forest, lake, fields, mountain, capital. 5 simultaneous invasions built on one assumption, the same assumption every enemy in this story has made, that a house is only as strong as the one man at the top of it. And the map lights up with the answer, and it is not me. 5 fronts, and on every one of them a commander who is not waiting for orders that are never coming. Mira in her trees, Neria on her water, Sylvan in her fields, Bruna in her mountain, Ilara holding the capital with law and wall. Central orders from Ren, 0, and the line does not break. I keep the count myself, out of habit, because counting is the one thing I can still do in here. Active war fronts. 1 plan become 5 real ones. Central orders issued by the king, 0. It is the strangest scoreboard of my life. A number I built my whole reign to reach, and it reads that I am doing nothing, while everyone I love does everything. Garrick Thorne, leading the assault on the mountain, is running the exact playbook everyone expects. Hit the head, watch the body die. He has bet his whole attack on the house folding the moment its founder cannot command it. He drives hard for the center, expecting collapse, and instead he runs face first into Bruna, who does not need me to tell her how to defend her own rock. The signal net Teb overbuilt, the one I mocked, carries the fronts to each other without ever routing through me. The autonomous staffs the wargame forced us to build take their own decisions in real time. Everything I spent 24 parts learning to delegate is now delegated all the way, permanently, because the alternative to trusting them is losing everything, and I am done not trusting them. It is not clean, and it is not easy. Within the first hour, the fronts start to conflict, because 5 commanders with 5 priorities and no central tiebreaker is a recipe for the kind of mess I used to swoop in and fix. But nobody is coming to fix it this time. They have to fix it themselves, as equals, in the middle of a war they cannot pause. The worst clash comes where Mira's forest meets Neria's lake, and it is the old fight in a new fire. A wave of Kreel's troops pushes through the seam between their fronts, and the two of them want opposite things. Mira wants to burn the tree line to deny the enemy cover. Neria wants to flood the low ground and drown the advance. Both plans save one front by wrecking the other, and there is no me to break the tie, which is the entire point of the part. 2 seasons ago, they would have waited for my ruling, or worse, done it my way and resented it. Now they stand at the seam, under fire, and argue it out themselves, fast and sharp. 2 sovereigns who have finally learned that the other one's biome carries a price they have to pay honestly. They split the difference the way only people who respect each other can. Mira burns a narrow strip, not the whole line, giving up part of her forest on purpose. Neria floods a single channel, not the whole low ground, sacrificing a stretch of her own shore. Each pays a real cost in her own land to save the others, and the seam holds because neither of them tried to win it alone. I watch it from the sealed hall, and I do not have words for how it feels. I built a marriage, a kingdom, a whole defense, on the bet that these 5 could rule together without a king over them, and here, in the worst hour, with me locked away, they are proving the bet. The thing runs without me. It runs better without me. Garrick's soldiers notice it before their general does. These are men who watched the decorations save their lives once already, in the training war. Now they watch it happen again, live, as Mira and Neria haul a collapsing front back together, while their own general keeps throwing them at it. Some of Garrick's troops start actually listening to the wives' battlefield calls, because the people giving good orders are winning, and the man giving theirs is not. It is a small thing, and it is the beginning of a large one. Imperial soldiers taking orders from the co-rulers the empire called ornaments. Garrick built his whole career on the idea that war belongs to men like him. He is about to lose it to 5 women he refused to take seriously in front of his own troops for the second and final time. And behind all 5 fronts, the part nobody writes songs about holds the whole thing up. The war is not only soldiers. It is the refugees who have to be moved, the kitchen that has to keep cooking, the warehouses that have to keep flowing while 5 armies try to burn them. The rear is its own front, and its commanders never touched a sword. Noma runs the evacuation off her maps, a 12-year-old moving thousands of people along routes she calculated in her head, staying one step ahead of 5 advancing armies at once. Pico keeps the supply ledgers balanced under fire, deciding in real time which front eats and which waits, the least glamorous, life-or-death job on the board. Rowan holds the civilian corridors with the soldiers who followed him out of the Empire. Teb, who is afraid of literally all of this, commands nothing and saves more lives than most of the soldiers. He runs breach to breach through the rear, throwing up emergency shoring and safe crossings, overstrong as always, because the most frightened man in the kingdom long ago turned his terror into a habit of building everything to survive the worst thing he can imagine. The worst thing he can imagine is finally here. Aura's kitchen never closes, and that is the detail that undoes me, watching it from the core. In the middle of a 5-front war, the common kitchen keeps its fires lit and feeds the fighters and the fleeing both, run by the orphans she raised, because the one place built purely to care for people refuses to stop just because the world is ending. Ivan takes the worst rear job there is, the exposed supply run through a front that is actively collapsing, and he takes it without being asked, the same way he took the gas pocket a war ago. He is still not forgiven, and he still does not ask. He just keeps putting his body between his old betrayal and the people it hurt, which is the only apology the man has ever known how to make. This is the reversal Krail never saw coming and cannot understand. He attacked a kingdom, expecting to find subjects, people who belong to a ruler, and scatter when the ruler falls. What he actually hid is citizens, people who belong to each other, and they do not scatter, they close ranks. A country full of people, each personally saved by this place, is not going to let it die while they can still stand. 4 of the 5 fronts hold. That is a miracle, and it is not enough, because the 5th one will not, and everyone can see why. The 5th crown nail sits at the heart of the enemy's strongest push, and the map is brutally clear about what pulling it would take. You cannot disarm a nail, you can only destroy it, and destroying it means destroying the land it is driven into, all of it, for good. And this is where the shape of the whole story pays off in a way I hate. For 24 parts, the rule has held that every victory costs something real. A biome, a lie confessed, a home burned, a woman on a lever. The 5th nail is that rule at its most merciless. This one does not cost a resource or a reputation. It costs a life and a piece of the earth, and the map offers no discount. Every front commander does the same math and hits the same wall. Mira cannot burn a nail out without burning the ground under it. Bruna cannot pull it without collapsing everything around it. There is no clever answer, no recycled steel trick, no water table to divert. Somebody has to take a piece of land and its nail out of the world together, and nobody can spare their own. And then, on the map, one marker does something none of us ordered. It moves toward the 5th nail, alone. It is Cassian Drav, riding for the one place the nail can be killed, because the last land in reach of it, the final scrap of ground his ruined house still holds, is his. He is the one person on the board who can pay the price, because it is his to pay. Mira reaches him first, and what passes between them is the whole story in one exchange. She does not stop him, she does not thank him, she does not forgive him. She just hands him the forest map, the paths through her trees that will get him to the nail before Creel's men can, and she gives it to the man who burned his own map for her a war ago. Enemy to enemy, one last route. I watch my oldest enemy ride toward a thing that will kill him, and I cannot say a word to him, cannot stop him, cannot even thank him. I am sealed in a box 100 miles away, doing the one useful thing left to me, which is refusing to be the king that would make all of this pointless. Cassian Drav does not look back. He never has. Part 24 ends with 4 fronts held by 5 commanders and not one order from me. A rear that would not break, a kitchen that would not close, and a single rider crossing his own dying land toward the last nail. Nobody has won yet. Nobody has died yet. But the man who mocked me over 1 meter of dirt in the first hour is about to do the one thing even I cannot do for this kingdom. And all any of us can do is watch him go. I watch Cassian Drav die on a map. That is the cruelty of the box I sealed myself in. The most important thing my oldest enemy ever does, he does as a marker on the core's display, and I cannot help only watch the dot cross his own dying land toward the last nail. He reaches the 5th crown nail on the final scrap of ground his ruined house still holds, and there is no clever way to do this, and he does not look for one. The nail can only be destroyed by destroying the land it is driven into. So Cassian stands on his own last acre and prepares to take it, and himself, and the nail out of the world in one stroke. Mira is close, running his forest map to pull the last civilians off the parcel before it goes. He hands her something as she passes, quick, without ceremony, the deed and the map to what is left of his family's forest. because someone has to keep the trees after him, and she is the only one he trusts to. She takes it. She still does not forgive him. He does not ask her to, and then he does it. He brings down the fifth nail with his own land, and the ground and the nail and Cassian Drav go together, all at once, quiet on my map, a marker simply blinking out. No last words on a convenient wind, no speech. The man who set bores on me in the first hour of my life here dies doing the one thing I could not do for my own kingdom, and the story does not hand him a monologue for it. The map goes still where his marker was, and for a moment, none of us on any front say anything. 5 separate battlefields holding the same breath for a man not one of us liked. That silence is the only funeral Cassian Drav gets, and somehow it is more than the loud kind, because it is not performed. It is just the truth of a complicated man leaving. It is not forgiveness, and it is not redemption, not fully, and I refuse to pretend otherwise even now. He was cruel. He poisoned a forest. He burned for profit. He shamed me on a patch of dead ground while a whole city laughed. And he also refused to evict his tenants, warned us about the assassin, burned his own house for a city, and now this. Both columns are true. He dies with the ledger still open, and that is the most honest thing about him. I think about the first hour of my life here, him laughing on his horse while I stood on a doormat of dirt he offered to use for his boots. I could not have imagined then that this man would die saving the kingdom that grew out of that doormat. I did not forgive him. I do not now, but I will keep his tree standing, and for Cassian, who never trusted a kind word, that is the only tribute he would have believed. The last nail is gone, 5-0. On every front, the pressure breaks at once, Krail's armies losing the thing that fed them, and my wives close their fronts one after another. 5 separate victories won without a single order from me. We should be celebrating. For about a minute, on the map, it actually looks like we won. Then Krail does the thing I never armored against, because I was watching the wrong battlefield. While I brace for swords and fire and nails, he reached for the one weapon that has beaten me over and over this whole story. Paper. He does not attack my land. He attacks my name. From his colder office in the capital, with the fronts collapsing and his armies routed, the Chancellor plays his last and best card. He does not need to hold the ground, he only needs to erase the owner. And with a stroke of authority I cannot block from inside a sealed room, Severin Krail strikes my record from the registry and unmakes me as the owner of everything I built. My personal territory does not get conquered, it gets deleted. 480 whole square kilometers of legally recognized land, the doubling of a doubling of a doubling that started on 1 square meter drops in a single clerical instant to nothing. Ren Corvin, personal holdings, 0. The founder's record scratched off, like a name struck from a deed by a family that lost its home to exactly that. Pico, watching the number fall, makes a sound I have never heard him make. He has narrated my whole rise in figures, 1 square meter, to 2, to 6, to hundreds of kilometers, the proudest ledger of his life. Now, he watches all of it drop to a single 0 on one line, and the goblin, who always has a number for everything, has nothing to say. He just stares at the record like it personally betrayed him, and the horrible symmetry of it lands on me like a physical blow. I came into this world because a forged piece of paper once took my family's home. I have spent my entire life here trying to build a place no forged paper could ever take. And in the end, the paper wins anyway, one more time, and erases me off my own kingdom with the same casual stroke that began all my grief. The seal I locked myself behind does not hold me anymore because it was built to hold the owner, and the registry says there is no owner. The central hall, the founder's core, the place I chained myself to protect, submitted stops knowing me. It opens, not to free, because I am no longer anyone it recognizes. It lets me out the way a lock lets go of a key that no longer fits. There is a bitter joke in it I would laugh at if it did not hurt so much. I sealed myself away to make sure no one could ever use my ownership to seize the world. Krail solved that problem for me by making certain I own nothing at all. We both wanted my personal power gone. He just did it as a murder, and I meant it as a gift. I walk out of the central hall a stranger to my own kingdom, and the kingdom agrees. The roads I mapped do not light for me. The wall does not answer my hand. The founder's core goes quiet and gray the moment I reach for it, because I am, on paper and now in fact, nobody. A former junior surveyor standing on ground that no longer holds his name anywhere in it. Rooney is the one that breaks me. The little boundary sprite that has followed me since the 3rd part, that ate my first deed seal as a joke, comes bounding up the way it always does, and then it stops. It sniffs at me, at the owner it has known since it was born from the bark, and it does not know me. There is no owner mark on me for it to read. It tilts its head, confused, at a man it has loved and cannot place. I crouch down and let Rooney sniff me again, and I do not force it. Because forcing a thing to recognize you is exactly the kind of ownership this whole story has argued against. If the sprite knows me later, it will be because it chooses to, not because a registry tells it to. I lost my claim on everything today, including, as of today, the right to be recognized. I will have to earn even that back. Krail, wherever he is, must think he has won, and by every rule he ever learned he has. Erase the owner, and you erase the state. Cut off the head, and the body falls. A kingdom is the property of its king, and a king with no legal claim to a single square meter is not a king at all, just a man standing in a field that belongs to no one. That is the assumption. That is the assumption the whole story was built to break, because the kingdom does not fall when I do. Krail deletes the owner and waits for the country to collapse into ownerless chaos he can sweep up, and instead the biomes just keep running, held up by 5 wives whose authority never came from me in the first place. Garrick Thorne, his invasion already broken, watches the second impossible thing happen in as many days. He watched a house fight a 5-front war with no central command and hold. Now, he watches that same house lose its owner entirely, the founder erased off the map, and keep standing anyway, because the wives are sovereign in their own right, and the residents are citizens, and neither of those depends on a name in a registry. And the thing I feel, standing erased at the center of it, is not what I expected. I thought losing everything would feel like the first night, homeless and mocked on a square of dirt. Instead, it feels almost like relief, because the kingdom did not need me to survive, and that means I built it right. The worst day of my life is also the proof that my life's work holds. The wives do not even pause. Mira holds the forest with a dead man's map. Neria holds the water. Sylvan holds the fields. Bruna the mountain. They lost their husband's legal existence and do not so much as slow down, because I spent 5 weddings making sure their power was never mine to lose. The one time it would have destroyed a normal kingdom is the one time it cannot touch this one. But it is not clean, and I will not pretend the loss is painless. Without any registered owner, the cadastre starts to drift. The biomes are stable but unanchored, held by the wives' authority and nothing else. And an unowned country is a new and fragile thing that has never existed in this world. It could hold. It could also slowly come apart, and nobody who built this system ever tested what happens next. And Krail is already drafting the argument, because of course he is. If a land has no single legal owner, he will tell the courts, the empires included, then it has no legal existence, and unowned land reverts to the crown by default. He lost the war, so he means to win the paperwork, the same move that has always been his real weapon. An erased owner is not a free country to him, it is a vacancy. This is where the whole theme of my story finally turns all the way over. For 25 parts, the question has been who owns this land? And I have been the answer, the founder, the husband, the holder of the core. Krail just deleted that answer, and standing in a field that is legally nobody's, I understand he did not destroy the question. He changed it. The land does not need an owner, it needs keepers. And the first keepers register themselves before anyone tells them to. A lake family, then a mountain household, then one of Aura's orphans walk up to what is left of the core and claim not the kingdom, not power, just their own homes, their own small hearths, on their own authority as people who live there. The first citizen hearths, lit by residents, holding land no owner holds. It is not much, it is everything. I kneel by the lake family as they light their small hearth, and I do not help them do it, and I do not take it from them. And that restraint is the hardest and most important thing I have ever not done. Every instinct I own wants to organize it, formalize it, run it. I make myself stand back and let ordinary people claim their own ground on their own authority, because that is the only version of this Krail can never erase. Mira finds me at the edge of a country that no longer legally knows my name, and she does not comfort me, because that is not what this moment is for. She looks at the erased core, at the first citizen claims flickering to life around it, and says the thing that reframes the whole disaster. Good, she says. Now we build one that does not need an owner at all. We have never done that. Nobody had. It should terrify me, and instead, it steadies me. A country with one owner can be deleted with one signature, as I just spectacularly proved. A country held by thousands of people, who each keep their own hearth, cannot be deleted at all, because there is no single line to strike. Krail erased the one name that could lose everything. He cannot erase everyone. Krail, meanwhile, takes the one prize the chaos still lets him grab. In the fall of the capital front, with Alara holding the line to the last, his forces seize her, the jurist queen, the woman whose signature made my kingdom real. If he cannot own the land, he will hold the person who can legally define it, and he drags Alara out of the wreck as his final hostage and his final argument. So this is where part 25 leaves me, and it is the strangest bottom I have ever hit. The nails are gone, 5-0. My oldest enemy is dead, with his ledger still open. My personal territory is 0 square meters, erased by the exact kind of paper that ruined my family. My wife, the queen, is a prisoner, and a country that just lost its owner is, for the first time in this world's history, about to try to belong to everyone instead. An ownerless country is not a miracle. It is a problem. That is what nobody tells you when they cheer for freedom from a single ruler. The morning after Kryl erases me, my 5 biomes wake up with no one holding them together, and they immediately start pulling apart. Without a central owner to bind them, the forest and the lake, and the fields and the mountain and the capital drift toward being 5 separate things again. The cadastre, built to answer to one holder, does not know what to do with none, and the whole kingdom develops a slow, dangerous wobble, like a wheel with no axle. The old answer, the easy answer, is standing in front of me the entire time, my key. I could walk back into the central hall, force my erased record into the core, reclaim my ownership, and snap all 5 biomes onto one axle again, mine. It would work, it would be fast, and it would make me the exact single king, 5 queens, and my whole life fought to prevent. So I do not do it. That is the hardest and most important decision of the whole story, and it is a decision to not act. I leave my key where it is. I stay at 0 square meters. I refuse to save my kingdom by becoming its owner again, because a country I have to personally hold together is a country that dies the next time someone erases one man. Pico finds the real answer, and it is the opposite of everything his profession trained him for. Instead of registering the land to one owner, he starts registering it to everyone. Every household, every shop, every farm, filed as its own small hearth, its own tiny claim, until one deleted owner is replaced by thousands of ordinary ones the crown cannot erase in a single stroke. And the land answers them. That is the payoff that rewrites the rule the whole world runs on. The cadastre does not care who is noble or who holds a title. It responds to whoever actually keeps the land, the family that maintains the well, the smith who mends the wall, and it binds itself to them. The land obeys the people who serve it, not the man who owns it. But thousands of small claims are not a country yet. They are a pile of loose threads, and loose threads need a loom. The one who builds it is the last person anyone would have picked on the first day. A carpenter so frightened of everything that he entered this story as bait in a trap. Teb builds the framework. He takes his whole life's tear, his need to overbuild everything so it cannot fail, and turns it into 5 working civic networks, one for each thing a country cannot live without: water, food, metal, defense, roads. Not 5 biomes owned by 5 wives, but 5 services run by the people that keep going no matter who lives or dies. And each wife does the thing that finishes her own arc. She ties her function to the network instead of to herself. Neria makes the water belong to the water keepers, not to Neria. Sylvan hands the fields to the farmers. Bruna gives the forges to the smiths. Mira roots the forest defense in the rangers who walk it. They spent 5 weddings gathering power, and now they spend it giving it away. Teb's networks are ugly and overstrong and redundant 3 times past necessity, like everything he has ever built, and that is precisely why they hold. A frightened man designs for the disaster everyone else assumes will not come. He has watched this kingdom nearly die a dozen ways, and he builds a country that survives every one of them, because he cannot imagine a world that will not try. The most fearful person in the story builds the thing that outlives all of us. There is a whole lesson buried in that I do not have time to sit with, watching a man who flinches at loud noises lay the foundation of a country meant to stand without any single strong hand at all. But the networks have a gap, and it is a legal one, and there is only one person who can close it. 5 working services still need to be bound into one lawful charter, or the empire will simply declare the distributed mess ownerless and forfeit. And the one jurist who can write that binding is currently a prisoner of the man who wants it never written. Kryl is holding Alara for exactly this reason. He understands, better than anyone, that the civic networks are only as safe as the law that recognizes them, and the law needs her signature. Keep the queen jurist in a cell, and the whole beautiful ownerless country stays legally naked, a technicality away from reverting to the crown. So we go get her, and we go get her the new way, the way the whole part has been building. Not a heist led by me, a rescue run by the networks themselves, the water keepers and the smiths and the rangers moving as one civic body. 5 services turned briefly into 5 arms of a single rescue, coordinated by Noma's maps and nobody's command. Ivan is in it, at the front again, and he still does not get forgiven for it. He takes the worst approach, springs the worst door, because knowing crown buildings is the one useful thing his betrayal ever taught him. When it is done, nobody throws him a celebration. He gets a nod and the right to keep working, and the ongoing weight of a thing a single brave act does not erase. That is all he gets, and he has stopped expecting more. They free Alara, and she does not waste a breath on being grateful. She sits down, still filthy from the cell, and does the only thing that actually secures everything everyone just bled for. She writes the law. She binds the 5 networks into a drafted common charter, a country legally owned by no one and legally protected for everyone, the first of its kind this world has ever held. And with that draft, Creel's last argument dies. He staked everything on the claim that land must have a single owner, that an ownerless country is a legal vacancy the crown can claim. Alara's charter proves it can be owned by its keepers instead, lawfully and permanently. And the chancellor who erased one name to seize a kingdom is left holding a principle that no longer describes the world. I should have known this story would not let me end on a clean win, because it never once has. The same erasure that deleted me damaged the Empire's central archive, the oldest records vault under the Capitol. And as the charter is being drafted, the broken archive itself splits open and lets out the thing it was holding, a black fold, the same geometric void that ate a city and a province. Everyone braces for the final monster, the last horror, the big empty nothing come to swallow the kingdom we just rebuilt. That is what a void has meant every single time we have seen one. And the cadastre reads the fold as it opens, and the reading stops all of us cold because it is not empty at all. There are people in it. The fold is not an eraser, it is a container. The cadastre logs a living city inside it, thousands of heartbeats, held in stop time in the black. A whole population that was never destroyed but hidden, folded away alive in the one place nobody thought to look for survivors. And Noma goes completely still, and then she makes a sound I have never heard from her in the whole story. Because she knows that city. It is hers. The village the Empire erased, the home she has been mapping the edges of since the day she arrived, is not gone. It is in the fold, and through the opening, faint and impossible and alive, she hears a voice she thought she would never hear again. Her mother, calling her name. This is not a resurrection, and I need to be clear about that, because this story has been ruthless about the difference. Aura is dead and stays dead, but Noma's mother was never killed. She was folded away, alive the whole time, in a city held in the black, and the child who lost everything is standing at the edge of getting one impossible thing back. And then the cadastre shows us the cost, and the finale arrives in a single sentence. The fold is unstable. It can be closed, collapsed, ended, easily, and doing so would end the threat forever. But the city inside is alive, and closing the fold kills every last soul in it. The easy answer and the monstrous answer are the same answer. So part 26 ends with the trap the whole story has been walking toward. A country that finally belongs to its people. A charter no king can erase. My wife freed, my enemies out of arguments, and a child hearing her lost mother's living voice through a tear in the world. And the last choice left, the one that decides what all of it was for. Destroy a city to be safe, or risk everything to save people one more time? Because people are not a threat to be erased. They never were. The last enemy in my story is not a monster. It is a mercy that would be easy to refuse. The black fold hangs open under the ruined archive, and closing it would be simple, safe, and final. One clean act that ends every void threat forever. And it would murder a living city to do it. Because the city inside the fold is real, and it is full, and it is Noma's. The home the Empire erased when she was small was never destroyed. It was folded away alive. Thousands of people held in stop time, and now the tear is open, and I can hear them, and one of the voices belongs to a mother calling a daughter's name across years. Every instinct the old world trained into me says close it. A void is a weapon, a danger, a thing you seal. Kryl certainly thought so. He has spent this whole war treating that fold as ammunition, the erasing edge he could point at anyone. He never once checked whether the thing he was aiming was full of people. He never checks. That is what makes him what he is. And that is the whole theme of my story, standing up at full height for the last time. For 27 parts, the question underneath everything has been simple. Are people a resource to be owned and spent and erased? Or are people the entire point? Krell built a life on the first answer. I burned mine down learning the second. And now the answer has to be a choice, made out loud, in front of everyone. So I do not make the choice. That is the last lesson, and it is the hardest one. The old Ren, even the better Ren of a few parts ago, would decide the fate of that city himself, carefully, wisely, alone. I do not. This is Noma's city, Noma's people, Noma's mother. The deciding vote is hers, a 12-year-old who has spent the whole story helping other people go home and now gets asked about her own. She does not hesitate the way I would have. She looks at the fold that holds everyone she lost, and she asks the only question that matters. The question the whole kingdom was rebuilt to be able to answer: can we hold them? Not can we save them in a burst of glory. Can we hold them, keep them, feed them, house them, after the rescue, for good? Because a rescue you cannot sustain is just a slower erasure. And the answer, for the first time in the history of this world, is yes, because of everything we built. Accepting a whole city out of stop time is the single hardest thing the cadastre has ever been asked to do, and it takes every system, every wife, every network, all at once, running together. No single hand could do it. That is exactly why it works. Naria stabilizes the water first, because a city coming out of frozen time needs to drink before anything else. And she threads clean supply into the fold before the first person even steps out. Sylvan feeds roots through the tear to hold the ground steady as it unfreezes, so the city has solid earth to walk onto instead of collapsing time. Bruna anchors the whole thing with steel, driving her curse-safe metal around the fold's edges to keep it from snapping shut while thousands cross. An entire population walking out over a bridge of the junk ore nobody wanted. Mira runs evacuation routes through terrain nobody has mapped, moving a city she has never seen along paths she reads on instinct. Ilera makes every step of it legal in real time. And they do it as 5 distinct hands, never melting into a faceless chorus of magic. They argue even now, mid-rescue, about whose system takes which gate, and the arguing is the proof, because a real country is people disagreeing and choosing to work anyway. The civic networks carry the load underneath all of it. Water, food, metal, defense, roads, each one stretching to absorb a whole new city, holding because a frightened carpenter built them to survive things worse than this. The country does not accept Noma's city through one great ruler. It accepts it through thousands of ordinary keepers, all doing their part at once. This is the payoff of the entire story, and there is not a cheat anywhere in it. No new power, no sixth wife appearing to save the day, no hidden trick pulled at the last second. Just 5 women, 5 networks, a dead woman's kitchen, a child's maps, and a common charter, everything earned across 27 parts, spent together in the one moment it all has to work. The city comes through. Thousands of people erased from the world step back into it, blinking, alive, onto ground held by roots and steel and water and law. The common territory grows from 480 square kilometers to around 600, not by conquest, but because a whole people chose to join a country that came to hold them. The enemies who spent this war waiting for my ownerless kingdom to collapse get to watch it do the exact opposite. A country with no single master just performed the largest rescue in its history. It held precisely because there was no single point that could fail, and the thing they called weakness was the only reason it could carry a city. Which leaves Creel and the last move of the man who started all of this. He has lost the war, the fronts, the fold, the argument. But he is still, by the old imperial law he spent his life enforcing, a claimant. And he makes one final demand in front of the assembled envoys and the freed city and my 5 wives. He demands the land. All of it. As the one true and necessary owner. And here, the system the 5 queens built 2,000 years ago does the last thing Cryle ever expects, because he never understood it. It takes his demand seriously. It processes it strictly by the rules. A ruler's legal territory, the ancient law says, is the land held by the free consent of those who live on it. So the cadastre does the math on Chancellor Severin Cryle. It looks for a single citizen who freely grants him power. It searches the entire realm. 600 square kilometers, every soul, every hearth, every keeper, 5 co-rulers, thousands of citizens, a whole rescued city that exists only because the alternative to Krail's way finally won. And it counts the people who voluntarily trust Severin Cryle with authority over them, and the number it finds is 0, not 1, not anywhere. So the system gives him what the law allows, the maximum territory a man can hold with nobody's consent but his own. 1 square meter. The cadastre marks it on the ground in front of the envoys and the citizens and the queens, a single glowing square, and it puts the chancellor who demanded a kingdom onto it, and it will not grant him 1 inch more because there is no one alive who will give it. I have to sit down when I see it because I know that square. I have stood on it. It is the exact prison Cryle built for me on the first day. The useless doormat of dirt he was certain would break a nobody. The 1 square meter he aimed my whole arrival at as a joke. And now the wheel has come all the way around, and the man who put me on it is standing on it himself with the whole world watching. He does not go quietly, of course. He rages. He threatens. He invokes the empire, the crown, 2,000 years of the way things have always been. And none of it moves the cadastre by a hair, because the machine does not care about his titles or his fury. It only counts consent, and he spent his entire life making sure no one would ever give him theirs freely. He built his own square meter, 1 cruelty at a time. It is the cleanest comeuppance of the whole story, and nobody throws a punch. The tyrant who erases people is left on the smallest possible piece of a world that will not have him. He is judged not by an army, but by the simple fact that in a realm of hundreds of thousands, not one free person chose him, and that is a sentence no appeal can touch. And then, with the last enemy standing on his meter of dirt, the kingdom does the quiet, unglamorous thing that actually ends the story. It locks itself in as common. Alara's charter, the one she drafted still filthy from a cell, gets ratified in full, and around 600 square kilometers become, permanently and legally, the property of no single person and the shared home of everyone who keeps it. My personal territory stays exactly what Cryle left it, 0 square meters. And I do not take 1 inch back, not because I cannot, but because I finally, fully understand that I should not. The man who spent his whole life terrified of losing a home to a forged deed ends up owning no land at all. And it is the safest he has ever felt, because a home held by everyone is a home no forged deed can ever take. Think about where this started. A friendless junior surveyor, mocked in front of a whole city, given 1 square meter of worthless dirt, and told to stand on it until dawn, or lose even that. That man now stands in a 600 square kilometer kingdom he built and does not own. Husband to 5 women who rule as his equals, a citizen among citizens, and the joke the crowd laughed at on the first day turned out to be the strongest thing any of them ever saw. Mira stands beside me while I take it in, and she is the one who says it, because of course she is. The first wife, the huntress who did not trust me on the day we met. "You did it," she says, and then she corrects herself, because precision is a kind of love with her. "We did it." And you finally learn to say we. From her, after 27 parts, that is the highest praise this story has to give. But the moment that actually ends it is not mine, and it should not be. It is Noma's. Once the city is stable, the child who has carried a red bowl and a dead woman's key and the map of a home she thought was gone, walks into the rescued city and finds the voice that has been calling her name. Her mother is alive, really alive, not a ghost, not an illusion, not an archive trick, not a comforting lie. And this story has been merciless about that difference and does not cheat now. Aura is dead and stays dead, and her kitchen still feeds the kingdom in her name. But Noma's mother was only folded away, and Noma runs the last few steps and is held by arms she thought she would never feel again. I watch a 12-year-old get her mother back, in a city that exists because an ownerless country chose to hold it. And I think that is the whole thing. That is what the land was ever for. Not doubling, not power, not 1 square meter or 600 kilometers. A kid going home to a person who loves her in a place nobody can erase. Everything else was only ever the machinery that made it possible. Pico does the final tally because someone has to, and for once, the numbers make even him quiet in a good way. Ren Corvin, personal territory, 0. Common territory, about 600 square kilometers. Wives, 5, all equal. Cities saved that the world had erased, 1. Tyrant successfully limited to 1 square meter, 1. It is the strangest, best ledger he has ever kept, and it does not balance in any way a merchant would recognize, and it is perfect. The 5 queens on the Capitol walls do not play their loop anymore. They have said what they came to say, and we finally heard it. Power that grows only when it is shared. Land that answers its keepers, not its owners. A king who wins by refusing to be one. Their 2,000-year-old warning became a living country, and the ghost image fades, its message delivered at last to people who were ready for it. And because this is that kind of story, the horizon does not go quiet. As the charter stabilizes and the celebrations start, Noma looks up from her maps with the specific frown I have learned to dread and points past the coast. Far out, across the ocean, at the very edge of the largest map she has ever drawn, the sea itself has started, very slowly, to disappear. Not today's problem, not this victory's problem. Whatever is drinking an ocean across the world can wait, because there is a kitchen full of light, a mother holding her daughter, 5 queens arguing over a budget, and a man with 0 square meters to his name who has never, in his second life, felt more at home. The land belongs to everyone now. That was always the point, and it will still be the point tomorrow, when we go find out what happened to the sea.
Ren Corvin begins as a friendless surveyor mocked for receiving 1 square meter of barren land. By reading the ground, accepting help and sharing authority with Mira, Neria, Sylvan, Bruna, and Alara, he turns that tiny claim into a country of forests, lakes, fields, mountains, and roads. Every win costs something real: pride, safety, homes, and lives. Aura's sacrifice, Noma's maps, Teb's building, and Pico's numbers prove that a nation is sustained by keepers, not a heroic owner. Ren's deepest flaw is trying to protect everyone by deciding alone. His growth is learning to confess mistakes. respect every veto, trust others, and finally surrender ownership itself. When Creel demands absolute power, the land grants him only 1 square meter because no free person consents to his rule. The lesson is clear. Power grows when shared. Leadership means building systems that survive without you, and a true home belongs to those who care for it together, not to whoever can stamp a deed.